X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'm taking another hit from my name. You see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is very, very good to be back. How are all of you guys doing? I really enjoyed my day off yesterday. God, it's so bright. I look white as hell. Look at that, guys. I shaved. I told you I'd do it. I told you I'd shave. I told you. I told you. I also have my hair still wet from showering, so it's not all poofy. It will get poofy, though. Listen, I do this before stream every time, and by the time I go live, usually, it's just a mess. It's just a mess by the time I go live, usually. And later, you'll watch as it starts to dry and gets poofy. What are you, in a kitchen? No, this is my streaming room. Hey, Nightmothism, what's up, Lucky Otter? Hey there, Decayed Slab, how are you doing, Ride the Rails? What's up, Hakon? Good to see ya. Anything for Hightail? Anything for Hightail. Good to see ya, War Penguin, good to see ya. Those look like cabinets? Like that? That's just like wall paneling. No gay lights? There are, well, not gay lights. I've never really had gay lights, though. The lights I have going right now are the like wave things, the ones that kind of create an aurora borealis effect. It's just so bright from the light coming in through my windows that, you know, you can barely see it. But as it gets dark, you're gonna see it a lot. Isn't this his normal stream room? Yes, nothing's changed. I don't know why, but I guess maybe YouTube, like, recommended the stream to a bunch more people than usual. Like, YouTube's really weird with how many people within your own sub count they tell have gone live or upload when you do. So it's possible that for some reason, no rhyme or reason maybe, YouTube just told more of my subs than usual that I went live today. And so there's a lot of people who haven't been here in a while because YouTube doesn't show them my content who are like, whoa, where is he? Zan, I got matcha blasted into my face. How? Now I smell like matcha. Well, hey, on the bright side, did it taste good? And it's a funny story that you get to tell now. Maybe they're here for the shave. That is true. My sharp-ass jawline does attract a lot of people. How's the strike situation? Oh, well, just like I said in my announcement, YouTube did a rare W and actually lifted the strike. Very happy to say. I do still have a false strike warning on the channel, but it goes away. I don't know when they implemented this, but apparently now, warnings aren't permanent. You can get your warning back, so that's great. So I will probably harass YouTube some more, but, like, considering it's not a permanent thing, losing the warning, and it will just go away in May, I think. They say it will. It didn't back in the day. Maybe they do now, because I don't remember them saying it would back in the day. But I should get my warning back, no longer have that mark on the channel, and be good. But if that doesn't happen, we're going to be doing weekly tweets at Team YouTube, asking them for them to, like, review it and fix it. But outside of that, we're in a pretty good position. Yeah, welcome everybody. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all having a good day. It's actually been really nice to have taken yesterday off. I had a nice day off. I played a load of Helldivers, but on top of that, yesterday was the premiere of a show I have been watching, or not watching, waiting for, and been excited to watch for honestly years now, since 2018 technically, because the earliest version of this show was like a movie trilogy that was going to be in theaters. It was going to be theatrical. And that was The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live. Oh my god, was that first episode good. Rick is back. Rick is fucking back. 2018 was 6 years ago? Whew, it's been a while, yep. It's been a while. I've been waiting a long time. Rick is back, and it's so goddamn good. It's like movie. It feels like a theatrical movie, basically. So me and my friends watched that yesterday. We're very, very excited for next week's episode now, because goddamn was that first episode good. Oh my lord, the hype. Why anti-orange? Here, let me see if I can fix that really fast, Wingo. Some of the chat colors are broken for some reason. I have no idea why. You're already an admin on the site. Like in the chat. So you're actually already admin. You've lost the symbol and color because for some reason the site's glitching out. I will be able to find a solution for it, but yeah, you are an admin. Yeah. I thought I was just a mod. The way the site calls them admins, like chat admins. It's just a wording thing. Like the title is actually on the site admin, but you are a chat mod. Like that's the more commonly known title. Also, thank you for helping draw attention to the dog thing. No, absolutely, Wingo. No, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I don't know if it's out yet, but there should be a segment coming out. Has that come out yet? No, it hasn't. Yeah, that segment might come out tonight, and it may come out tomorrow. God, it's getting bright outside. I love it. I love the natural lighting, but I have my camera configured for really dark room. My gain's super high. There we go. Maybe I'll keep this menu open. I wish I could minimize it. if it minimized, it'd be like, there'd be no reason to ever close my camera setting menu, but it's just always there, covering things up. Not a fan. You can't resize it either. I guess I can tuck it away into like a corner and then pull it out whenever I need it. Heh. That's what she said. No, that's not what anyone said. Never mind. Seattle stole all my sunshine. I know, right? A sunny, beautiful day in Seattle. I was actually gonna go and walk to the dispensary today and pick up some more weed, but I ended up being too busy getting ready for stream, and I didn't get the chance to. I'm hoping I'll be able to end stream early enough that I can make the walk at night. Like, you know, I enjoy walking at night. It's not that scary, and I live in a relatively nice area, so, you know, I think I should be okay if I take a walk. Zan, can I get you to shill a game? What game is that? I assume I would have to be interested or I'd have to enjoy it first, right? Shit. The game is called Shit? That's crazy. Why'd they name the game Shit? Oh, Roland Rascal. Okay, let me Google this. Interesting. Kind of looks like Temple Run a little bit. Interesting. Let me resubscribe. Wait, is the site not letting you resub? Slashy, is the site, like, bugging out and not letting you resub? I feel like if that's a problem the site's having, I should probably know. Oh, colors are broken. Yeah. So for a lot of you guys in the chat, colors are broken for a bunch of people for some reason. Something that might work is try right-clicking your chat and click reload. That might work. It's not guaranteed, but for some people it may. And if anyone in the chat reports it working for themselves, then it might take multiple tries. But, like, the site can be finicky in weird ways that just involve, like, something about the cookies sticking to your browser, and then, like, it causes a bug, but if you just clear your cookies and then reload the site, the problem's fixed, and it's like, well, I don't even know what you do about that other than clear your cookies, you know? Test. It'll probably show on your screens and not mine, considering, you know, the site chat is not refreshing on my end. I'm not gonna refresh it, because then I can't see what you guys are saying. Has a Kickstarter, and I want the hub world and playable QT tiers met. Oh, okay. You can go ahead and drop the Kickstarter link in the chat if you want, for anybody who wants to support it. I love supporting game development. Hey there, Dark Canuck. Good to see you over there in YouTube chat, holding the fort down. I'm glad to see most people are coming over to website chat. It's far better. I am a website chat, you know, believer. A supporter of website chat. I simply refuse to acknowledge any other chat besides the site chat as valid. Alright. I want to get one of the, well, not one of, but the multiple tweets that are relevant to the first topic of the day gathered and ready, because I hate it when I go to do said segment, and I'm like, if I just search this person's name, surely they'll be the top tweets that come up, because that's who we're talking about, and these are tweets that are just massively, massively viral. No, they never come up. You gotta prep. You gotta prep. You gotta prep. It's part of the job. It's part of being a streamer, which is part of what we're gonna be talking about today in this topic. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the longest version of the clip. What is the longest copy I can find? Actually, you know what? I bet his Twitter would be the best place to go. Honestly. You guys don't know who I'm talking about. I'm keeping y'all in the dark. I'm keeping you in the dark. You don't know. Man, I wish you could, like, right-click a tweet and, like, open it in a new tab. It'd be so nice if you could do that. It would make doing, like, opening a bunch of different tweets that are relevant a lot more simple. Alright. Okie dokie. James Somerton? No, not that. Not just yet. I'll tell you that. We're not doing James Somerton just yet. That'll be a little later in the stream. You guys gotta, you guys gotta be patient for that. Why the hell are you still on Twitter now that Blue Sky is open? Is Blue Sky, like, poppin' now? Let me open Blue Sky. I haven't opened it in forever. I have 8 notifications. I got an @ by somebody saying that there is a, like, nerd culture YouTuber who could theoretically be pulled over to the left by me. I appreciate the belief that that would be the case, but I don't know how compelling somebody like me can be in regards to making arguments that they should, like, move away from positions that advocating for has become their job. Some people are very honest and are willing to go down that road, but not everybody. I don't know if that's the case for her. Bro doesn't know about the middle click. It opens a new tab whatever you click on. No shot. Really? Hold on. Let me test that shit. Who are you, Cyrus? You absolute fucking goat. You are the fucking goat. Oh my god. Guys, literally grew up on PCs. I literally grew up practically on PCs, gaming on PCs since I was like 10 or 11, and I didn't know that you can click down the mouse wheel on a link or a tweet or anything like that, anything that's selectable and would open up something into a new page, and it automatically opens it in a new tab. That is unironically the most useful macro keybind I didn't know. No, I didn't know. You're not born, like, Zoomers aren't born with every Windows key combo, like, etched into their brains, knowing what to type. I had no idea. One thing I knew you could do is you could hold down the mouse scroll wheel, and it would create, like, this little, like this smooth scrolling effect, and you could pull the mouse down from there, and it would scroll faster and faster. I knew about that. I don't know how I never figured this out. By the way, I finally moved on from consoles with the Steam Deck. It's such a great device. I'm glad to hear you're really enjoying it, Game Master 19. Yeah, I mean, I would personally recommend, if you're ever able to, investing in a, maybe not, like, uber powerful, but definitely, like, good enough gaming PC, like a desktop that you can sit at, and definitely consider, like, making a friend group and getting on Discord and just, like, playing games together. It's one of the best parts of PC gaming, is that the entire friend group hub for gaming, chatting, watching shows and movies together at a distance, just, like, posting memes at, like, a group chat type thing. Discord is, like, really good for that, and it exists on some devices. Like, I think it exists on PlayStation and Xbox, but not quite the same way. It's very, like, reeled back, and I think it can even cross-platform, but it's not good. I've tried it. But yeah, I really do think that you should consider getting a nice, good PC and building one yourself. It's a one-stop shop, exactly. Lucky Otter. No, absolutely, Cyrus. Thank you. That really does help a lot. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. Ooh. By the way, You know how last Friday we did the call-in stream? The very first fan call-in stream I've done in a while. And for those of you guys who don't know what the deal is, I will be doing fan call-in streams hosted in my Discord for you to come on and talk to me on stream. You can either debate me, talk to me, chat with me, whatever it may be. You'll have roughly a cap of 10 minutes, but sometimes I let the conversation go on longer. But if there's a lot of people and I really want to get as many people, like, talk to as possible that day, I might keep conversations closer to the cap. However, this Friday, because every other Fridays when we're doing the call-in streams, this Friday and every other Friday where we're not doing call-in streams, we're going to be doing Discord movie and TV show watch parties in the Xander's Theater chat in my Discord. So if you're watching right now and you're not already in my Discord server, please consider joining, because when those events happen, I don't want you guys to be left out, and I don't want you to, like, see it's happening on the day of, and then you try to join the server, but because you've only been in the server for an hour or two, or maybe only, you know, some minutes, you don't have a verification status yet from talking and being in there for, like, a couple days, so that you can join and talk to me in the Q chat and the Debate Me chat. Hello there, AKG Filming. What's up? Good to see you. Hello, welcome to the site. I might join the next call-in because I finally watched the Last of Us series and want to talk about my experience with that and the video game. Both are great, but in different ways. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I liked the Last of Us show. I will say, I feel like some points in the show were a little bit drawn out. Like, especially on rewatch. The best episode of the show, like the most memorable best episode of the show, is episode, I believe it was episode 2? I believe, the gay one. That was unironically the best episode. Like, it was a very good self-contained story. And even outside of the fact that I appreciate politically the representation aspect of it, like, even if that wasn't a factor, I still think it tops every other episode of The Last of Us, because it has this completely self-contained aspect and sort of brings to life a zombie survival trope that we never really see brought to screen often. And that's, like, the extremely overly prepared doomsday prepper who was ready for the apocalypse. And it happens, and he just goes outside to see everyone's gone, and the town's, like, decrepit and empty and looted. And it's like, mine now. And then it's the start of a Zomboid playthrough. What do we do when 2 zombie games become real? Like, has one already become real? I wasn't under the impression one had. It's all fun and games with Left 4 Dead normal zombies. Well, yeah, like, if it was a Walking Dead zombie apocalypse, like, is it a spoiler? Would you guys mind if I said a thing that is a minor spoiler, sort of, for the Rick Grimes and Michonne show? The ones who live for The Walking Dead? You got a fair warning now to mute, or like, pause for a second, skip, now. Basically, they explained why such weak zombies were able to topple society. Right off the bat, when the infection started to spread, the military overzealously made the decision to, like, napalm every American city and high-density population area, which is what actually killed the vast majority of people and military, believe it or not, in The Walking Dead's America, at least. And had they not done that, it's heavily implied that humanity could have well, at least in America, humanity could have relatively easily beaten back the dead. And, like, potentially stopped it from reaching, like, a total apocalypse tier scenario. Because shit didn't really fall apart until Atlanta, LA, and, you know, the other cities started getting, like, napalmed by the military, like, what was it, like a week or two into the zombie apocalypse in the Walking Dead universe? Could see that happening IRL. I mean, it really depends on how dedicated you think the soldier in charge of doing that job would be. Fuck. I was happy for some queer rep, and yeah, it was a good episode. Yeah, I think it's just the best one. It's the most memorable. And, like, you can't deny, if you ever play Zomboid, you're not thinking of yourself as being Bill. Like, when he first comes out of his house, and he's, like, getting his whole, like, survivor colony in his town started. Cutting down trees and, like, looting houses and setting up generators. Like, that is how I feel when I start a new Zomboid world. It's a really good feeling. Knowing how people reacted to COVID, do you think there would be any hope for humanity if there was a 100% mortality disease? Well, yeah. It just depends on how fast it is 100% deadly, right? If you are eventually guaranteed to die from the disease, no matter what, then I think it literally kills humanity, unironically. If it kills relatively fast... I mean, you guys have played Plague Inc. It's possible for a virus or a disease of some kind to literally kill its host too fast for it to spread efficiently. So there's a certain point where, like, a virus or a disease could be super scary and deadly, but its deadliness, while making it, like, very lethal and effective at that, doesn't make it very effective at spreading. Because viruses that kill their hosts don't live very long. They don't spread very much. Let's be honest, The Walking Dead's lore writing is not the best. It needed a reason how such weak zombies took down humanity, but yeah, the reason was contrived as hell. I mean, if the reason was simply, like, people just didn't know it was coming, then I think that makes a little bit of sense. In the world of The Walking Dead, there are no zombie media, so they don't know to even shoot for the head. So it's, you know, military soldiers trained to shoot center mass. Maybe they get overwhelmed. A couple people get bitten. They don't know what's going on. They don't know a bite is lethal. They just take them to the med tent. And then all of a sudden, middle of the night, someone turns, and now an entire military encampment has zombies wandering around, biting people's throats out while they're sleeping. That has happened in The Walking Dead. It's what happens if one person dies behind walls where people feel they're safe, and then they turn, because you turn no matter how you die in The Walking Dead. Yeah, I don't know. I actually do think the factor of everyone's not everyone's bitten, everyone's infected, and no matter how you die, you will turn. That aspect of The Walking Dead makes it so much harder to beat the zombies, because you can never really beat them. People, unless you come up with a cure, there will always be people dying and turning into new ones. Now, the zombie virus, at least, like, imagine a Walking Dead-style zombie virus existed. Maybe minus the everyone's infected thing, because that wouldn't really make much sense. Like, how did everyone get infected? That would be really hard not to notice. But, like, realistically, as far as carriers for the zombie virus, the only people who carry it in a way that is contagious in traditional zombie media are zombies. And, like, conservatives are pretty dumb, and they're pretty destructive towards America, don't get me wrong, but if conservatives saw full-on fucking zombies walking down the street trying to bite them, they might actually take it seriously, especially when you consider how these people make their entire personality collecting guns and artillery and stuff like that to prepare for the apocalypse or the Civil War or whatever it is. These people will see an actual zombie outbreak, and it'll actually be something they can see. It'll be tangible. Sadly, COVID, for a lot of people, wasn't a tangible threat. A lot of them just got COVID once or twice, and it was like a mild cold for them. And from then on out, they started believing every bit of conservative propaganda about it not being a big deal and pushing for people to go back to work because it wasn't so bad for them. I've met a lot of people that are like that, where COVID just wasn't so bad for them. And some of them even elevate that to, why are people taking it so seriously? It's really not that bad. I've literally had it. And it's like, no, it varies based on the person. It varies based on the person. You got lucky. I think in The Walking Dead, it's the show that tries to science it. The comics and games seem to have it be unexplained. Like, it could be voodoo magic. It doesn't matter. They don't need to justify the setting. Sure, but it depends on what you want The Walking Dead to be. Because on one front, you've got the people who are tired of The Walking Dead being like a forever franchise, But that was initially, when Robert Kirkman wrote the Walking Dead comics, the whole point of The Walking Dead. The whole point of it was a zombie story that didn't just cut to black and end right after the movie, ended. Instead, it would follow our characters for years and years and years and years into the apocalypse, as we'd see, like, what happens after the credits roll in a zombie movie, essentially. And it was supposed to go on forever. Thing is, it did end up having an end. Like, the Walking Dead comic did end up ending in the end. Man, I used the word end a lot there. But when it comes to the show, they're moving in quite a different direction with that. Very clearly they are. Notably, they're trying to make it into a bit of a cinematic universe that converges at a single point, which is Rick and the CRM and the whole black helicopters thing. Like Rick always seeing the black helicopters, we found out what those were and why they were so significant to him. Michonne is my favorite character for a while. In that case, you will really like The Ones Who Live. That's all I'll say. Alrighty. Pepper T21, wow, thank you so much for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $25. That really means a lot to me, and I imagine those gifted subs mean a lot to Pina Taparty, Decade Slav, Tornado 9990, Mari's Bear, and Zoomy Deer. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you, and you sent me a link. Light Yakami plays Palworld. Okay. Okay, looks like we're gonna end up having to watch this. Oh boy. Oh boy. We always get stuck watching a funny meme video early in the stream, but it's honestly just a tradition at this point. What can I do? How can I complain? It's a tradition. Thank you so much, Pepper T21. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you. And hey, remember guys, if you want to support my channel, you can always do so just by dropping a like on the stream. It really does mean a lot. Or just supporting me through, I don't know, like donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But however you support me, whether it just be hanging out, or dropping a like, or even just lurking in the chat, or especially donating, thank you for being here. Let's take a look at this funny meme video. Light Yagami plays Palworld. I don't know why I can't pronounce the word, the name of that game without fucking it up. Palworld.
What's up, Light?
No, it's just a game, like any high schooler would play. No need to get worried.
What's that?
It's huge on Steam right now. I think it's called Palworld.
The AI voices are so accurate
I heard
too.
about it. Pokemon with guns, right?
It honestly looks more like Ark, in my opinion. Nerd. What?
Go on ahead. I don't think I've seen you play a game before. Except for tennis, I guess.
Esports are real sports.
Huh?
Damn it. You're gonna use my gaming as a way to see if I'm Kira, aren't you? You don't think I can suppress my epic gamer instincts in front of you? I guess we'll see, L.
Maybe not. Maybe don't. Maybe don't.
This game looks kind of fun. So mysterious.
Skip.
What?
Time.
Wow, that's so nice. She gave you some of her stuff.
I want that gun.
Huh? Wait, what the fuck?
Hand it over, you bit. Damn, she called reinforcements. Imagine needing a squad to even have a chance against me. Fucking loser. Come on. Yes. Now I gotta lose these guys.
I can't say I approve of this, but good job, I guess.
Damn, they're still following me. Get off my
That's what it's like to live on the run, Light. Better to just turn yourself in.
Okay, I think I managed to shake them off. Now I'm just gonna go back to base and just build a small...
Looks like they found you again, Light.
How does this place have better police protection than my own city? What the fuck?
I don't know. How did they get the what the fuck to sound like that?
I dare you try to follow me down here. Now on the verge of death, I have to labor like a peasant.
I mean, you are playing a survival game.
I swear, the moment I can, all this labor is going to be given to those inferior to me. It'll be the first thing I do. Introducing slavery.
Light, before I even begin to say this, I doubt there exists a game in 2024 that lets you do that. Trust me, I looked.
Damn, so close. Well, if you don't want to join me, You're against me. You're gonna be my first meal. I always wondered what Pokemon tasted like.
What?
Don't lie to me, everyone has a list of Pokemon they want to eat. Togepi and
That is
Raichu.
true, yeah. I'd eat a Pokemon.
Alright, the first
Yeah,
step
no.
to building my
No, like I think I'd like eat a Pokemon. Like if somebody like brought out some Pokemon steak, like it depends on what kind. Like tell me Gyarados fillet wouldn't taste good once you got past the armor, right? Like fillet of Gyarados, you know? I'd deep throat a cooked Charizard like as a hot dog. Jack Makila, what the fuck was that, dog? You are down bad.
Empire. Wait, I have to do it myself? Oh my god. All this is doing is further fueling my desire. Now I know how you felt, Ash. I will also catch the ball. Cue epic montage.
Okay, we're not watching the Palworld video. That was really good. That was a good meme. That was a good meme, but we do have to get the segments. God dang. That was really funny, Pepper T21. I really appreciate your very kind support with that dono. Or actually, no, those gifted subs, actually. Thank you very much. Farfetch almost went extinct because people ate them? Huh. Yeah, like, isn't there literally people eating Pokemon in Pokemon? Like, that's a thing I swear has been referenced or talked about. They eat Slowpoke tails? You know what I wonder? How rare are Pokemon? Because, like just generally, like, if you went out in like, the world of Pokemon, if you went out about your day, is it, like, Pokemon Go common to run into Pokemon? Are they as common as any other animal you would see? You just, like, see mostly really common ones everywhere? Or is it like are they somewhat rare? Like, is it going into the woods and looking for deer type rare? Like, you probably could find them, but there's a chance you go through the whole woods, make too much noise, and none get spotted. The last few games have them out in the wild, right? Yeah, they live out in the wild, but I just wonder, because obviously the pixel games aren't a very, like, good representation, nor is the anime, because, like, how you can't really see the distance between, like, they walked here, met a Pokemon, and then they walked here and met another Pokemon. How far did they walk without seeing any wild Pokemon, you know? It is as common as seeing any animal? Okay, that's about what I was expecting, but I was kind of hoping they were more rare. Like, just the idea of seeing a Pokemon would be a special thing. Kind of like, you know, if you were just driving down the street and a bunch of deer were in someone's yard, you'd be like, whoa, deer. You know? Animals don't exist anymore? Wait, really? In the Pokemon universe, there's no animals? Other than Pokemon? It's been a long time since I've watched Pokemon. Fish exist? Yeah, I know fish exists. It has to. And surely they're not all eating meat from Pokemons. I wonder how many deerling get hit by cars in the Pokemon universe. Pokemon just are the animals. They explicitly don't eat Magikarp because it's too bony. That I know, yeah. Like, they mention that. That, like, Magikarp just aren't edible. All fish are Pokemon in Pokeverse. So literally all animals are Pokemon in the Pokemon universe. There are no normal animals. They're all Pokemon. And it's just a matter of which ones have you not seen yet. So why do they not base more Pokemon just off of animals they've never touched yet in terms of, like, inspiration, rather than making things that are, like, inanimate objects that are animate? Like, some of the more recent gens of Pokemon have been, like, ridiculous, right? Like, I know there's one that's literally a candelabra. That's too generic. Okay. Sure. They just finally added a dolphin-type Pokemon. Nice. Yeah, like, wait, hold on a second. Are plant-type Pokemon vegan? Is it vegan to eat a Bulbasaur? I'm curious about that. Is it vegan? Is Bulbasaur meat vegan? Would it be meat? Is it just plant? It's sentient? Question mark? In caps? It's sentient? But is it vegan, though? That's the question. Anyway, thank you for the 5-tier gift to subs, Pepper T21. We're gonna get to the segment, okay? We're gonna get to the segment. All right, everybody. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alrighty, everybody. So this particular topic is kind of an interesting one because it both ties in with the realm of internet, YouTube, Twitter, content creator drama, but it also has a large bearing on the space of the online left as it stands today. Now, as much as I hate to say it, and as much as I hate for it to be true, Hasan Piker remains the largest self-made, if you want to call him that. There are arguments to be made that he's not as self-made as you would think. That, like, he's a self-made content creator who got where he is today, and now he's, like, big lefty content creator who is the basically the backbone of the online left at the moment. As much as I hate to say it, as, like, he is the largest self-made content creator in the online left. Culturally, a lot of the online left are just, like, following him, his memes, and his community. And the big downside to that, in my opinion, is that Hasan is a massive idiot, on one hand, so when it comes to topics that I agree with him on, he's god-awful at defending those positions. But it's not just that he's god-awful at defending them, it's that he's also quite aggressive towards anybody who criticizes how bad he is at defending him. Like, he's very whiny, you know? And it doesn't really fly well with a guy who's, like, physically, aesthetically, like, when you look at him, not the kind of dude who looks like he should be as whiny as he is. Regardless, Hasan recently ended up talking about the lives of streamers and whether or not being a streamer is as hard as or a similar level of hard, or maybe even just the same amount of a different kind of hard as traditional wage slave jobs. Now, the fact that the left typically refers to jobs that aren't streaming as wage slavery kind of gives you an idea of how that line of argument was received by not even just people who are, you know, already quite dedicated to hating Hasan, but even a fair amount of his own fans when he made this point. Now, we're going to go through sort of the tweets that kind of build up this entire drama and this entire engagement, but the first one is a tweet from Drama Alert that includes a video, and it's captioned the following. No way Hasanabi thinks, spelled wrong, Hasanabi thinks streaming is harder than a real job. And it comes with a 20-second clip. Now, that is a very short clip, and you guys know I am no Hasan fan. I'm actually a registered Hasan hater. So, with that in mind, I have no reason to be charitable to him here. But this is a 20-second clip, posted by Drama Alert, Keemstar. Not a very trustworthy length for a clip to be taken, for me to believe it's not out of context, and also not the most trustworthy source posting it. You know, like, we know there's a bias there, and we also know there's a very strong political bias against Hasan there. Now, I disagree with Hasan on a great many things politically. He's a tanky. He backs the Chinese government in terms of their whole thing. He backs Russia. He backs, like, I'm pretty sure he does, like, what is it, like, the Vietnam simping that like gets really popular in some tanky spheres of the online left. Like, oh yeah, guys, everything is so affordable in Vietnam. Look how cheap it is. And it's like, yeah, what are the wages? Same fucking thing in Russia with Tucker Carlson. It's like the lefty version of that. And so, like, I don't know. When it comes to Hasan, while some social positions the guy can be relatively close to on the dot on, he kind of ruins it all with creating a very strong echo chamber of tanky thought. And these people, they don't have any real values other than the aesthetics of socialism and communism. This is the most true for Hasan. No more true for anybody else other than Hasan. He is the most aesthetics-obsessed lefty ever, but while wanting to appear like a grassroots-funded, self-made content creator, he also, is very wealthy and, wears, like, expensive drip and stuff. So it's a little bit of a, it doesn't fly with me. I'm not a Hasan fan, if you can't tell. But with that known, you'll be able to know where my biases are. And if I end up having a take here that is in any way charitable to Hasan, you know that it's not because I have a bias in his favor. It's because I feel like I might be able to make his argument better. I've heard the full context of what he said, by the way. And while I think there is a shred of truth to it, I also have a lot more to say to criticize what he said. But let's watch the 20-second version of this clip first.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired. But a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will. So, yes.
Okay. So pretty clearly taken out of context because of the time length and the fact that we don't see any of the lead up or the kind of wind down that streamers tend to have. But regardless, I think it's worth talking about what he says here and responding to it. Now, something that I imagine I don't have to say, this is more so the type of rhetoric that I think more streamers need to hear, is that I'll use myself as an example. I got into streaming and was able to start doing this job full-time pretty young. I was 18, turning 19, when I started to be able to go full-time with this. And now I'm 24. It's been a little while, but when I was younger, I was lucky to get a job before I started streaming. Because in this day and age, a lot of younger people who get into streaming in their mid to early 20s, or even in their teens, they haven't had a real job yet outside of content creation on the internet. And there are a lot of content creators that you just know completely fucked themselves over because of that, right? How many content creators can you think of who had like a 10 million view viral video blow up? They're like a 19-year-old, and they think that like fame is going to last forever, and it disappears, right? Or like it's very common. A lot of content creators in this day and age are young people, like Leafy is here is a good example too, who got into content creation maybe in the tail end of high school or beginning of college age, and never had that like grueling real-life job experience. Now, to clarify, the job that I worked was as a lifeguard, and that is, in my opinion, one of the easiest normal jobs you can ever work. Granted, I was baking in the Florida sun all day, growing skin cancer, and, you know, having to fish drunk people out of the water, but that job mostly involved standing and watching, and at some points, occasionally, I would have to sit and watch, and very rarely, very, very rarely, I would have to stop sitting and stop watching and do a thing that involved pulling someone out of the water. It was mostly a pretty chill job. Mostly. Obviously, you know, people are mean to lifeguards. There was some stuff like that. But outside of that, you get it. I understand that Hasan was talking about... I know. I'm going to get to it. Don't worry. Now, that is one of the most summer camp feeling job you can have, honestly. And even that, I think about what it was like to wake up early when I really didn't want to get up because I had an alarm set. I wasn't waking up like I do now when my body's ready to wake up. I was waking up to an alarm that I set. And I was never waking up feeling like I got a good night's rest. But nonetheless, I had to get in the shower. And I had to get ready to go to work if it was an A shift. If it was a B shift, I had to get up. I had to do what schoolwork I could fit in through the day because I was 16. And then I had to get ready for my B shift, which was the end half of the day at the park where I was a lifeguard. And, you know, I think about that. And then I think about what streamers generally and what I have now. And I am endlessly thankful for this. There are days where streaming sucks, sure. Like, I've definitely gotten dogpiled by shitloads of internet, like, people that want my head on a stake or whatever. But, like, even then, they're just internet people. They don't really know you, and they can't, like, touch you. They can't physically harm you or anything. You can ban people from your chat. You can block people online. There have been so many times where I've witnessed minimum wage, like wage cagey workers, and I went through this experience just getting belligerently screamed at by customers at the park that are just, I can't ban them. I can't like turn off my stream or block them. It's a 200-pound drunk guy in my face screaming at a 16-year-old. I was 16 at the time. Because he's not allowed to do backflips off the dock. And now he's starting to get a little bit physical, like threatening to get physical about it if I don't let him do backflips off the dock. Like, that is so much different than even the worst days. The best days as a lifeguard aren't even as good as the worst days of streaming. At the end of the day, you just cannot put a price on the freedom afforded to make your own schedule, to build your own hours, and to decide what content you want to make, to make the content that is actually like passionate. You're actually passionate about it. It's an endless pile of different things to be thankful for when you have a position like this. And so while I understand that what Hasan is talking about is a admittedly very relatable sense of like, man, I just finished streaming. I feel very drained right now. My social battery is just kind of empty. I had to put on like, a stream performance for hours on end without letting myself stop to breathe for too long because if there's dead air, then people leave. Like that kind of thing. But that is so much better of a day to have ahead of you than what so many people out there have. And most people who are watching this type of lefty content are not like wealthy, well-off people with like extremely stable, enjoyable passion project careers. These are people who are probably working minimum wage, maybe a little higher, coming home and like just savoring the time where they don't have to go to their wage slavey job. And then one of their pastimes is to watch a big wealthy streamer on Twitch tell them about how fucked the system that they are stuck in is. Which is why you can imagine that when a lot of Hasan fans in that position heard this, it came off as really ungrateful. Like, imagine you just came off your shift getting screamed at by employees at a customer service job. Your fucking feet hurt, your head hurts, your eyes hurt, you can barely keep them open, your back hurts, you're starving, you have to piss because you just drove your fucking 30-minute commute home and you just wanted to get home, so you just rushed home and now you're ready to go to the bathroom, you haven't showered. Like, that is like the state of the average worker at the end of a workday in America. Imagine you come home and you put on Hasan, your favorite streamer, your favorite lefty streamer, and he starts complaining about the difficulties of being a streamer compared to a real job. Now, I think it's fine to complain about things you're dealing with as a streamer. No one thinks it's wrong. Well, no one but people who are bad faith cringe lords think it's wrong to complain about problems you face. But to complain about them under the pretext of a comparison to those who have it better, or have it worse, it doesn't come off well. Now, to be fair, for all honesty purposes, Hasan did end up responding to this. Now, Willie Mac Show, who actually unfollowed me for some reason, I don't know why Willie Mac Show unfollowed me, maybe it was automatic, ended up commenting, like quote tweeting Hasan by saying, "This guy makes shit up for 9 hours a day, and his commute to work is walking into his 5th bedroom in his $3 million mansion. But somehow a real job is hard. But somehow a real job is hard. LMFAO." I think he meant to say, but somehow a real job isn't as hard. I think that was a typo. Anyway, Hasan quote tweets Willie Mac Show and says, "It is wild how this completely out of context clip made its way to Twitter so fast. I was talking about how much a 9-hour stream eats away at my social battery and how I can't socialize after, comparing it to my sales job before. I recognize how fortunate I am every day." Okay, so now we've got a 1 minute and 50-second clip attached, which presumably includes the clip that was 20 seconds long we just watched. Now, far be it from me to deride, or what's the word for you? Not deride. Deprive you guys of context. So let's go ahead and see the version of the clip that Hasan posted.
No. No, social battery wise, unless you're in retail, it's very different. You're out of touch with them. I'm gonna die, dude. There's motherfuckers who are accountants in here and they're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
So like, this is the fact of the matter is, like, if somebody starts saying, if you're complaining about like how draining 9 hours of streaming is, and someone in the chat says, well, it's not as hard as being a wage slave, it's not as hard as working a minimum wage job, a real job, the last thing you ever do is engage with them on that. Don't like argue with them about like, well, in some ways I'd say streaming is harder. Don't do that. Like, obviously, you know, this is more of a streamer to streamer type message, but like, don't do that. Don't like try to argue, actually, no, I do have it quite bad. My social battery gets drained quite a lot. The problem with that is that to an audience of people who are never going to see your position as sympathetic, considering you are the amount of merchandise Hasan is surrounded by right now, all these different knickknacks and things he's got up, probably total in value to more than like 5 of his chatters combined on average make in a year. Okay? He is visually not in a very sympathetic position to be complaining about stuff. So when someone brings up the point, but it's not as bad as a real job, the only thing that needs to come out of your mouth in response is, yeah, you're right. A real job would suck a lot worse. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. I'm so glad I'm able to, for a living, make entertaining content for you guys. Because I genuinely could not imagine a better life than being an entertainer. Like, that's how I feel about you guys, and that's how I talk about this stuff too. Even if there are things that I feel kind of are a little rough about streaming, like, I would never try to talk about it on that point of comparison for no other reason than even 10% of people misunderstanding what I mean is going to lead to, like, a very easily avoidable backlash like what we're seeing now. And of course, you have dishonest individuals who are jumping on Hasan here. Don't get me wrong. He's not saying what like Keemstar was saying he was saying there. But I mean, he's wearing a Rolex hat. Guys, you see the logo on the cap he's wearing, right? It literally says Rolex. I'm pretty sure he has Rolex merch. Not just a Rolex watch, Rolex merch. It's really hard to see him sympathetically when he's him, you know?
Unless you're in fucking retail.
Whole chat spamming bad take. 12 hours of working as a surgical vet tech was pretty draining. Corporate America definitely sucks the life out of you. Yeah, like there's no world in which you can argue. Like, Hasan probably isn't wearing pants. Like, he's probably wearing like basketball shorts under, like, but below the waist for his drip. Like Willie Mack said, his commute to work is a walk across his house. It just doesn't compare. It does not compare. It doesn't. It just doesn't compare to a normal job. If you are a streamer, you need to be eternally grateful of every single day you get to stream for a living, because that's all you got. Like, for all you know, your career could go belly up the next day. YouTube can ban you. It is not a stable job. Do not take it for granted. And for the love of God, do not act as though the hard parts of streaming and content creation come even close to even the average days that the average American worker faces. Do not expect them to feel pity for you or sympathy for you when you complain about your streamer problems that are, like, it feels like the like equivalent of someone in like a developing nation having to listen to like a middle class white American complain about their like phone not accepting a charge. Like, really? Are you shitting me? That's what you're complaining to me about that.
It's very different. You're out of touch with them. I'm gonna die, dude. There's motherfuckers who are accountants in here and they're misunderstanding what I'm saying. A real job does not expend your social battery in the same fucking way as someone who did a sales job, a real job, okay? I'm telling you, as someone who did both.
I'm sorry. I don't know if I believe that. Like, I felt really socially drained after work when I was like younger, to the point where I was just like, I'm gonna go lay down. Like, I was a teenager and I'd get home from work and I was like, I need to lay down for a little while. Like, I can't talk to anybody. I don't want to do anything other than just kind of lay down in bed for like 20 to 30 minutes, right? Just everything's drained, both my physical and social battery. That was how it was when I was a lifeguard. But as a streamer, like, even when it comes to the social battery draining thing, like, I finish stream and I hop onto a call with my friends after a few minutes of just chilling out and enjoying the silence for a bit, you know? Like, it's not really, like, anything close. Like, bro doesn't even have to set a specific bedtime in order to make, like, a work starting hour clock-in time that if he doesn't reach, he will either be penalized for or potentially even fired for. And getting fired for Hasan, reminder, in all of this, there is always the overarching sort of reality that if you are a streamer like Hasan, who has so much money, who has bought a house, like Hasan has bought a house. So even if he lost most of his money and income, he forever has like housing taken care of in that way, and very nice housing too. So Hasan is someone who could lose his job today and be set for life for the rest of his life and never have to worry about working another job again. While most people who are working traditional jobs, like this person's pointing out, shut up, you're out of touch. Like most people working traditional jobs, even if the day at work isn't too bad, nonetheless, if God forbid, for no fault of their own, that employee, that person got fired from their job the next day, that is like catastrophic. Like, need to find a new job right the fuck away so I can keep food on the table, the lights on, and a roof over my head type deal for the vast majority of people that are watching Hasan. So it just comes off as enormously privileged and, what's the word for it? Ungrateful when Hasan insists on complaining to his whole audience of people who are nowhere near as wealthy as him that he actually has a right to complain. The amount of pushback alone is the reason why he should have never gone down this path of rhetoric. Dude probably pulls 500K a year between YouTube sponsors, etc. Janelle M., that is a massive underestimation. At one point, Hasan was getting like, I think he had 45,000 subs on Twitch for like a whole summer over the course of 2020, and assuming minimum those are all tier 1 subs, that's like hundreds of thousands. I'm not good at fast math in my head, but that's hundreds of thousands of dollars a month that he was making just in 2020, just from Twitch subs, not counting separate donos, not sponsorships, not ad revenue, not whatever the fuck else he has, like merch or whatever that he can monetize. He's so easily over $1 million. He is easily making over $1 million a year. Easily. I would honestly not be surprised if it's closer to $5 or $6 million a year that Hasan makes, or probably made during his peak. It might be a little lower now, but regardless, the amount that he has set aside is life-changing money for anybody on the, well, not anybody on the planet. Like, if you're Hasan wealthier, it's not life-changing money. But if you are a normal person, 99.9% of people, Hasan's monthly income would be life-changing money for you. Yeah.
Like 9 hours,
like 1 month of Hasan's income
constant
would change your life.
performance and people pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do fucking physical labor. It would not bother me, but I can't fucking do more social shit. That's my point. Like,
I will say Hasan's definitely not a lazy person. He had like one of the longest unbroken streaming streaks on all of Twitch, literally streaming like 12 hours a day for an entire year. Really, really dedicated. Like literally waking up, getting on streams. Now, granted, a lot of that time is literally him like getting up and walking away for like sometimes hours on end, usually like sitting and not saying anything while reacting to a video, going, like he goes out and grocery shops. He would go out and grocery shop during stream at certain points back then during the election. But yeah, Hasan definitely isn't lazy, but it just really does come off as like ungrateful, you know?
there are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people-pleasing jobs.
Hasan's
would
chat
be
even agrees with me.
very similar. Those are like, I think, customer service type shit. But like, if you're an accountant or if
He compared being a streamer to customer service. That is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. Maybe if you're like a really small streamer making as much as a customer service person, but like at the end of the day, streaming and content creation also has this like potentially unlimited amount of upwards mobility, where if you can put in the time, work, and effort, you can potentially like grow your presence and grow your success to the point of going from like broke, barely scraping by streamer to like Hasan tier wealthy streamer, right? You know, you could become the next Mr. Beast theoretically if you really knew what you were doing and put in the work. But, you know, it's not common, right? So like from the perspective of Hasan specifically, it is extra disconnected to complain about what it's like to be a streamer. Like there's already this really strong trend like already in social media about like fuck streamers, they're lazy pieces of shit, and a lot of the time it's pretty true. It's pretty true a lot of the time. Streamers, I know a lot of streamers, and a lot of them are kind of lazy pieces of shit. Not pieces of shit, but they're lazy. However, I do think it's kind of evolved into a level of derangement in some ways. Like I think most people should have been able to understand what he was saying here, even if he's doing it in the worst possible way. Like, hey, like there's two different types of tired, right? And like you know the emotional sort of exhaustion of a 12 or 9 hour stream. You know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of like when I worked a normal job. It's not the same. It's not as bad certainly, but you know, like if you went on that like that way, maybe it would have been better. But frankly, I just wouldn't even allow them to get you involved in the comparison, because even invoking the comparison between normal jobs and streaming is a no-no.
Even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery and you just tap out after it.
I don't.
Yeah, think about it.
I'm
this
ready to
way.
hop on Hell Divers after
Like,
stream.
You give presentations for your job, right? Imagine giving a presentation for 9 hours straight. It's like, after a while, you would be like, I don't want to talk ever again.
It's not exactly like that, especially when you consider that, like, a presentation at work is you physically standing there. You have to get dressed in your fucking uniform, arrive at a set time. If you don't do well enough, then your boss can fucking fire you, and you have to find a new job or you can't afford food. On top of that, like, you're not allowed to stop. Like for example, I'll use myself as an example. If I was giving a 6-7 hour presentation, whatever it might be, do you think I can stop and just hit a vape? No. Obviously not. Obviously it's not an option. It's so much easier being a streamer than like having a job where you have to get dressed in a uniform and then go to work and give a business presentation. Oh, I guess that's the end of the clip. That was the end. That was all he had to say. I feel like you know, I do feel like Hasan could have handled this a lot better. Although I will say the pendulum has started to swing backwards because, you know, people on Twitter have started to go after Hasan on the right, and typically with Hasan's audience, they're a little bit like Oobleck, right? Like if Hasan just is left to do his own making himself an idiot, he kind of like pushes away his own audience. But then for the thing that he did with it that was so stupid, drama YouTubers and conservative YouTubers criticize him for it, and then out of like almost for the sake of principle, a bunch of Hasan fans will then like defend Hasan against those same criticisms that they agreed with, because they see the people going after Hasan now aren't people they like. I've noticed that a lot, like people flip-flopping on their position on Hasan depending on who's criticizing him. But you see, I will always be fully consistent in my dislike of him. You know, you'll never see me flip-flop based on who is criticizing him. I think Hasan handled this quite poorly. In fact, he followed up with this tweet, which came out yesterday. somebody tweeted, "What's harder than this?" And then you've got one of those videos of dudes working an oil drill. That's crude oil for those that don't know. Hasan quote tweeted and said, "Twitch streaming." And it did get 50,000 likes almost, so I guess there's a fair amount of support, but yeah, I guess like his base is kind of pushing back against the criticism for that take, now that a lot of the criticism is coming from conservative accounts on Twitter, and it's sort of like a point of principle to like argue against them, no matter what the point is. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Hasan. Yeah, he didn't really do himself any favors, did he? Here's another big post that went viral, and I have to admit, I liked and retweeted this one, because it is objectively true. This is the worst streamer of all time. And then there's a picture of Hasan at the Streamer Awards, which is like the big, like, clouded up, like, Twitch streamer event. And you've got Dark Viper AU. Dark Viper AU's interesting. I have mixed opinions on him. On one hand, I think that his positions on, like, React content are a little... They're a little deranged at times. Like, he unironically does believe that unless a video in which someone is reacting or responding to and showing clips of another video, unless it's pre-recorded, edited, and only showing specific clips that were pre-selected for arguments, then it's like, it should be banned from YouTube. So, like, for example, my videos where I, like, put on a conservative video and then I go point by point debunking it, he believes that content should be removed from YouTube, even though it's for the sake of criticism. Because in his argument, if, like, most of the video is contained in the reaction or response, then it makes a market replacement and should be banned from YouTube. Now, obviously, like, his view of what is and isn't copyrighted material or isn't copyright infringement is not in line with most, at least American copyright law. He's actually, like, more radical on it than others. But he is also one of the best GTA content creators, so my opinion on him is a little mixed. So I dropped the like and retweet on this one. False. We should thank Hasan Piker for working tirelessly to bring together people of different political perspectives by being such a piece of shit that those who agree on nothing else can still come together to condemn him for being a horrible person. Showing all hope isn't lost. True. Hasan truly might be so bad that he unites the entire internet in just a sort of unanimous dislike of him. It'd be a nice ending to this whole saga, I must say. Alrighty. How do you guys like your little bit of a treat of a drama segment at the beginning of the stream? Just finished that up. How do you guys like the segment? Did you like that little treat, that little drama treat? I haven't been doing as much drama content lately, but I know you guys want it. I know you guys are thirsty for it. W Take, good segment. Yeah, I appreciate it. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoy. Yeah, it was a segment. It was, in fact, a segment. Pepper T21 with another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Holy crap. Thank you for the additional $25. That puts us at 50. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast because I forgot to do it before and I don't want to undercredit you guys. You guys have already been so generous. Thank you so much. It really does help a lot. Said, gifted to Mega Dingus, Reaganator, Terrell, Ride the Rails, and TSW the Shadow Wolf. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hopefully the people who got gifted those subs do too. Said, want a real fucking Pokemon trip? Read the first paragraph on this wiki page. It's canon. Arceusism. Arceusism is a major religion practiced by a large percentage of the denizens in the Pokemon world. There are 3 types of arsenicism. Lantherism, which is believed that Arceusism, I believe. Arceus is the supreme being of all, and each Pokemon should be worshipped. Orthism, believing that only the legendary Pokemon should be worshipped, and Pseudoism, believing that we are the descendants of Pokemon. Jesus Christ, this is fucking crazy. Old age, new age, newer age, known prophets, afterlife. Fuck it. What is this fucking lore? Holy shit. Warning, this article isn't based on a canon topic. You may post fanon theories on this topic under... Okay, wait, it's not canon. Well, people said it was canon when they sent it to me, but apparently it's not canon. Interesting. That's some crazy-ass lore for Pokemon. Jesus. I don't care what happens on that trash Nazi site. People should just abandon it. Yeah, the problem is Twitter is still, like, for example, Game Master 19. There is no way for me to remove my false strike off of my channel that I have currently, besides contacting YouTube through Twitter and getting a bunch of likes and retweets on my public tweet calling them out. That is the only contact YouTubers have with YouTube for fixing problems like that. So, like, you literally can't not use Twitter as a YouTuber. It's also, like, as much as I hate to say it, guys, most people outside of the left like Twitter how it is now. Like, the right-wing memes get a lot of support, even outside of the bots. The being able to, like, say slurs and stuff has a lot of broad support from, like, normies and, like, middle-leaning people who like having no rules and they like the sort of chaos, even though Elon just made it, like you'll fully get shadow banned and like, marked as shadow banned. They'll tell you if you use the word cis in your tweet. Like, a lot of people are, like, the middle ground people, especially in the world of YouTubers, are far from leaving Twitter. Because the state of Twitter now is more entertaining and fun for, like, the average person who is not left-leaning than it has ever been. So even though many people have left, because it's become so unpleasant, a lot of people are still staying there, and it hasn't gotten bad enough for people to leave. Like, the free speech thing is pretty popular with a lot of, like, normies who fall for that line of thinking, you know? The right uses that line of thinking for a reason. It works. Like, yeah. It's all ads and other tweets you don't want to see under replies and now porn bots. Yeah, no, the site literally fucking sucks, but, like, people are still using it, you know? Like, the organizations that you need to be able to contact as a YouTuber are still using it. Like, companies are still giving big updates on their products through Twitter, you know? Can you at least post more on Blue Sky now? I mean, I can try, but I don't even post on Twitter. Like, do you guys see my Twitter post rate? It's like 2 posts a day. I really don't post on Twitter much. And I don't really browse Twitter much. I'm not much of a Twitter user to begin with. I'm not really on social media much these days. It's not really got... Like, for one, Twitter's shadow banned me, so I don't really get much engagement on my tweets, so I don't really bother tweeting much. And then on top of that, like, I mean, if I posted photos all the time, maybe I'd be on Instagram. Blue Sky is just kind of like Twitter, but I don't have any urge to post. What can I say? Like, when I do have an urge to post, it's in response to a particular thing, and I don't really see things that make me want to post on Blue Sky, and I barely ever see things that make me want to post on Twitter. I have left Twitter, and I have felt better. Yeah, me too. It's why I don't post on Twitter much. It's because, like, I got banned from Twitter, was on Blue Sky, got unbanned from Twitter eventually, and, like, never really came back. Like, I think the most tweets I posted in a day since I came back to Twitter was, like, 10. Which is not that much, and not common. Yeah, Blue Sky is non-racist Twitter, that is true, but I'm not much of a poster anymore, guys. I don't like posting on that shit, you know? I've returned to my homeland of Tumblr. Avalon of Babylon, don't you know the CEO of Tumblr is, like, a massive transphobe who's, like, currently on, like, a crusade against trans rights? Like, are you guys aware of that? Like, Tumblr's full-on run by a transphobe. Like a massive, unironically mentally ill transphobe. What is Blue Sky, the movie company? No, Blue Sky is a Twitter alternative made by the guy who made original Twitter. Whether or not you trust that guy, Jack Dorsey or whatever his name is up to you. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know whether or not I trust Blue Sky in the long term, considering how Twitter ended up. All right. All right. Really quick, I am going to go piss, because I have to piss. My bladder is full. I must use the restroom, but I will be right back. Be patient, okay? I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to grab... Actually, I probably should grab another bottle of water, considering this one's empty. So yeah, I'm going to go upstairs and grab water. I'm going to use the bathroom, and then I shall be right back, chat. Be patient. Alrighty. Got myself a new bottle of water. Feeling good. Man, I don't know why, but when I stream, I chug through water fast. Like, maybe it's... I will admit, time passes ridiculously fast while I'm streaming. I don't really pay attention to the clock or, like, the time that has passed. Like, I'll glance at it, and I always am surprised at how much time has already passed. Like, it's already been an hour and 24 minutes, which is why I'm getting the next segment ready, because it's really easy. It's really, really easy to just kind of, like, forget how much time is passing. I just love the idea of playing Mage the Awakening / Ascension of Buff Life. Oh, how many of you guys are excited for Dragon's Dogma? That's going to be exciting. I'm probably going to stream that. Dragon's Dogma 2 when that comes out. Also, you're talking a lot, Xander Hall. That dries your mouth and throat, making you more thirsty. Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, I burn through that water. I go through it fast. Yeah, gotta stay hydrated. Gotta keep that social battery full. Okay. Alright. Alright, enough horsing around. Okay? Enough horsing around. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody, so we just got a big update in the realm of the lefty internet sphere drama today. A massive update. Something really big happened. You see, a few months ago, big lefty YouTuber by the name of HBomberGuy made a video about YouTube and plagiarism, and the video went, like, for hours, talking about different content creators, how they'd been caught in, you know, plagiarism scandals. Some of them had initially been exposed by HBomberGuy, such as Illuminati, when it came to her plagiarism. But then eventually, the video lasered in. As most video essays do, we finally learned about 2/3 of the way into the video who the video essay was actually about specifically. And it was a YouTuber on the left who makes queer media review, critique, and analysis, named James Somerton. Now, James, as you can see here from his channel, made a lot of different content. Ignore this one, the one that we're about to cover. The campy queer sensibilities of Barbie, the queer dystopia of the LGBT movement, sex, violence, showgirls, and the American way, the death of queer privacy. All these videos are basically like ideal lefty keyword like spammed like algorithm bait. Everything about these videos absolutely perfect for getting like a broad audience of progressives online to watch said videos. Here's the thing though. Here's the thing. James Somerton was, at the end of H. Bomber's Guy video, of course, outed as a plagiarist. Many of these videos, although I imagine the ones that are shown here are probably skimmed through. He probably like deleted the ones that were evidence. A bunch of his videos were outright stolen. Entire paragraphs just ripped from mostly other queer figures who have done media analysis on like a broad scale. He was literally trying to put himself forward as this like self-made LGBT film reviewer and critic, but he was literally stealing all of his everything, pretty much. Not everything, but a lot of his work was stolen from other LGBT figures that did what he does and just have less of a known like presence, which is why he was able to get away with such blatant plagiarism for so long. And when I say blatant, I'm talking several minutes at a time of word for word repeating of lines. And then on top of that, you can tell where he tried to hide it, where he kind of paraphrased other people's writings, where it would like be exactly the same, and then there would be a particular unique word, and he would substitute it with a different synonym for that word, so it looks like they didn't, he didn't copy anyone's homework, right? James Somerton's response to this was to literally delete all of his videos. Not delete, but to private all of his videos, and then just straight up private his channel. His profile picture was gone, all of his videos were gone, you couldn't watch them anymore, he just disappeared. And then as of today, he has returned. He has put at least some of his videos back up on YouTube, and he's put out a video called A Measured Response. It has a surprisingly low amount of views so far, 42,000 views in 6 hours. It's fairly new. I guess we're getting in on the ground floor of this one. I obviously don't want you guys to contribute views to this guy's channel, because he is like a genuine snake. Ooh, likes are disabled too. Very good to see. Disabled likes. Oof. Likes and dislikes disabled. Not a good thing to see. Ooh, you don't want to see like that 43,000, or no, it's about 44,000 people. That 44,000 number next to like, what, 200 likes? Wouldn't be a good look. Oh, comments are still on though. Hey, at least the comments are still on. Okay, and you know what the funniest thing too is? A Measured Response is stolen from H. Bomber Guy. The phrase, A Measured Response, is a title. He plagiarized that from H. Bomber Guy too. Even this video is doing plagiarism. We're off to an amazing start. Anyway, he finally put out the video. He finally is giving his side of things. I think he even put out an apology initially that fell so flat that he just deleted it and disappeared instantly. I believe this is his, like, months in the making comeback video. It's Jover. Do you want me to post a link? No. I don't want you guys to post a link, because then you guys would be able to, like, boost the viewership on the video. Yeah, I want you guys to watch the video through me dunking on it, so you don't give him views. That's kind of part of the whole point of this being a response. I got meme clips of James Somerton. I'll check those out in a minute, One Piece 34, but for now I want to get to this segment. Content warning discussion of self-harm from 2808 to 3004. Oh boy. Really? Really? That's where we're going with this video, huh? Is that how this is going to go? That's where we're going with this video? Okay. All right. Interesting. This is definitely an interesting strategy.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but revenue from it will be sent along to...
Will it now? Where will it be sent?
To H Bomber Guy's team to be dispersed to the people whose work I plagiarized. If his team won't accept it, I'll be making monthly donations to Wikipedia and Trans Lifeline going forward.
Why would it be H Bomber Guy's team's responsibility to deal with the distribution of payment for the money made off of you profiting from other people's plagiarized content? In what world, here, let me plug this thing in what world is it their responsibility to do that? And in what is he like starting the video out by trying to throw the ball into H Bomber Guy's court? Like, okay, now whether or not these people who've been plagiarized end up seeing justice is up to H Bomber Guy now, not me. Is that the vibe he's going for off the bat? Also, this comes off as very, very much an attempt to try to gain charitability out the gate. Like, oh, I'm going to donate to charity. Don't you guys like me? That kind of thing.
You may have also noticed that a few of my past videos have gone up on the channel again, and revenue from those as well will also be sent along with the revenue from this video. Over the last couple of months, I've been getting in touch with the people who I plagiarized to apologize one-on-one instead of a mass apology. It's a bit difficult because many of them don't have public email addresses, so I'm still working on it, but it is a top priority of mine.
I mean, at least he's not denying it at all. Like, out the gate, there's no denial, just straight up like, all right, talking about it under the pretense of everybody already knows what he did.
Heard back from a few of them, and they were actually incredibly nice, accepting my apology and just imploring me to do better in the future. So I want to thank them publicly for that. There's plenty.
I really don't think there's any coming back from something like this, because bet he didn't contact H Bomber Guy. I mean, I feel like that's something that H Bomber Guy could so easily call out. I don't know what his move is here, right? Like, what is he trying to do? He's done. Go do, like, the backup YouTuber thing and go edit for another YouTuber, you know? Like, when you're a YouTuber and your YouTube career drops, if you don't want to get, like, a non-internet job, the first choice is editing for another YouTuber. Every YouTuber/streamer should fundamentally have some editing skills, so I presume James Somerton can edit. Get a looking, because you're not coming back from this, homeboy. You're not coming back. You got the H-bomb dropped on you, okay? You're done, all right? It's time to surrender, okay? Just like the end of World War II. H-bombs get dropped, it's time to put hands in the air. It's over. We've elevated to a whole new plane of internet drama. He's done. He's irradiated.
That I haven't heard back from, and I completely understand that. In many cases, I wouldn't want to talk to me either. I also want to apologize to my audience, though. You trusted me to be a good representative of the queer community, and I was not that. I tried to be. I tried to be a voice for everyone.
Tried to be? At what moment were you trying to be a good voice for the queer community when you were, like, actively finding ways to try and hide the plagiarism? Because a lot of it was like, hey, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but make it look different so it doesn't look like you copied, or whatever the term. I don't remember exactly how the meme goes. Like, it was obvious that not only did he do the plagiarism, but he actively tried to cover it up and obscure it.
Every member of the queer community, but that was a failed endeavor.
I can't buy the narrative of, like, is he going to say he tried to kill himself, so we should all forgive him? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where this is going. Like, based off the trigger warning at the beginning of the video, I'm guessing he's going to try to bring up self-harm for sympathy points. Genuinely, if you are an online internet figure, you probably shouldn't talk about self-harm unless it's, like, a very far thing of the past, and there's no way anyone can try to, like, spin it as being, like, for the sake of gaining sympathy. It's not a very good strategy on his part. It's not very good. I feel like a lot of people are going to see right through it.
Before it even started. I'm a cis white gay man. No matter how much I try to be a good spokesperson, I can never really truly understand the life experiences of other far more put upon.
Oh, geez. Is this the route? Is this the route that he's going? Is it going to be like the I'm a cis white man I'm going to put myself down so you guys understand that I know my place as a cis white man on the left now? Is that like the route he's going to try to take? Because remember, like, when we usually cover internet drama, okay? When we cover internet drama, typically, the standards for, like, forgiveness are different for, like, your average, everyday, normal YouTuber who's just kind of, like, you know, not involved with politics, and a lefty YouTuber. For a lefty YouTuber in a situation like this, he's got the option to play hard to a base of people that are like gigasoy, mega lefties that will just hear him say this like virtue signaling line and unironically just hear that and think, maybe his heart is in the right place. Maybe that's his thought process. How many of those people will actually fall for this is a whole different question. I genuinely don't think even, like, the woke scoldy part of the left is going to come out behind him because he appealed to their sensibilities. I don't think it's going to work.
On members of the queer community. This is one of the reasons that
you should have broken out the
their own
ukulele.
Words, but I should have made it very clear that that's what I was doing. I never, ever thought that I was the only voice out there, as some have said, but being a cis white man, I thought I might be able to win over some people who wouldn't.
Hold on. In what world is James Somerton content meant to be, like, convincing of, like, people intolerant of those in marginalized groups? James Somerton videos are and have always been a heavily marketed towards people already on the left that already agree with it, already part of like part of the LGBT community. Like, that is what his content's marketed towards. I highly doubt like white chuddy cishet dudes were stumbling across James Somerton's videos, learning about like queer culture and literature, and finding themselves like transformed politically by what they've learned. Like, there's no way James Somerton thinks that was the case, or that was the case at all. Neither are possible.
Otherwise listen, unless it was someone who looks and sounds just like them. And
it really feels like YouTube video essays on the left stopped having that like pull people from other political parties or groups side. Like, there was a time when it felt like a lot of lefty, even breadtube like video essayist content was made, whether on purpose or not, for a much more broad audience and with a side aspect of convincing a lot of normies to believe in progressive ideology. Nowadays, it feels like content creators from ContraPoints to, even to a degree, like H-Bomber Guy, like their video, obviously H-Bomber Guy much less so, but a lot of these content creators really do feel like, it's not that they got too preachy, it's that it feels like they've niched down to just being content creators for their, like, set community, and that's it. Like, it feels like so many of these video essayist figures have kind of, like, settled on just making videos for people who already agree with them. And so I don't buy this talking point that, like, he was hoping that by plagiarizing queer authors, he would be able to convince people who wouldn't take them seriously to engage with their literature. We're talking about people who are discriminatory towards LGBT people, and you think that getting them to engage with LGBT or like queer theory and literature is going to convince them to not be homophobic. Maybe once in a blue moon, but most people's bigotries on these topics stem from somewhere very different than, like, they need to just read some more. Like, it usually comes from somewhere emotional.
so I tried speaking for everyone, and this was a horrible mistake.
Also, yeah, if he wanted to do that, if he wanted to, like, bring attention to what they believe, he would have sourced them properly. It genuinely isn't hard to source things. You just got to copy it and paste the link. It's not that hard. In the description, just like links in the description. There you go. Like, you're making a video essay. It's not that hard. Just copy and paste every link you're pulling info from as you go and put them into a document. And then there you go. You've got literally every single link you used as a source collected together for copy and pasting directly into the description. Like, I genuinely think James Somerton could have had the same level of success and never have faced this, like, issue had he never made the statements he made that were stolen under the pretense of him being the one to have said them in the first place. Had he just made all of his scripts be the same, but added in, and this person said this, it wouldn't be plagiarism, no one would care, and the content would be just as good. I feel like for him, it was an ego boost. His content was in no way, shape, or form improved by the fact that people thought he was this, like, original writer of these phrases and these paragraphs that came from queer authors. It was for his ego, so that lots of people who watched his content would think he's smart and he's so knowledgeable about progressive topics. That's the only line of logic that makes sense to me personally. And I know a lot of YouTubers, so I know how they think, and that's kind of how James Somerton comes off.
What I thought was being inclusive ended up leading to a lot of people feeling left out and even offended. This fell upon Nick as well as a...
Yeah, we're talking like 90% of scripts stolen word for word, but that's fine. There are entire YouTubers on YouTube whose entire job is like, okay, here's a video I watched earlier today. In Deep Geek does a lot of content primarily on Tolkien lore, like Lord of the Rings lore. And the video is simply titled, "Why Didn't They Just Throw the Ring in the Sea or Bury It?" And then from there, the video is mostly just reading excerpts from the book where they acknowledge that point to explain why they couldn't have done that. Like, there's some talking, but it's mostly just, here are the excerpts from the book, now let's commentate on it. Let's elaborate on it. That type of content is extraordinarily successful on YouTube. I watch the hell out of it. So I feel like if James Somerton just made, like, queer literature, like In Deep Geek, basically, it would be the same content. Like, only 10% of the scripts would have to be his own words, so super low effort in that part, and he would still have the same audience reach, appeal, and no doubt success. Because then you get to add those authors in as part of the SEO and metadata, honestly, for your video, and that gets even more appeal from people who are fans of that content. And you don't get this drama. Like, this was so avoidable for him, too. The only way I believe that the only reason I believe he did this is for his ego.
A non-binary person on the A spectrum. They wanted to include asexuality and non-binary representation in our videos, but because Nick's experience is not universal, there is no universal experience. People felt that we were delegitimizing their own experiences because we focused on Nick's, and I apologize for that, and I'm sure that Nick does as well.
No, what is this, like, weird focusing on a nothing point that nobody is concerned with in regards to this drama? What?
I'd also like to extend a personal apology to Jesse Earl, better known as Jesse Gender. Out of everyone that I spoke to who was also a YouTuber...
Wait, what's he referring to there? I don't know what drama, like, branch-off drama that is. I haven't heard anything about what he's referring to there. I think most people are just like, hey, broadly, like most of your content was plagiarized. You're done, buddy. You know, like, there's no response to be had. I guess an apology is fine, but why is it called a measured response and not a measured apology? I'm expecting now, because it's called a response, I'm expecting for it to go full Illuminati and for it to become like an attack, like a hit piece.
Jesse was by far the kindest person. I think Jesse might be one of the kindest people I've ever met or ever encountered. We never actually met in person. Because of my hot-headedness, I drew her into just this anger spiral of mine that was unwarranted and absolutely ruined a possible friendship. Jessie was actually doing her best to kind of mitigate my frustration and everything and at that moment, and I just wasn't allowing her to do that, and I really, truly, honestly want to apologize to her for that. Again, if you ever get the chance to speak with Jessie one-on-one, or if you have gotten
I don't know
you'll
enough about this part
how
of the
nice she
drama.
is and how kind, and I was a real ass.
Is he referring to Jesse Gender? Is that who he's talking about? Like, I think I'm blocked by Jesse Gender. Yeah, Jesse Earl. Oh, no, I'm not. I can see her posts. 21 hours ago. 18, 16, 15, 3. My tweets are not my final say. Video essay or full thoughts on a subject. Okay. So she hasn't tweeted anything to, like, debunk what James Somerton has said so far, for any that are curious. Jesse Earl has not tweeted anything that, like, at all in regards to this. Granted, the video is only 6 hours old. She might not even know it came out, but no tweets yet as of the making of this video.
For dragging
Yeah,
her into my
the problem is, Larry Banks, that tweet that I just read was from, like, last year.
reactionary, unwarranted frustration. We haven't spoke since all of that happened. But Jesse, if you are watching this video, I do want you to know that I am honestly sorry for that.
Sorry. Canadian
Truly,
sorry.
Honestly, I hope everything goes as well as possible for you, because you deserve all of it. There was a misunderstanding between Jesse and I after that happened that I do want to clear up, where someone who at least claimed to be a fan of Jesse's, did an internet and threatened to kill me, which is, being...
One person who claims to be a fan of Jesse Genders did an internet, Tumblr speak, love Tumblr speak, and threatened to kill you. Dog, everybody from everybody's community is sending death threats to every YouTuber every day, okay? There's a big difference between one person sent a death threat that says that people say or said was from that community, and this YouTuber did something that is very clearly then led to a harassment campaign or a wave of harassment and death threats that, like, the original person is culpable for. This feels like really dishonest. Like, the random bringing up of, like, one person from Jesse Genders' audience told me to unalive myself. What? Like, yeah, it's the internet. That's like, I would panic if I got on the internet and I did not have any kill yourself messages. Like, if I woke up one morning and I came to my PC and I checked my DMs and there was no kill yourself messages, I would start panicking and frantically checking the news to see if the world is ending. Is there a zombie apocalypse? Are aliens invading? Did the sun go out? I would be concerned if I got on the internet and didn't immediately get hit with toxicity, because that is not usual. The internet is just a naturally toxic place. I grew up there. It's part of what I love about the internet. But the idea that one person from one person's audience, like, I'm sure that person was a fan of other YouTubers too. What bearing does that have on Jesse Gender? Nothing Jesse Gender did or said led to people sending death threats to James Somerton. What is the point of this other than to try to garner sympathy and even try to sneakily create some level of, like, derision towards Jesse Gender? Mind you, I don't get along with Jesse Gender. Like, I'm not friends with her. But, like, regardless, she did nothing wrong in this. I at least from what I remember, and from what I saw on Twitter, and from what James Somerton is saying, it doesn't seem like she did anything wrong in this. So why this weird sort of sleight of hand attempt to make her look bad or make her look culpable for some one weirdo's actions?
For you, because you deserve all of it. There was a misunderstanding between Jesse and I after that happened.
I truly don't understand how you and Vosh can handle so much raw animosity directed at you. Well, Vosh probably gets more of it because he's bigger, but, like, for me, I mean, I guess the animosity gets me if it's from people that I know care or liked me before. So, like, if there's a drama where, like, people unironically that were, like, big into my community drop me, that kind of hurts. But if it's just people hating me, I mean, it's the internet. Like, I'm a lefty content creator. You exist in a constant stream of, like, like, fire, you know? There's no like getting out of that, and there was no ambiguity about that being the case before I started. So it's less so like, how do I endure it, and more so just like, I grew up spending a lot of time on the internet. There was no point in which I was like ever seeing it as a weird thing. It's just how the internet is. It's not really like a good or bad thing in my eyes. It's just that is the internet.
That I do want to clear up, where someone who
it's like playing on hard
to be
mode.
a fan of Jesse's, did an internet and threatened to kill me, which is, being a person on the internet, death threats are unfortunately not uncommon. At the time, though,
what's the point of
I was
mentioning
in a very
this?
panicked state, and so I did report it to the police. I did not report Jesse to the police, which is the misunderstanding that people came away.
TBTT players have thick skin. I also came from 2B2T, right? Like, I came from a place way more toxic than even, like, most of the, like, political space. Anyway, yeah, like, the thing that's so weird to me about this is, like, A, sympathy points, trying to get sympathy points, and also, how fucking deranged do you have to be to call the authorities on some stranger who sent you a death threat online? Like, dog, you're a YouTuber. I have, like, what, fucking 90-something, 80-something thousand subs? I forget how many subs I have. Like, I get death threats regularly. James Somerton is way bigger, or was way bigger. The idea that one death threat from one person would lead to, like, I've got to call the authorities. I've got to do something about this. Like, it's the internet. People make threats. They just have to type it. It's that easy. Like, that is a massive overreaction. I never heard about this, but I guess there was drama about this when it came out, that, like, James Somerton, like, freaked out, called the cops on one of, like, Jesse Gender's fans that, like, sent a death threat.
I did not report Jesse to the police. I would have no reason to do that. And it did end up that this person had a prior record with the police of violent acts, and they actually lived quite near me. So the police took it very seriously. They took it so seriously that they implored me not to speak to Jesse, which I took their advice on, which I shouldn't have, honestly. I should have at least clarified to Jesse what was going on and not just left her hanging. And so I want to, again, apologize to Jesse for that. But in that state, I listened to the police, which is, maybe not the best decision all the time, because the cops...
Dude, it's all, like, ways in which he can shirk off, like, a good chunk of the responsibility for his actions, and he keeps on finding ways to round it about to, like, lefty political talking points. First it's, I'm a cis male, and I thought, like, maybe I could use my privilege to, like, expose the world to the words of these queer authors, and, I listened to the police, which, I really shouldn't have done, it's my bad, I should have known better, but, they told me not to talk to Jesse Gender, and that's why I wasn't able to work things out, and that's why you guys think it was actually this way. Like, it's all, here's a way to shrug responsibility, victim mentality, followed up with virtue signaling political values that his fans like to try to get back on their good side. But in, like, a self-deprecating way. Like, I should have known to be a better lefty, and this never would have happened. Like, had I been better at being a progressive, I would have known not to do what the cops told me to do. Like, that's what he's saying. Like, I'll be a better left-winger in the future is essentially, like, the vibe I'm getting.
Don't usually have the best interests of people at heart. So, Jesse, I want to apologize for that and everything else that happened. Completely understand why you would not want to speak to me ever again, but I just want you to know that I am.
I'm going to speed up the video a little slightly, because the video started with him talking kind of fast, but now he's slowed down his talking speed, so I'm going to up it to 1.5x.
I'm sorry. But now back on the original topic. The work Nick and I were doing on the channel, we wanted it to be, for everyone. We wanted it to be a channel where every queer person could feel welcomed, and we failed at that. That is something that in hindsight I think is impossible to create, and that's why it's important for there to be
What is this? I hate this. I hate this guy. I actually hate this guy. I see through all of it. I see through all of this guy's, like, slimy, manipulative fucking bullshit. I see through all of it, dude. Like, what he is doing right now is trying to say, I tried to do a good thing that I now realize is impossible to achieve, and suggesting the impossibility of achieving that good thing means that he is somehow absolved of some responsibility because all he was trying to do was a good thing, but he can't change the fact that apparently it's impossible to make a space on YouTube where LGBT people can feel represented. Apparently that's just impossible, according to him now.
Many different queer voices in spaces like YouTube, and there are. What's more important is that those voices are discoverable, which is something that I should have been helping with. I often shared other queer...
You actively hindered it. Like, it's not just that you didn't help, it's that you hindered it. People watch videos like James Somerton's, and they get a massive case of Dunning-Kruger because they heard some, like, filtered, boiled-down version of, like, actual professional writings, like, regurgitated by a YouTuber, and then they develop... I need you guys to fight against this as, like, audiences of mine, especially, and of any content creator. Do not catch the Dunning-Kruger. No matter how confident you start to feel that you know all there is to know about shit, you don't. But people who watch content on YouTube will watch like 5 or 6 videos and feel like they're an expert, feel like they know everything, and they will not seek out any further info to back up their knowledge. So James Somerton was essentially creating an audience of people who would hear boiled down, filtered versions of other people's better work, think they know all they need to know about that stuff, and obviously these are people who are already not too interested in reading about this stuff themselves, and they're actively going to feel as though they have no need to seek out that kind of content when maybe they could have in the future. So you can actually make the case that he harmed the ability for some of these people to actually get their name out there and get their words out there and get the credit they deserve.
Creators on Twitter, but
obviously this drama being made now means that those figures are getting more attention than they ever have before, but that's not a good on James Somerton. That's a good on us for making this such a big drama that, people are hearing the names of the people that James Somerton plagiarized now.
But this was when I only had, 800.
I know quite a few
Twitter
people.
followers, and
I know quite a few people in my own audience bought some of the books James Somerton plagiarized after H Bomber Guy shouted them out.
these creators usually had a whole lot more than that. It was a weird thing because usually they would have infinitely more Twitter followers, but a whole lot less YouTube subscribers. I'm not sure what created that dichotomy.
What is he
Something
talking
was definitely
about?
off
What?
with the algorithm there. Their followers,
What is?
and these are. What's more important is that those voices are able to create, and that's why it's important for there to be many different queer voices in spaces like YouTube, and there are. What's more important is that those voices are discoverable, which is something that I should have been helping with. I often shared other queer creators on Twitter, but this was when I only had, 800, 1,000 Twitter followers, and these creators usually had a whole lot more than that. It was a weird thing. Because usually...
how convenient. You used to shout people out all the time when you were a small content creator, but then when you became a large content creator and your shoutouts mattered, and you could gain nothing from any more shoutouts for the most part, unless someone's bigger than you, you stopped doing that at all and started plagiarizing. Does he think that makes him sound good? A YouTuber sounds good if they have a large audience and still shout people out. Like me. But James Somerton saying, I used to shout people out back when I had 1,000 followers, isn't as much of a flex as I think he believes it is.
They would have infinitely more Twitter followers, but a whole lot less YouTube subscribers. I'm not sure what created that dichotomy, but something was definitely off with the algorithm there. There is a part of my brain that says YouTube kind of went, white male queer, let's push him, and, ignore.
Dude, the virtue signaling is so strong. He's trying to win over his ex-fans on the, woke talking points.
Or everyone else in the community, whereas people were able to actually discover other queer creators on Twitter and then make their way to YouTube, but the YouTube algorithm that's the most negative.
So I need you guys to understand what he's doing right now is trying to drum up sympathy, not through woe is me, but through making himself, through self-deprecation, come off as though he's grown so much from his past self that he's actually criticizing that past self, not his current self, and he's a different person now, and he's grown, and he really just meant... He only ever had good intentions, and he just made bad mistakes, and he needs to learn not to make those bad mistakes. That is what he's trying to do right now. Garner sympathy through self-deprecation, but not in a woe is me way, but in a look how morally grand I am and meant to be. as a suggestion that he deserves forgiveness. Not an outright asking or demanding for forgiveness, but making the case that because of his moral superiority, that he deserves forgiveness.
Interpretation I have of it, which unfortunately may be true. In any case, I should have done more to share the voices of other queer people, certainly to people
He still has his Patreon in the description. Awesome.
whose works I used, both credited and plagiarized in my videos, but also just other creators on YouTube. It's important for us as a community, as vaguely defined as we are, to support each other. And I didn't do that nearly enough. From day one, I was very taken in by the idea of being a YouTuber. As soon as my videos started to get recommended by the algorithm, after not releasing a new video for like 2 years, I felt like I had a short period of time to get the next videos out as soon as possible.
Oh,
so little work.
jeez. Oh, man. Oh, I had to plagiarize because I felt like I had so little time to get videos out, dog. I upload 3 times a day. YouTube's a numbers game. If I stop uploading for a week, it's Jover, dude. Like, what? I don't plagiarize. I don't get into shit like this. I get that I'm a streamer and all that, but, like, YouTube is a numbers game. But when you've got a Patreon supporter base, like he does, and you make the content that he does and this like side of lefty content sphere does, you can take a year off of uploading. You really can. There are so many video essayists that are smaller than James Somerton that make a decent amount of money off of Patreon with their like relatively small audience and take months at a time off of making videos, come back, make one video to like 80,000 to 180,000 views, and then they don't upload again for 6 more months. And they're just supported through Patreon. Like, there are multiple mid and lower sized like video essayists on the left that is their like, I don't want to say hustle because I make it sound like they're grifting, but like that's their content / monetization strategy. These content creators can get away with those spread out, dispersed uploads. Non-prepared content can't. I don't buy this from someone who makes prepared content and then prepared to hide his stealing of other people's work.
Into the writing of them, and so much was taken from other places, plagiarized. Early on, I thought crediting authors in the opening credits alone was enough, especially since the videos weren't monetized early on. But I understand now, especially after speaking with some of the people who I did plagiarize, that was just, I was wrong. That was not the way to go about it. They should have been cited properly within the text of the video.
Yeah.
They should have been called out.
Like, remember, guys, everybody got taught how to properly cite their sources in high school and middle school and even a little bit in elementary school. Like, there's no he forgot. There's no, like, he didn't know. Everybody knows to cite your sources, and every YouTuber especially knows that citing your sources is, like, not doing so is a massive faux pas. Hell, even reacting to another YouTuber's video and not including a link to the original video is a pretty big faux pas. I get shit in my comments when my editor forgets to include links like that. So, like, yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Like, everybody knows. Every YouTuber, especially who makes this type of content, knows you are supposed to credit the people who you are getting your content from.
Out in the video at least once, verbally.
This is
as
like
well
pleading
as,
insanity.
having
Good one,
citations on
Hakan.
screen. If there were a whole lot of them, like with, one of the examples that H-Bomber Guy used in his video was the Deep Cuts video. There were a whole lot of people who I, credited in the opening credits, but really it's plagiarism. They should have been cited on screen with actual citations of, links where you can find this stuff. Maybe there should have even been a bibliography that you could have gone to, like on a Google Drive or something like that. Because
you can literally just copy and paste the links in the description. Here, let me show you a really good example, actually. One of my favorite videos to bring up when we get sometimes you run into transphobes that don't just repeat like bargain bin talking points. Like, they're like an actual like ex-medical figure official, like ex-medical official or like ex-doctor who like chased money into the right-wing grift. And they actually can use smart-sounding words and intelligent scientific jargon to back up what they're saying, not just repeating like women have vagina, man have penis, right? And so when those videos come up, I like to back up what I'm saying with a really good video done by SciShow, with Hank Green acting as the sort of purveyor of the information on the topic of sex and gender not being binary. It discusses, of course, the fact that human sex is a bimodal distribution, backs this up. And here, let me look it up. SciShow is not binary. I really like how they did their description. Here.
can be equally.
Whoa. Science proves there are more than 2 human sexes. It's super-based video and all that. Let's look at how they did their sources. Sources. And then just a big fucking link. And then even a link to the image sources, where you can find the images they used in the video that weren't made by them. Chapters. We've got fucking chapters laid out. A transcript for the video that's attached. Like, dude, I get that this is a far more high production value channel with like 8 million views and that pulls millions of views per video, but it's just like, it's not as hard as he's making it out to be. You can really just get every link you pulled info from while doing research or writing the script for your video, copy paste them like very liberally into your document, and then copy paste that into the sources section. Like, it's the most low effort way to do it, but at least no one can say you just blatantly stole their content and their words without any form of credit.
Yeah, although I might have stated that the scripts were based upon the work of these authors, it in many cases wasn't just based on their work, it was their work, word for word. In some cases, I did get permission, like with the Evil Queens Disney video. I'll put the email up on the screen that I got from Sean Griffin, where he did give me permission to publish the video. I sent the finished video to him, and he watched it.
Damn, that actually fit. Did you guys know that fixes every single other instance of him plagiarizing? I didn't realize one time he got permission. That means we got to forgive him on all this stuff, guys. I didn't realize he got permission once.
In most cases.
I didn't realize one time he didn't do the bad
thing.
thing.
The author's name in the opening credits was enough. I was much more interested in the production of the videos than the writing of them at this point. So after 3 or 4 videos, I brought Nick on as a main writer for the channel. The idea is that they would write the vast majority of the scripts. I would film, voice, and edit the videos, and we'd split the money that came in. We were roommates at the time, and Nick didn't have a job, so I figured it would help both of us. This is actually when we had some of our biggest videos, like the ones talking about Wiccan and Hulkling, where we lucked out because it came out right in time for WandaVision to hit. And then the Killing Stalking video, which became our biggest video by far. The Sadism of Class was another one. These videos weren't plagiarized, and we loved...
Throwing Nick under the bus again? Yeah, he's throwing his editor under the bus quite a bit. Are the editor and him still on good terms? Like, is he legit just, like, throwing his editor under the bus? No, I don't think so. Dog. Oh, that's grimy.
Making them. It didn't take long for the channel income to start growing. Lucky timing, really, because this was around the same time that I was laid off, since the company that I was working for downsized once COVID hit its 2nd year. Nick and I had both grown up poor.
Yeah,
so
co-script
we started
writer,
doing what we could to try and stabilize our income as much as possible. This meant putting out more videos, which meant I had to take over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually doing multiple edits because of YouTube copyright issues, as well as managing the channel and dealing with my mom's recent cancer diagnosis, all of that was already taking up so much of my time and attention. This led to a...
I get it. Woe is me, woe is me. None of this is an excuse for plagiarizing. Like, I love he only got the permission after plagiarizing. True Slashy. Like, he asked for forgiveness and received it and thinks that retroactively makes the action better. You're completely right, Slashy. Also, like, remember, as much as he's going to try to, like, distract you with sleight of hand to direct your attention at how woe is me his backstory is about why he did all of this, remember, he plagiarized. He blatantly stole people's work in order to make profit. He's still got his Patreon in the description of this video. He's still got this monetized. He threw the ball into H. Bomber Guy's court for people to get their money back for this. Did he delete his channel? He privated his entire channel when all of this first came out, disappeared, and now he's finally come back, unprivating most of his videos, at least, and he put out this god-awful apology 6 hours ago. This is fresh off the presses.
A lot of copy and pasting blocks of text into scripts. My intention...
Is he paying the people he stole from? No, he expects... Hakon, he expects H. Bomber Guy's team to take the money from this video and pay it to the people he plagiarized from, not him. And he said if they don't want to do it, he'll donate it to trans charities, which is fine, like the trans charity thing is. But, like, what is that talking point that the ball is in H. Bomber Guy's court, and if he doesn't take care of like, getting the money to the people who deserve it, then they don't get it. It's on H. Bomber Guy and his team to do that, not him, who did the theft, who did the bad thing, who had to be exposed by H. Bomber Guy. Now all of a sudden it's H. Bomber Guy's fucking responsibility to handle it? No, it's what he's doing right now is trying to get the like virtue signal points of saying I'm raising money for charity with this video, while also using it as an opportunity to give an ultimatum to H-Bomber Guy that is like practically unacceptable. So that when H-Bomber Guy rejects the ultimatum, he can say, well, H-Bomber Guy had the opportunity to reimburse the people that I plagiarized from. That's what he's trying to do.
At the time was to use these as a jumping off point once Nick and I sat down to edit the script, because that's what we would do. I would sort of put in my parts, Nick would put in his parts, and then we would sit down at a table, read through the whole script, and kind of try and make it seem cohesive. But, and here's something I'm sure a lot of people will call a bullshit excuse, I have memory issues because of a head injury from when I was a child. They're actually getting worse. I've talked about it on streams and in videos, so yes, it is real, but some people will call it a bullshit excuse anyway. The head injury is actually what led to me having epilepsy, which is why I can't work in any job that...
Oh my fucking god, he's actually going to try to blame that he did this on a head injury? I feel like if you get a head injury, you're either fine or you're gonna die. Or you're really badly hurt. I don't feel like most head injuries, like, for no reason, for like your whole life just continue to get worse. I may be wrong. Is Delancey here? Medical professional? I don't know. That just comes off as a really nothing excuse. Yeah, I don't buy that personally. Like, I don't have any head injury that's like causing some kind of brain anything that I can pull from. Yes, it sounds like bullshit to you, Delancey. I will say, and I know I stun lock a lot, but it literally will never stop, like, humbling the shit out of me that, like, people who have served in the military or who serve in the medical field and whatnot, or teachers or parents even, watch my content. It just gives me this strange feeling of, like, man, people who know and have been through so much view my words as valuable. It's different. It's real different. Blame it on my ADD, baby. Is that what he's about to do? Is he actually about to blame it on, like... I heard someone in the comments say he is going to blame it on, like, being neurodivergent or something. Like, he's literally neurodivergent and a minor. You can't blame him.
That involves physical labor. Employers can't get insurance for me to, like, lift things or operate vehicles and stuff like that. I actually did marketing for a restaurant group for a little while, but got let go when they found out that I was epileptic because, at least according to them, I couldn't be insured to be in the kitchens where I needed to be to film videos and take photos and stuff like that. But anyway, when it came to editing the scripts, I couldn't remember what I'd written and what had been copy-pasted. We should have just chucked out everything that I had put into the scripts and filled them in with wholly original thoughts, or I should have been taking notes on where...
This is crap. Oh, wait. James Somerton is Canadian, and Dark Canuck in chat is also Canadian, and Dark Canuck is calling bullshit on James Somerton. My best friend... Or wait, hold on. This is crap. He has great health care. I've got 4 shunts and a coil in my brain. I'm much better off than him. Yeah, like... If he was American, maybe I'd buy it. Like, untreated brain injury, but, like, if your kid falls and gets a brain injury... In Canada, you take them to the hospital. I've heard stories from Canadian friends where they literally went to the hospital because of constipation. Like, you know how sometimes you just wake up in the middle of the night and you feel like you're dying because it feels like your guts are going to explode? In reality, it just means that, like, in an hour or two, you're not going to be resting in the restroom, that's for sure. And you're like, oh, I'm dying, and then like 2 hours later, you're like, oh, never mind, I was fine. You know, like. I'm not even recognized as Canadian anymore. You are Canadian. But I've met Canadian people who've told me stories about, like, just going to the hospital for stuff like that. And it's like, damn, in America, you got to know you're dying before you go to the hospital. Or actively be bleeding, like a lot. Like a lot. Or broken bone. Like not like a dislocated bone that can pop back in, like a broken bone, like a fracture, it has to be. Besides those 3 things... You're really realistic, or death. Realistically, you're not going to the hospital, like in America. Like, and if it's something that you could handle at home, like let's say for example, like you're cutting some roses or whatever, like trimming roses in your backyard, and like the clippers, which are quite sharp, like they just end up cutting your leg, like a bad cut, and like one that could require stitches. in America, people just apply as much pressure as possible to close it, wrap it up in something. If there's gauze, gauze is cheaper than a trip to the doctor or the hospital, and you just hope that shit heals. Last resort is going to the doctor for most Americans. Absolutely last resort. So I see the point that Dark Canuck is making here, where I do kind of get the vibe that, like, I don't believe you that you've got this, like, untreated health, like, brain injury that's getting worse with your age and causing you problems. I don't know about that.
Where things came from so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else, but I never did that. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing to.
God fucking damn it. You guys spoiled it. You spoiled it for me. He really pulled I'm literally neurodivergent and a minor. I'm going to have my editor, Ethan, make that the thumbnail. It's going to be him making like a little sad face, like a ooh woo, please forgive me face. And the text on screen is going to say neurodivergent and a minor on the thumbnail is what it's going to say. In quotes. I think that'll be a fantastic thumbnail. He's basically using that defense right now. We finally got the anti-vaxxer video up, and Ethan was really proud of that thumbnail with the live Voldemort reaction in the bottom left of the thumbnail, like in response to the anti-vaxxers calling themselves purebloods. It's a good thumbnail. I'm proud of him for that one. Ethan treats every thumbnail like, okay, unless it's a really serious topic that needs to be treated with levity, how can I make this thumbnail funny? Can I fit a funny joke in this thumbnail? And sometimes we end up laughing really hard and painfully while we're like making thumbnails. Like he'll screen share making the thumbnail and be like, oh, turn this, like use this or use this screenshot, or he'll come up with like a horrific idea, like the one for the semen retention guy, where like the Pepe is like catching a drop of semen in his mouth in the thumbnail. That idea was Ethan's, and we were just laughing painfully while making the thumbnail the entire time. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. As opposed to like whatever process James Somerton and their editor had going on, where it was like, okay, whose content are we going to steal? Whose book are we going to plagiarize?
Say that, really. Maybe it was, or maybe it was just plain laziness. Maybe I thought that this was somewhere that I could cut a corner because I was torn in so many other directions. Honestly, I can't remember, like I said. Memory issues. But yes, we should have just thrown out my contributions to the scripts and filled them in with original writing, but we felt like we had too much of a time crunch. We felt like we had to get videos out more often to feed the algorithm. And then my mom died, and I became completely useless. I couldn't think straight at all. So Nick had to completely take over writing duties while I dealt.
Listen, I do get this. Like, I get that this is tough, but this kind of goes back to like the Hasan topic before. YouTubers get so used to the privileges that they have that they completely forget how tone deaf this comes off. Who the fuck gets to take months off of work because their mom died? Hypers in chat, if you would be able to take months off of work because your mom died. Because I guarantee most of you, if that happened, your boss might give you a day off, and the day later says, tough shit, get back into work. I got 1 week off. That's nice, at least. Like, that's not even close to an option for people. The idea of like, oh, my mom died. I'm going to take months off of work because I feel bad. Fuck no. That's the most like privileged YouTuber streamer brain thing to ever complain about. The vast majority of your fans, dude, if their mom or grandma or dog or fucking child dies, the most they can hope for is like maybe a week off. But at the end of the day, their boss is going to say, tough shit, get into work or you're fired. And you got to keep bills paid. You got to keep money coming in. Like, most people do not have the privilege. Like, you got to fight against the streamer brain. I always constantly remind myself of how lucky I have it to do what I do. And I try my best not to sound tone deaf when I complain about things, because I know, like, I have no right to complain. You guys are probably working much more grueling jobs than I am. I'm on disability. I don't have a job, Lamau. Well, that's a special case. That's a special case. Most people in chat are probably like quite exhausted right now. like watching this stream is either their like anchor to get through work, or their like decompression after getting off work, or their distraction while they are off work from going back to work. One of those three things is what this video actively is acting as for most of my audience. So it really does seem tone deaf when someone like James Somerton kind of talks about this in the way that he does. Like, yeah, boo-hoo, your mom died, that's sad and all, but like, most people don't get to say, oh, I took months off work because my mom died. Sorry, guys. That's not like just saying that is so tone deaf.
With things you deal with after a person dies. My dad, you see, he can't read or write. He was very poor when he was a kid, so he had to leave school really young to work.
Listening at work
in
is
order to
late,
feed
true.
His many brothers and sisters. So I had to deal with all the legal stuff after my mom died, as well as making sure that all my dad's bills were paid and whatnot, especially after his income was basically cut in half. There was supposed to be a buffer here, money-wise, as my mom had a life insurance policy that was going to be split between my dad and myself. But the insurance company, RBC Insurance, so if you have insurance with them, maybe rethink that, refused to pay out the policy.
I love how we've started from like, how we're on a different video. It's been like the first 15 minutes, maybe we could say, was about the drama. We are on to a different video. We've talked about his ADHD, and now we're talking about his mom dying and like not getting the insurance money from her death and how that hurt his finance. Does he not know how tone deaf this is? He realizes how enormously tone deaf this is, right? I'm not the only one who's detecting the bullshit, right?
Because my mother never mentioned that she had family with diabetes. She didn't have diabetes, but because she didn't think to mention that she had family with diabetes, it apparently voided the policy. All they did was refund a year's worth of premiums that she'd paid, even though she'd been paying them for about 15 years. One of the things, the main thing, really, that I was supposed to do with my portion of the insurance money was I was supposed to make a movie. These were direct instructions from my mom herself. She'd been very much behind me.
Yeah, bullshit. Does that sound right to you? Delancer, you work in the medical field, so you probably know. I don't know if you work in the American medical field, or Canadian medical field, actually, is what it would be. Sorry, but like, does this sound right to you? That like insurance, it does sound somewhat right. I know that you don't want to have a lot of comorbidities or habits that could potentially lower your life expectancy because it's going to raise your premiums on your insurance, because the idea behind insurance is that these companies are investing in you, basically. Or you're investing in them in a way, but they're investing in you. You're paying them over a long period of time with them hoping they never have to drop fat stacks on paying for the thing that you're paying for. Both parties hope you never have to use their service, ever. And yet the profit relies on a one-way exchange of income from lots of people, hoping that those people don't end up having to use that service. So yeah, it sounds right. It is bullshit, he's saying. Okay, Delancer, who works in medicine, says this is bullshit and sounds like bullshit. So do with that what you will.
When I decided, when I was about 10, that I wanted to be a filmmaker. And she wanted me to finally have the opportunity to do that, even if she never got to see it. So when the life insurance went bust, I decided to try and crowdfund it. At least enough to...
He's already ripped off the completionist Illuminati and H-Bomber guy with the title already. Oh, that is a good one, War Penguin. You are on fire today with your zingers.
Make a short film or two. This is what Telos grew out of. So what happened with Telos? Let me break down the timeline. When we launched the campaign in February of 2022,
what are we talking about?
$3,000 to produce a short film that we hoped. The feature we settled on, entitled Final Girl, was about the lone survivor of a slasher movie type massacre to spend 2 months at home in Ottawa, Ontario with family. I sent the script to him to read right away because I was very proud of it, but Nick didn't want to share his opinion on it until he got back to the East Coast.
More throwing Nick under the bus?
At least for a little while. In the meantime, he would take a train to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, once a month to work on YouTube videos for a few days.
He's trying to make his fans forget about the drama. Start with the drama, woe is me for a while, and then just go on for hours of woe is me to redirect attention to this nonsense bullshit. I feel like it's almost like reducing the time in the video in which the actual problem is talked about, he believes will minimize the importance of that part of the drama in the eyes of his audience. I don't know if it's like a psychological thing on his part or if he's trying to pull a psychological thing on his audience. I already covered the Hasan thing, Negan. You'll have to like rewind the stream, but it's a VOD, so you can just do that now. Like you can rewind that segment and watch it live now.
Days and then head back. This went on for a little less than a year. So I began brainstorming new movies that we could film in Ontario. This is where the multiple posters and teaser trailers came from. I was trying to create something tangible to show.
Okay, I'm gonna skip until it starts being relevant to the drama again.
Done, as well as the equipment that we'd already purchased and the legal costs of setting up Telos is in public domain. So we thought it would be a great choice, and the cast could be.
Is he just bitching about money?
Once we left the East Coast, but the intention was never not gone to Ontario. The move uprooted everything. During our work on Telos is also when the YouTube channel started getting sponsors, which, if you followed me on social media, you know the clusterfuck I ended up in that led to me moving twice in 2 months. In the last couple of months, I received a lot of emails, as you can imagine, many from people who were rightfully let down.
This guy's just such a fucking manipulative, slimy, snaky little goblin. Like, we've gone from... He's completely dropped the topic at 15 minutes in. We are now 27 minutes in, and he has moved on through, like, a saga of stories entirely unrelated to this.
Some from people threatening everything from doxing to violence.
You know what? Someone needs to make a meme about this where it's like, I'm really sorry for plagiarizing, like, all in, like, big text with, like, a Wojak of James Somerton, and then it suddenly trails off into a massive wall of text. And it's like the James Somerton apology / response Wojak meme. And it can just forever be used as a reference to when YouTubers pull this shit. Like, I'm being held accountable for something really bad, but I want to come back to YouTube and, like, grow and, like, have a career here. I'm going to distract everybody from the important stuff with, like, an unrelated saga of stories of woe is me. YouTubers do this when they're in drama and they're like the manipulative types. And I feel like we need to make it into a meme format that we can respond with.
The internet. Some with the kindest words of support I've ever heard, and others simply asking why I made it so difficult to contact me and if I was okay. They wanted to know why, as they put it, I nuked my social media presence.
What are the chances he privates this in just a few hours? Yeah, it's definitely best if you're a YouTuber wanting to cover this soon that you, like, download it, because there's a good chance that the very bad response to this video causes him to just decide to throw in the towel, delete everything, and, like, it's possible this may be this could be the last day his channel's, like, up on YouTube. He could delete it by morning with how bad the response has been so far. He's had to hide the likes, because, like, dislikes are already hidden. The dude had to hide the likes, because you can see how many views a video has, and if it has very few likes to views, that's basically, you can kind of intuit that it has a shitload of dislikes. And he doesn't want people to see that there is a bandwagon to jump on, or the river is going one way or the other. I'm surprised, though, that he did keep the comments open. I'm surprised he didn't just straight up shut down the comments section, though to be fair, that would look really bad if he did that.
From doxing to violence, because the internet. Some with the kindest words of support I've ever heard, and others simply asking why I made it so difficult to contact me and if I was okay. They wanted to know why, as they put it, I nuked my social media presence. To be frank, it's because I didn't want to exist anymore. If you watched my honestly...
All right. I think this is where we're about to reach peak audacity levels. He copyright claimed the archive channels. That's crazy. All right, I think we're about to reach peak audacity levels. Are you ready?
Horrendous apology video back in December. You know I tried to make that happen. The not existing thing. But it was more intense than taking too many pills. It's not that I didn't want to be alive anymore. It's that I wished I'd never existed at all. That everyone I'd ever known would be better off had I just never been there. Very George Bailey, which is fitting, given that it was
just fucking crying.
Some very, very dedicated doctors and nurses, and one very good friend. That I'm even here able to film this right now. I'm not going to name her because I don't want to expose anyone else to the small, but...
Zan, can you turn him up? He's too fucking quiet. Yeah, he started to, like, slowly lower his volume down to a little bit of a mumble as the video's gone on.
seriously unstable group of people who watched the plagiarism in YouTube video and thought, well, he should be dead. Like I said, it was a very small group. But when they find out your address, and some of them are actually in your city,
They come to your house,
they
get a
can be
gun.
terrifying.
Get a
And
gun.
they did find my address. And at least a couple of them showed up while I was at the hospital. My neighbors did report them to the police. And I won't go into any more details than that. I'm not sure if I legally even can, but there's a reason
Yes.
I left
We'll take your
Ontario
word for
within
it.
a week of getting the okay to do so from the doctors. So what's next then? Like I said, you'll notice that a few of my videos are live again on the channel.
His last video was, I tried to kill myself. My editor was the real thief. Can I come back now? Really? That was the old video that he's since taken down? That's funny as shit.
These ones don't come from plagiarized content, and for the most part are written entirely by Nick. Nick lost 3 years worth of work when everything on the channel was taken down, and that's simply not
Well, he's
fair.
Canadian. Oh, yeah, it's possible he's not, like, able to get a gun, considering Canada has very strict, like, standards you have to follow. And if this guy has any history of, like, suicidality or, like, weird shit like that, criminal history, anything along those lines, then he wouldn't be able to buy a gun, most likely. Especially with his online behavior. Honestly, if he was a gun owner in Canada, the shit that he pulled with, like, the online meltdowns could have gotten him checked out, like, for like, whether or not he should continue to own a firearm. They're very thorough with their, like, daily checks of every firearm owner in Canada. So, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have one. But, like, I don't know. Like, it's just, I feel like unless you've got people literally coming to your house, like, I mean... I've been doxxed. I've had my address be known, you know? I moved when I was ready to move, and I didn't get doxxed at my new place. My place after that didn't get doxxed, and as far as I'm aware, this place hasn't been doxxed. So if it did, then, I mean, I wouldn't be upset unless I was getting swatted or actively had people, like, attacking me or like, loitering at my house or something, you know? But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, unless it literally gets to that degree, most YouTubers have been doxxed. It's the reality of being a YouTuber. If you are a YouTuber, your address is probably out there, and you just kind of deal with it like celebrities deal with it. If you can afford a security guard and you're that wealthy, you can. But, like, many celebrities don't have that kind of money, and being an online figure is like being a B-list celebrity. So you can get doxxed. Wasn't some chick trying to dox you last year? Oh, yeah, there was that lady that tried to sue me. But at the time, I didn't have, like, an official address. So there was no address attached to my name at the time, except for my old one. So technically, I guess that place did get doxxed. But after, like, years, like a year of me not living there. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter. But, like, there was no address attached to me. So there was no way to dox me. And yeah, that was the lady who tried to sue me because I defended Keffels in a video. And in that video, I mentioned allegations that had come out against that lady. And instead of trying to debunk those allegations, she threatened to sue me, didn't show up to court, and lost by default. And yeah, just kind of goes how it goes. Turns out just trying to write up a fucking, like, serving notice or whatever to try and scare somebody into, like, saying you're not what you have been claimed to have been is not a very good method. Doesn't really work.
To Nick. He worked hard writing those videos.
The American legal system isn't perfect, but the people whose job it is to decide whether they want to dedicate a long amount of time to litigating a court case like that see that report and they go, get this the fuck out of my face. And they dropped it in like 5 seconds.
Something to point to when he's looking for new writing work. I've also done some heavy editing on other videos that did contain other people's writing, breaking it down to only original content. Again,
But you know what, Balth? I respect it. Here's the thing, Zan. I do not doubt that people showed up to his house. The internet is a crazy place and there are crazy people, but the problem is I do not care that it happened to him. You know what? I respect it.
and so that Nick has an actual portfolio of work. As mentioned at the beginning of the video, revenue from these will be going to the H-Bomber Guy team to be sent out to the writers I plagiarized from or donated to charity. However,
The ball is in their court. What a slimy little bitch boy. What a slimy little soy. You guys ever heard the term, like, new male? I feel like I've never seen a person that word applies to better than this guy. like Numale. It's like an incel term for like soy boys. Like it's the new soy boy phrase. It's probably gonna get popular in the next year. Trust me. This guy is an unironic new male.
Works out in the end. These edited videos will be going back up on the channel in the next few days, I think, along with 2 completed video essays that we didn't actually get to release before everything happened. There's also some recent videos that didn't have any plagiarism that the sponsor asked to be taken down, and their ads removed. So they'll also be going back up without the sponsors, obviously. And soon I will be releasing a new video written entirely by me.
Guys, do we react to it? Do we react to it when it comes out? How much do you want to bet it does get played? Okay, either it's garbage because he can't plagiarize anyone, or it fails because no one cares, or he just straight up plagiarizes again. I don't know. It's going to be worth checking out when he does put that video out. I don't think he'll plagiarize. I think it's either going to fall off because without the plagiarism, his videos don't hit the same, plus the drama, or he'll genuinely, like, learn from this, but in more of a, like, I learned what happens when you touch the stove kind of way, and not so much of a I learned a valuable moral lesson, realized I did something wrong, and I've like internally processed that and recognized I was in the wrong and want to actively be a better person from here on out. Like there's a big difference from scared away from behavior by consequences of that behavior and changing as a person and no longer behaving like that because you internally have realized that was a mistake and you have actually grown from that point and have an internal drive to be better. Yeah, sorry I got caught rather than fuck, that was a mistake and I want to rectify it and be better from now on. It's very different. James Somerton has like had the stove burn reaction of like the internet getting mad at his bad behavior and now he's learned he can't get away with it. I don't believe he's learned that what he did was wrong. I think he learned it really sucks when he does that kind of stuff and gets caught. And he doesn't want that to happen again. So maybe that is what will keep him in line from here on out. But will it matter? That's the big question.
Properly cited, with all sources credited. Maybe no one will watch it, but I hope you do. I want to prove that I have the ability to do this without abusing other people's work. It's a very different kind of video than I used to make, though. I'd say it's more of a documentary than a video essay. You won't find my opinions anywhere in there, just cited facts. I'd like to keep making videos like these new ones.
Interesting. That's never good. Big drama, massive loss of like subs and stuff. I'm going to change my entire content strategy. Those 3 things are like the trifecta of guaranteed channel death.
About people and events in gay history and definitive gay movies that you maybe never heard of. Stuff like that. It's actually something that I planned on doing this year anyway. There would be 2 videos a month. Nick would write a video essay and I would write one of these documentary style videos that would fulfill the 2 videos per month sponsorship deal that we had at the time. I have no sponsors now. So probably not going to be 2 videos a month. It'll probably just be the one, which will give more time for research and citation.
Wait, what? Okay, this is like Patreon paid my rent fucking lefty brain video essayist logic. Like, yes, I don't have sponsors adding extra money to my income anymore. So I'm going to upload once a month instead of twice. Admitting that he uploaded twice a month before so he could make more money off of sponsors, and also indicating that like the quantity of his content does not correlate with like his income, and so he can continue, or indicating he thinks he can continue a very like lazy lifestyle of like 1 video a month, pay his bills through Patreon. Like, guys, I've made prepared videos before. I've edited before. I'm not saying video essays, especially well-made ones, don't take a long time to make. But, like, unless it's like a 4-hour-long video essay or hours-long video essay with heavy editing and script writing and, like, set design, like what ContraPoints does or whatever, I don't believe that it takes months to make a video like that, or even a month. Realistically, the YouTubers that do this kind of stuff probably binge work. Like, I bet ContraPoints probably even does this. I'm betting ContraPoints probably, like, spends a year off and does 1 month of binge work and then uploads the video. So it is technically a year's worth of work, but binged out in a month. That's how YouTubers tend to work, especially in the realm of editing. And editing is a lot of the time effort that goes into this like type of content, the video essay stuff. So I don't know. It once again comes off as disconnected. What did ContraPoints do? Nothing. I was just using ContraPoints like quality of videos as a comparison, because a lot of like she probably puts in like a year's worth of work, but it takes her a year to make the video, and I don't think it's like spread out over the year. I think she probably binges it out like a month. Like she just gets the entire video made in 1 month, but there's like 11-month gaps between uploads, you know?
Crediting and making
But I'm not saying it's not a year's worth of work put into each video. It is.
sure that there is no misinformation in the videos.
New video essayists like Noah Sampson want to be ContraPoints and Curtis Connor at the same time. I've never heard it put better than you just did. I hate Vertigo.
Which I know that misinformation made its way into our past videos. That was not something that we intended. In some cases, it was information that I was told by people that I considered experts. In other cases, it was information that we had researched. In other cases, it was things that Nick had learned in university. The point being, it was never malicious. We weren't trying to lie about things, despite what a lot of people think. We were not trying to spread misinformation. That was not ever our intention. And that's something else that I want to apologize for. As for
Jesus Christ. There was more shit that he did besides just plagiarizing. Apparently, he also is pushing misinfo in his videos.
my Patreon, everyone can stop worrying about me relaunching it right in time for a billing cycle. That will not be happening. I don't want anyone who either doesn't know about the plagiarism or simply forgot to unsubscribe to get billed. So I'm going to start from zero. I have put together a new Patreon account. So if you want to support my documentaries about gay history...
You know what? That at least fair. He didn't, honestly though, I'm guessing he probably did not have a lot of people who just totally forgot to unsub from him on Patreon. I feel like most people who actually use Patreon are pretty on top of like the billing. So I imagine that he's more so just trying to do a whole new fresh slate rebrand and hope, like, how much you want to bet he renames his channel and changes his profile picture? Do you want to know somebody in... I'm going to move off of the James Somerton thing here because his face is making me mad. And I'm going to talk about somebody else, actually, who H-Bomber guy called out in that video and apparently had a history with in regards to the plagiarism stuff. And I absolutely did not know that this guy was actually like a rebranded, plagiarizing, disgraced YouTuber. I had no clue. And it's because of H-Bomber guy that I now know. But most of this guy's like viewer base doesn't, and he's growing alarmingly fast. And he got a very, very brief like name drop segment in this video. So I'm going to try to see if I can find... Is this it? Is this it?
Know much about those who came before us.
Stephen.
Oh.
Part I. Philip.
On everyone, thanks for clicking on the video.
Philip Mewson was a YouTuber who reviewed Nintendo Switch games and accessories and talked about Nintendo-related news. His videos were
I think this
surprisingly
might be
well
it.
edited, and by that I mean they used way too many fancy transitions. I mean, they're not even hard to do, you just drag and drop them on your timeline and what? But when he applied for a job at IGN, his obvious mastery of a plugin everyone else also has, and existing channel with a decent size led to him getting picked as their new Nintendo editor. On August 6th, 2018, his review of which means having also seen the copied work, and if it's anything obscure, this was criticized heavily by everyone for obvious reasons. But looking back on it while trying to understand
Try to look at all resources and through my
attention by reporting what he has done. Nintendo Wire.
Decimating mobs upon to the Super NES era. While this isn't merely a
News about the then upcoming Nintendo Switch. News from other people he respects. Rip me off. I'm the bad guy. I don't. In 2016, says it. At the start, I briefly mentioned one of the many times someone's entire idea
Oh,
and thumbnail.
I think I found it.
The thief later flipped the thumbnail and changed the color counter where he made fun of a guy by joking about. It's difficult to ignore that he specifically wouldn't. Your convention was found to hadn't seen a speech unasked at the time in respect for Nancy Reagan. Well, plagiarize. You respect someone, or if you don't like, seemingly punished in any about Michelle Obama. Most speakers of to in lived video response while defending himself on the grounds he actually.
Okay, this fucking guy. Yep, Luke Stevens, aka Lukey Poo. You got it. I hate Vertigo. During the day before shit, I was watching lots of videos, like kind of investigating the studio and all that, especially before the game even came out, and we knew 100 billion% for sure that it was all a scam. And knew what would happen after. So it was all a very big mystery. Like, there was still this, like, twinge, this sliver of hope. Like, maybe this is just going to be the biggest misunderstanding of all time. Maybe there's just been some like language barrier stuff that has caused this misunderstanding. Maybe when this game comes out, we get a good replacement for DayZ, but a very tiny sliver. And one of the YouTube channels I discovered and started watching was a guy named Luke Stevens, and he's getting really fucking big these days. And then, you know, I'd watch him, never thought much of it. Like, just a guy that talks about, like, game stuff. Here, I'll bring up his channel. Like, he doesn't really seem like a very controversial guy. Although I will say, looking at his, like, profile picture he now has, I feel like it should be kind of obvious that this dude's, like, a shithead kind of chuddy piece of shit. Look at this dude's profile picture. I don't know why, but there's something about the energy of that guy's profile picture that just doesn't sit right with me. He almost looks like alt universe Nazi me. Maybe it's like Uncanny Valley I'm feeling. 666 videos. Holy shit, he is the devil. Yeah, as you can see, he's ballooning to like scary amounts of subs. He's an he's an Actman ripoff. Exactly, Scapegoat. Literally an Actman ripoff. It's all he is. And I did not know that this guy had some sort of history or beef or anything like that. But I believe this is the section talking about him.
Got the idea from someone on Twitch who saw my video, and they're definitely real. He still took the time to explain that he also didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought H-Bomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances like this? I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war. Even if he did rip me off, I'm the bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends, you steal from the guy who made fun of
That's
Daddy.
him.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing H-Bomber...
He's literally like a ex-right-wing YouTuber who plagiarized H-Bomber guy, and then like tried to like explain it off by saying, "Oh no, he's a bad guy. He's a lefty. He's a woke SJW." I imagine it's back then, and has now rebranded to this Luke Stevens channel. And I like made this connection while watching the video and was like, holy shit. Yeah, I unsubbed from that guy real fucking fast.
guy needs more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers is a lesson in humility.
Okay, where does, and I mean this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to manage my T levels? Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when caught to attacking his accusers feels all too familiar to me.
Wait, did he like untwinkify himself after H-Bomber guy called him, and I quote, the most fuckable twink he's seen in his life? Is that why he did the arc that he went on and became like a scraggly chud?
As someone who has received the same treatment from someone like him, there's this indignation to it. I'm better than you. How dare you tell me not to steal? What's emerging here is a social...
Yeah, I feel like it's just that segment. I recognized him, and I connected the dots, and I was like, holy shit, he rebranded himself. And I didn't know who he was, and I subbed to him, and I immediately unsubbed. But sadly, that guy is like an Actman clone, and he's quickly becoming like the Sunny V2 to the actual... You know how Sunny V2 is like a pale imitation of like the right opinion and well-made documentary videos about YouTube history, but it's like churned out with like mass SEO for the sake of like maximum income and like monetization of current topics. Like Sunny V2 is just a pale imitation of like the right opinion. In the same way, I feel like Luke Stevens is a pale imitation of the Actman and is going to kind of take that same niche comparably. So yeah, I felt like calling out another person who I feel did not get enough shit during the H-Bomber guy plagiarism video arc. I feel like Luke Stevens basically got away with it completely scot-free because the video just did not focus on him enough. Maybe we'll do a whole video dedicated to exposing him one day. Like I'll do some deep dive research and get like as much links as I can get together and like do a whole segment talking about him, his history as like a chud YouTuber, his rebrand, plagiarism, all of that. That could be a good video. Maybe we could actually hit him where it hurts with a dedicated takedown video. I feel like it would actually get in a lot of people's attention because who would expect a takedown video on a YouTuber like him? Like their expectations might, like their curiosity might be piqued. Alrighty. That right there was a big chonker of a segment, I tell you what. Holy hell. Hypers in chat if you guys enjoyed that segment. Did you feel like it came out good? I feel like that was a lot of fun. Hell yeah. I'm glad to see all the positivity in chat. Nice, 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 nice. Really quickly, I'm going to hit the 6-hour button on this thing because I feel like we're getting close to these lights just turning off on themselves because of the timer any second now, and I don't want that to happen. I hate it when it happens while I'm live. I got a James Somerton meme for you. You forgot to play it. Oh, I forgot to play it in the segment. Well, we can still play it now. What matters is that I get to see it. Ah, it's a Demon Mama clip. Let's go. Demon Mama has Helldivers too. I need to play it with her. I just haven't been on at the same time as her. Whenever I, like, see her in the social menu, she's never in the game, and the one time I did see her in the game, she was already in a party of 4.
Mr. Krabs says, the link I was trying to send was an image of Kevin the Sea Cucumber. Oh my god, you're actually right. He does kind of look like Kevin the Sea Cucumber.
Wait, yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait, she's gonna bring it up. It is accurate as fuck.
Oh my god.
He has the energy big time.
It's given Kevin the Sea Cucumber. Oh no.
It's actually insane. The nose, the smugness, the little, the little hairdo. I don't even know what to call this. The gay hair, the glasses, the smugness. I must repeat again. It's all there.
And much like Kevin,
I really hope James Somerton has killed this haircut in the LGBT community, okay? I feel like this haircut is giving gay Nazi. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, the Nazi soldiers in World War II, they would shave the sides of their head and leave the top long, because the sides were really, like, the easy part to deal with, but also the most intrusive when they got long for, like, wearing a helmet or a gas mask or anything you need to like, deal with in war. And so nowadays, a lot of neo-Nazis have adopted, like, the buzzed sides, longer top of the head hair style. Not like a normal fade or anything, but like a very distinct, like, okay, that guy buzzed the sides and has, like, notably longer hair coming out of the top. That haircut was the Nazi soldier haircut. So I feel like this is giving gay Nazi soldier haircut, right? It's called an undercut. Yeah, I don't like this haircut. It's too reminiscent of that vibe. I don't like it. I just don't. I hate this haircut. I don't know why it's common in the LGBT community. I hope James Somerton has killed it.
his attitude at the beginning of this saga versus his attitude at the end is a drastic change from arrogance to humility.
God.
Danny!
It's good. It's a good comparison. I agree. I concur. I super concur. I super Earth. Alrighty, man, we got some more donos to read. Heck yeah, let's read those. Hey, Xander Hall, have you and your editor watched Terminator 2 yet? Me and Ethan watched Terminator 2. He loved it, obviously. And he said, I don't know if I want to watch any more of the movies after this. I feel like the story should end here. And I was like, well, Ethan, think of it like Death Note. If you want, Season 1 can be the end of Death Note if you prefer. Or you can enjoy and consider the rest of the show canon. It's really up to you. As for Terminator, it's much the same. Even the writers have written that out as like an out, where you can literally just consider Terminator 1 and 2 the only canon movies. Everything else is practically fan fiction. And so after hearing that, he's like, he wants to see the other movies, but sort of in a let's see what the deal is kind of way, you know? The Sarah Connor Chronicles unironically went really hard. I'm unironically debating whether or not I'm even going to show Ethan that show, because I remember being a kid and watching it and being furious at it getting canceled after that like really cool cliffhanger at the end of the show where they go to the future. I remember being so mad about that cliffhanger And I doubt that show's ever getting picked up and continued again. So I don't know if I want to get someone invested in that just for the, like, blue balls cut off, no, like, resolution that, like, comes at the end of season 2. Yeah, I don't remember much of it. All I remember is that it was cool to have a Terminator TV show where the Terminator would, like, take damage over the course of a season of a show, as opposed to, like, or even the course of the whole show over seasons, as opposed to, like, every Terminator movie, we always see, like, Arnold get just ripped the fuck up. And he always, like, self-terminates or gets killed at the end of every Terminator movie so that they can send a fresh new model back in time in the next one for the cycle to repeat again. I would like to see, or I liked to see, a Terminator movie where it's like, oh, the Terminator Protector has gotten damaged as hell. Wait, she's not just going to get melted at the end of this episode. They've got to go through the next few episodes with, like, covering her face with bandages and trying to heal up the biological skin so that she can blend in with humans, or, like, she's just going to have her face hanging off and Terminator face. You know, it's going to be a problem. It's a good show. Dude, that was like 10 years ago. So isn't getting picked back up? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, if Firefly isn't getting picked back up, Sarah Connor Chronicles isn't getting picked back up. I feel like that's a pretty good standard, you know? Like, dude, that was like, yeah, it was fucking 10 years ago, Jesus. Anyway, Hakon, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. It says, I'm ready for Chad time. Remember to hit record. Ethan is helping me with the vid. Chat spam, please add proximity chat to Hightail. Yes, please do add proximity chat to Hightail. It's very important. It needs to be added, and it will be awesome. Okay, here's how Firefly could come back. Very commonly repeated quote, many such cases. Thank you so much for the $5, Hakon, and I appreciate the Hightail reference. Any donation that mentions Hightail is a good donation, in my opinion. War Penguin, thank you for the $10 donation. Hot diggity damn, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It says, my theory is that James is intentionally making dogshit apologies and trying to farm ad rev off of them. He's probably just very stupid, but my theory is more fun. Yeah, that would honestly be an interesting strategy, like a good monetization strategy for him. It might be his only, like his only strategy. Hey, is Cherry still editor? Cherry doesn't still edit for me because it was just like dramas and everything just started to be too much. But Cherry and I are still really good friends. It's just a matter of like Cherry doesn't edit anymore. But like it wasn't because of like anything between me and them. But I have a new editor now, and Cherry might come back as an editor in the future. Like, to be fair, there's very much like it's a very door open situation. Cherry could come back as an editor or another type of, like, manager or something on the channel in the future. And this might just end up being, like, a sort of hiatus, but it just kind of depends. Who knows? But me and Cherry are still very much friends. Cherry also does a podcast now that I'll be appearing on as a guest in the future with Mango. So that's going to be pretty dope. Are you guys excited for me to be on a podcast? I haven't been on one in a long-ass time. So I'm going to be on Cherry's podcast in the near future. So be excited for that. I'm going to be a guest on there. And then, of course, me and Demon Mama are also still arranging our podcast. The goal is for me to set up probably right back there. I'm going to have a couch, and I'm going to have, like, the nice little background and stuff, and a camera. And that is where we're going to film the first episode of it. I need to have, like, a lounge area anyway in here for, like, when I have people over. So I figure I might as well get a couch set up, and once I've got the camera for Quail videos, that's the camera I'm going to use for, like, the first episode of the podcast, too. So they're going to kind of align around the same time as each other. And right back there is going to be where the You Should Log Off podcast first episode will take place. I just need to get the set made, because as you can see, that is not a set. That is not a set. That is an air conditioner. We are not calling it the Satan Sex Cult. No, I think having sex cult in the name of your anything on YouTube is probably the worst possible thing for monetization and any other metric that allows you to like succeed on the website. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the additional $5. Thank you. Said last dono for the week, lol. But I just look at the Pokemon website. It says it's canon, but fan theories must be posted with your username as the headlines. So yes, archaism is canon. Damn, that is very interesting. Thank you so much for the $5. A very cool little Pokemon lore tidbit. I appreciate it. No, Larry Banks dono popped up right as I hit X. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the additional $5. Said, I think that James will over time shift to the far right crowd as his current strategy isn't working. He will remain relevant, and worse, that he could potentially bounce back. I don't think he'll bounce back, but I do think he'll probably just fall off. I don't think the far right will accept him. I do not see him taking that grift. Just everything about him does not bode well for that. I'm so sorry that I accidentally hit the X as your donation popped up, so I had to speed read your dono, Larry Banks. But thank you so much for the $5. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad I managed to get your dono read and respond to it, because, like, it's a timed thing whenever... It's hard to explain, but trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Alrighty. Let me, update the dono goal. Thank you all so much for the support so far, guys. You've all been so kind. Remember, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream and you want to support the channel, me and my videos and streams, please consider just hitting the like button over on YouTube. The thumbs up button goes a really long way to help out the channel, and it really does mean a lot. Every single one basically twists YouTube's arm into pushing my videos out in the algorithm to more people, which means more chances for people to actually watch my videos and subscribe. So it really does help. Please consider doing so. God damn, like, what just happened? Like, the lighting today has been so weird. It goes from really sunny, so I get, like, overlit, to really shaded, so I'm, like, actually in the dark, and it looks like it's getting nighttime out. And now it has gotten bright again. Like, I legitimately thought it was, like, getting nighttime out earlier in the stream, but now it is back to being almost as bright as it was when I started streaming again. And it's 4:50 p.m. I guess we are getting close to spring and summer, so the nighttime is getting a little less crazy. But also, of course, if you want to support my channel and, of course, help with the raising of the money for the Quail arc, as I do want to buy a nice, good camera for high-quality video recording for the Quail videos, because my current... I don't think you guys would like the videos recorded on my current phone. That's all I'm going to say. It's got a bit of a shattering problem. Once that's happening... I got a lot of cool content that's going to be added to the channel. Not replacing current content, but added to the channel as additional daily content. So it's going to be exciting. If you want to support that, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon. With all that said, I just appreciate you being here, regardless of how you support me. Even if you're just lurking, I appreciate it. Whomever says the joke loudest gets to claim the joke. That is true. That is how it works. That is indeed how saying a joke in a room full of people works. Okay. Taylor Lorenz. You can guess what we are about to be covering. Let's see, can I find the full video? You'd think she'd have it as, like, her pinned video. God, I'm scrolling forever. It's all clips. God, I hate when like, a big thing that's, like, all one video gets clipped up into little pieces. And, like, you're scrolling and scrolling trying to find the original video, but it's, like, impossible. Because you have to scroll through, like, a million bajillion different versions of, like... Oh, it's on her YouTube channel. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, it's long. Holy shit. That's what she said. But yeah, oh my god, that is a long goddamn interview. Okay, 53 minutes. We're not watching the whole thing. Xana just got recommended your Gemini AI video. dab on that. See? Liking the stream really does help. That it really does. Even if you can't, like, afford to donate, but you want to support me, liking isn't just, like, do not let this, like, the my vote doesn't matter logic apply to you. Your like does matter. I promise you it does. It really, really does. It matters to me especially. But anyway. Anyway. It is time for us to start our next topic. Should I use the restroom? I feel like this is going to be a long topic, and I kind of have to pee. Yeah, I'm going to go pee really fast, guys. I'll be right back. I'll be very quick, of course. I want to play it safe, because I don't like interrupting segments, and this one seems like it might be a long one. I'll be right back. Be patient, guys. I shall return. Alright, I return. It has been getting progressively chillier and chillier as the stream goes, and so I decided to turn on the space heater. So, getting nice and toasty now. What's up, Tipster? Hope you're having a good one. Oh. Feeling better. Alright. Everybody, I hope you are all prepared, because I am about to start an absolute banger of a segment. And we're going to take it seriously, alright? We're going to be professional about this. This is a big deal. This is a big, big deal. This might be one of the biggest segments I do this month. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Having a good day today, especially. It's a really pretty day out. Like, really bright out for Seattle, which I really appreciate. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, there has been some big developments in the world of Twitter politics. You see, for the last couple years now, there's been this interesting feud that's taken place in the midst of Twitter's continued downfall into becoming a sort of 4chan, like, wannabe website, right? Now, these two individuals are basically opposites of each other, and I genuinely, when I first heard about these two individuals, was because of their beef, and I thought they were the same person, because I saw pictures of one person, and then I heard the name of the other person, and I didn't quite understand what was, like, going on, and so I was really confused when this all went down. But the actual story of it is that Chaya Raichik is a awful, awful woman who has very conservative-leaning values, who realized that under Elon Musk in particular, the wave of young, left-leaning, hormonal teenagers on TikTok posting cringe shit that they are not quite, you know, old enough and mature enough to realize is cringe is a perfect cesspool of cringe material to use as propaganda against the left. Zanby, like, all white women look the same to me. I'm not even gonna lie and say that's not true, Akira Tanakel. I'm sorry. Anyway, though, with that said, her method was essentially to farm TikTok, and usually young people on TikTok, or even some older people too that just post cringe on there, in order to suggest that cringe and people on the left being cringe, or people being part of the trans community or LGBT community being cringy, and that's how she started her posts, it was just, here are some TikTok people being cringy. They just oftentimes tended to be trans and LGBT and like left-leaning, right? But it wasn't like Nazi propaganda out of the gate. But very quickly, particularly after someone by the name of Taylor Lorenz, who works for like, I think the New York Times or maybe Washington Post, I forget, big publication along those lines, was able to find Libs of TikTok's info, including her full name. No longer, by this point, of course, Libs of TikTok had become a enormously influential anti-woke account that even politicians in the Republican Party are referencing while suggesting bills that they want to pass. Taylor Lorenz decides this person who is literally affecting our legislature does not get to remain anonymous. That is not how politics works. And just straight up doxed Libs of TikTok. Granted, the info was already public and findable, but I'm not going to draw the line at what is and isn't doxing in this context. What Taylor Lorenz did was doxing. And it was one of the very few cases where I think doxing is fine. When it comes to somebody literally influencing our elections and our, like, what bills get written and passed, I don't think that person should be able to remain anonymous. Like, when someone is effectively a second, whatever, like, House member or senator or something, in terms of their influence, they shouldn't get to have complete anonymity while pulling the strings in American politics as clearly as she was. So I'm not one to endorse doxing. This is a rare case where I can't really bring myself to complain about it, you know? It's a rare case. I can't really bring myself to complain about it. Regardless, though, they have had a back-and-forth Twitter war for years now at this point, with Libs of TikTok obviously being the larger figure. And now, apparently, I don't know what led to this. I don't know why this was agreed to by Libs of TikTok, aka Chaya Raichik, or Chaya Raichik, sorry. I have no idea why she agreed to this, but nonetheless, she agreed to an interview, which was more like a debate. And based on the clips online and Chaya Raichik, aka Libs of TikTok's reaction on Twitter, Libs of TikTok got blown the fuck out. Badly. I am genuinely excited to see how this went. It is long as hell, so I don't know how much of this we're gonna get to watch, but I hope we're able to condense the juiciest parts down into this review. I'm so excited to finally watch this. I've known about it for days. I have not watched it. I have resisted watching it. Now is the time. I'm not going to cover up Libs of TikTok, obviously. This is Libs of TikTok, obviously, wearing a shirt that seems to either have... Like I said, all white women look the same to me. It's either a shirt that has herself or Taylor Lorenz on it. I guess it's probably Taylor Lorenz, and it's meant to be like a troll or something. Like, oh, look, came to the interview with a shirt where it's you making a funny face. Sargon and Styx Hexenhammer stopped doing debates for a reason. When will they learn? That is true. Like, Sargon and Styx Hexenhammer made a collab video after they got blown the fuck out by Vosh back in the day saying, don't debate BreadTube, don't debate the online left. Like, as a PSA. Let's watch.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, the struggles of LA, I swear.
Keeping it short, 53 minutes. Oh boy.
Okay, well now that we're going, so thank you so much for meeting. First of all, I saw Seth Dillon today saying that you guys are no longer affiliated.
I absolutely love that we're getting a dynamic that I don't feel like is common enough in this space. We're seeing two women debate. Like, seriously, for a second here, think about how often it is that, at least large public figures-wise, that you see two women on completely opposite side of things who hate each other, who have had deep drama, debate. I can't think of any. Maybe that's my misogynistic bias, but I haven't seen anything like this dynamic. So I'm ready to see it go down.
What happened with her? I know that he invested in you early, was supportive supporter of you.
Like, most of the people that Demon Mama debates are, like,
just parted
chuddy
ways.
For
dudes.
what reason?
Personal reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you didn't align
Totally amicable. I love Seth. He's
Yeah.
a great mentor.
So why wouldn't you want him involved, or, you know, why isn't he involved in the business anymore?
Just personal reasons. I'm not going to get into it.
Oh, okay. When did that sort of break off?
God, it's kind of quiet. Why is it so quiet on my end here?
Affiliated. What happened with her? I know that he invested in you early, was a huge supporter of you. What happened to that relationship?
Just parted ways.
For what reason?
Personal reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you didn't align
Totally amicable. I love Seth. He's
Yeah.
a great mentor.
So why wouldn't you want him involved, or, you know, why isn't he involved in the business anymore?
Just personal reasons. I'm not going to get into it.
Oh, okay. When did that sort of break off?
Recently.
Oh my god. Right out the gate. Okay, so Taylor Lorenz is like an expert on Chaya Raichik and like is kind of like a nonstop like hate poster of hers, which, you know what? The work has to be done. I respect it. So I love that this is literally just going to be like, okay, you're coming here to be a troll. I'm just going to be extremely passive aggressive to you like the entire time. This is the most bitchy debate I've ever seen. I love it.
Uh-huh. So how many staffers? Tell me a little bit more about your organization.
We are a small team, just a couple people.
And it's all distributed?
It's what?
It's all distributed, as in it's all remote, pretty much? Or do you guys have an office space?
It's remote, yeah.
Got it. So when did you start, I guess? What got you into all this? I've always wanted to ask you. I know, I wrote about sort of the history of your Twitter account, but how did you get involved in politics?
If you watch any of my interviews, I talk about this all the time. But just, COVID radicalized me.
Yeah. In what
And
way?
they were like forcing us to wear masks and not letting us leave our homes. And, not letting us work and people losing their jobs. And then people now forcing a vaccine, an experimental vaccine, people dying from the vaccine.
So how did that get you interested in...
The experimental vaccine, people dying from the vaccine, I don't know what else to say other than this woman is like, you know how Facebook back in the day was the central sort of hub for like boomer anti-vax flat earth types, like the conspiracy boomers. Like there was a time back when like the cursed Conspira Boomer Images account wasn't pulling tweets off of Twitter, it was pulling posts off of Facebook because that's what that kind of stuff was. Libs of TikTok is a Twitter version in a post-Elon Twitter of that sort of community personified, right? She has appealed to young people that want to cringe at like young LGBT people and lefties on TikTok. She's got appealed to boomers who want to fall for the fear-mongering about the conspiracy stuff, about the vaccine and, like, not being allowed to... No one was not allowed to work during COVID, as far as I remember. Like, I think there might have been, like, shutdowns in some cities, but as far as, like, federal... There was no federal call for people to not be allowed to work. Like in cities, they might have had curfews, but the curfews did not function like how they did in China, where you just get like arrested for being out after being late. Like the most overbearing law or regulation we had during COVID was that you had to wear a mask in some places, and that wasn't enforced strong enough. And now COVID is endemic. Remember, by the way, these people that are actively saying the vaccine is evil and killing people are the same ones saying that COVID caused MECFS, chronic fatigue syndrome, is fake, and actively pushing for the banning of any research into MECFS because the massive spike in its commonality after COVID became a thing is a big problem for the right in their mindset that like anybody could work hard enough and like have a successful life under capitalism, for one, because chronic fatigue syndrome literally just keeps you in bed all day. Like you just can't do, like, you can't do anything. You can't like get up, you can't speak, you can't think, you can't see, you can't talk. You can't move. So like the right heavily wants to bank on saying these people are basically faking crybabies. And so they're pushing bans on MECFS research, because it ties into COVID so strongly.
LGBTQ issues.
It got me interested in politics, and then once I was interested in politics, I stumbled upon this whole movement, and I was absolutely appalled.
So something that you'll notice, by the way, is that all of this is like bullshit. Like, you can tell she's making up this story, and you're probably wondering, like, why? Why is she making up this story? Like, what's the importance of making that up? And the thing is, Libs of TikTok's brand is that she got pushed into being who she is by the craziness of the left. That she was just a normal, average person who was radicalized away into becoming Libs of TikTok by the craziness of the left. When in reality, it is very obvious that she is both A, someone who has always been conservative, and B, someone who has pursued this as a career and is just like a professional Karen, and has basically branded herself as just some normal woman who has been forced to become a social media celebrity to call out this craziness taking over our world.
What I was saying.
That's her brand.
The radicalization of it, the way that they come after our most innocent and vulnerable population, or kids.
She can't keep eye contact. Oh my god. Oh my god, she can't keep eye contact. She, like, while speaking to her, she's like, you know, about our most vulnerable population. She has no confidence. Have you noticed that? There's not an ounce of confidence here, because without millions of people following her on Twitter, mostly bots, liking and ratioing everybody that she argues with, she falls apart. Without an army of internet trolls to, like, boost her engagement and ratio anyone she argues with so it looks like their arguments don't matter. Because that really is how it feels when you go on Twitter, right? Like, even when it's an argument you agree with, or even on YouTube, when you go down, like, the comments of a video and you see someone make, like, a good argument that you agree with, but then there's a reply debunking it with more likes, and then, like, the person replies, and they have, like, a back and forth, but every time the correct person is getting ratioed by the wrong person. Like, you can just tell the fact that the person who is right is getting ratioed is going to cause the ratio to continue to grow, which will feed into this mindset of, obviously the person with the most likes is the correct one, you know? And so without that sort of psychological boost on her side, I can tell she has absolutely no confidence, and she's just falling apart. She's crumbling.
The way that it makes, there's nothing logical about it. There's nothing logical about chopping off kids' body parts. There's nothing logical about giving kids porn in school. There's two sexes.
I feel I should respond to some of these things. So I guess point number one, absolutely none of these procedures or surgeries like can be described as lobbing off or chopping off people's body parts. Like, these are medical surgeries. It's no more chopping off someone's penis or chopping off someone's breasts than it is like slicing someone open, ripping their heart out, and then shoving a new heart in and then slamming their shit shut. Like, you could describe any procedure that way if you want to. But you know what I will say? I don't take this argument seriously from any conservative who is also militantly against circumcision being legal. I'm against circumcision being legal. Well, unless you're an adult. I don't believe it should be legal to circumcise your baby. I'm not circumcised, and proudly so. I don't believe it should be legal to do so. I have met too many guys who are circumcised, and they're like, yeah, man, when I jack off, I've got to use lotion because, like the sensitivity kind of gets rubbed away. And I'm like, what? Oh my God, that's fucking horrifying. And then, like, the most common responses whenever somebody says circumcision should be, like, banned for babies are unironically women who say, no, I'm grossed out by uncircumcised dicks. And it's like, oh my God, did you really just say that? Did you really just say... I know, like, what if a guy said that thing is, like, a meme, but, like, could you imagine if there was, like, millions of guys saying, no, female genital mutilation, which is, you know, what we call female circumcision, should be legal because I don't like the way vaginas look. We should female circumcise babies because I don't like the way uncircumcised vaginas look. Could you imagine that line of logic coming from a man? That is absolutely insane. We should not have circumcision for babies be legal. Absolutely, it shouldn't be legal. That is an area where my mom was absolutely based. They were like, do you want him circumcised? And she was like, no, you're not taking a knife to my baby's dick. No, give my baby back. And I, yeah. the implication, the self-report. No, I have seen this debate happen primarily between guys, to be fair. Now, to be fair, I have seen more guys argue that girls like circumcised dicks more than I've seen girls argue it, but I've still seen lots of girls argue it, particularly on Twitter pre-Elon, back when, like, half of Twitter was just dominated by, like, you know, the woke annoying accounts, you know, the ones, the really bitchy mean girl accounts. You know what I'm talking about. I've heard women say it. Yeah, I mean, it's not super common because, to be honest, most women don't care. But the fact that it is normalized that women can say that and it's not seen as the same as when men would have said the same thing about women is interesting to me. And honestly, I feel like the right would have more ground to stand on to criticize, like, feminism, quote unquote. It wouldn't actually be a valid argument, but from their perspective, it would be if they talked about the double standard between how we really would never accept or, like, allow female circumcision, which we call genital mutilation, and yet it is like a common and almost like expected practice for boys in America, at least. And it's not a thing outside of America, by the way. Like, I don't know if you guys are, like, non-Americans, but, like, in America, it's extremely common, and apparently outside of America, it's really rare. So, fuck, if you are giving it to me, at least let me pick the scar. I do not know what that reference is. I'm just glad that no one ever took a knife to my dick. The fact that parents allow that is insane. And it's, like, normalized. And yet, at the same time, surgical procedures on, like, consenting adults are a problem to these people. Because remember, Libs of TikTok doesn't actually have a problem. Like, her problem isn't actually with this made-up scenario of, like, millions of kids getting bottom surgery. It's not a thing that's happening. What she actually wants to ban is, A, she started moving on to adults up to age 25 need to not be, or up to 30, sorry, need to be banned from any form of gender transitioning care. And B, she wants to ban all of the things that she claimed before she didn't really take as much of an issue with. The goalpost always moves. First, it's like, oh, I only have a problem with them lobbing kids' dicks off or whatever. And then you say, well, that's not what they're doing. They're actually prescribing hormone blockers. And they're like, well, the hormone blockers sterilize them. It's like, well, no, the hormone blockers don't sterilize them. They're actually like a stopgap to sort of delay puberty so that there is a, window of time for the kid to have potentially, like, maybe there is a chance the kid's not trans. And that sort of gives them a barrier of time to figure that out potentially, while also not losing progress on a potential future transition without the drawback of it harming the future puberty that can happen if just taking off the hormone blockers. Like, the goalpost will always move. At the end of the day, they just want to, as Libs of TikTok has been, literally Libs of TikTok since this happened has been tweeting pictures of trans kids with the text "eradicate transgenderism" stamped on top of it. She's been doing this for days now. So the goalpost will always move, and eventually it's just going to get to genocide. Like, they just are going to want to execute the trans people that disgust them.
And that's it. So, anything out of that, it's just based on lies and nonsense.
Yeah. Did you grow up, I know you grew up in a sort of a more conservative community. Did you know any LGBTQ people growing up? What was your exposure to that community just in life prior to sort of understanding the world through politics?
I never really paid attention to it.
So you didn't have any LGBTQ friends or anything,
No.
family members?
No.
So your first
Okay. Well, that's an interesting admission.
exposure to the LGBTQ world was through basically learning about it through the media ecosystem.
Through themselves.
30? No, Libs of TikTok has literally been advocating for, like, gender transitioning care to be banned for anyone under the age of 30. Like, they will continue to move the age up until it is trans people are not allowed anymore. It was never about kids. Kids were just the on-ramp because everybody wants to save kids. Everyone wants to protect kids. So if you moralize and say kids are in danger, if you say think of the children, then you get them on board, and then you just got to keep pulling them gently, little by little, over to being in favor of, like, banning people under 30 from transitioning. And eventually it'll be like full bans of any presentation as being trans, and potentially, God forbid, if Trump becomes elected, we could see criminalization of being trans with lethal penalties.
Actually, they would say exactly what their intentions are, what their whole movement is about. So I learned about it through watching their own videos.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What sort of videos were you watching? I mean, are you just talking about the TikToks that you share? And
I tend more on TikTok. It's all over TikTok.
Yeah.
Very easy to find.
Yeah.
This is like the 2024 version of when Lauren Southern said to Destiny that anecdote is the data is the plural of anecdote. This is the 2024 version of that Lauren Southern quote.
I'm curious, I feel like there's been, especially on, my colleagues have done great reporting on sort of like this.
Nothing's changed. Just like during the Gamergate era, when you confront these people on why they are fighting this moral crusade against the woke SJWs or whatever, they literally always fall down to, I think there's a problem in our society. Where are you getting that info from? I see a lot of videos. Wait, so you don't have any data? Like no data or anything, no graphs or anything to suggest that like society is falling, just like you watch a lot of TikTok videos and they make you cringe? Like that's it? And once you get them to that point where you just kind of expose them for the fact that their politics are based on viral videos they've seen, they look pretty dumb to most onlookers. Not every onlooker, but to most, I think.
Rift on Twitter, I know that you have a very conservative fan base, and in your comments sometimes you'll see a lot of commentary about sort of the great replacement theory. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh boy.
What are your thoughts on the comments on your post telling me to kill myself?
Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Obviously against that. Yeah.
So will you come out and condemn that publicly?
Oh, I would condemn it anytime. I'm against murdering anyone, of course.
So you're against death threats against me?
I would.
So she tries to dodge the question and says, how do you feel about people commenting on your tweet that I should kill myself? And she's like, no, that's bad. I'm not in favor of that. And now she's just gonna be like, but answer the question though.
I'm a big, as somebody that's dealt with a lot of online harassment, I don't defend threatening to murder anyone. But I guess I'm curious,
because a lot of times it comes after an attack in the media, like someone like you or another journalist.
So are you saying that, like, if somebody posts something and then attacks follow, that person should answer for those attacks?
No, that's not what I'm.
Oh, Taylor Lorenz has her by the lady balls. She just got her by the lady balls. Oh no. Oh no, the walking it back. So if you post something and it leads to harassment, you think that's because that's literally Libs of TikTok's whole thing, inspiring terror attacks.
I'm saying that they people like you tell me that all the time, so I'm just asking if you think the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think I have said that here, but I think it's kind of interesting, I guess, in the conservative movement, there's this ideology around sort of white nationalism, which is obviously kind of a hardline ideology that's generally been pretty critical of Jewish communities. And I'm wondering.
I like how Taylor Lorenz is doing what I recommend that you guys do, and it's arguing like meta, debating meta, like break out of the level of not talking about the real problems that these people will try to get you into, and just like, don't even ask, are you a white nationalist? Ask, so a lot of people in your space, and part of a big part of conservatism is white nationalism, the belief that, and then listing a bunch of things that she has said, and then force her to either defend it or walk it back. Walking it back makes it look like she's a coward or a traitor to like many of her followers, and not being able to defend it makes her look weak, and the position look weak to people who are still in the middle and are falling for the propaganda.
As a Jewish woman, how do you feel about sort of aligning yourself with those people and accounts? You see this sort of rhetoric in your replies. I only bring it up. I'm not saying that you necessarily endorse that rhetoric. I would imagine that you don't. But how do you kind of think about those nuances when you're thinking about kind of the audience that you're building?
Some of your audience says we should chop off kids' body parts. What do you think about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. For one, obviously, an extremely weak and dishonest debate strategy is someone asks you a question and then deflect with another question unrelated. It's literally like the Ron Swanson thing, where Ron Swanson, like, I don't know if you've seen Parks and Rec, but there's an episode where Ron Swanson says, I hate government meetings, so whenever I go to them, I always respond with a question that's somewhat passive-aggressive, no matter what the question I'm asked is, and I say nothing. Like, she's basically trying to pull that Like, no matter what question she's asked, she doesn't answer a question, but just responds with a question passive-aggressively. But she's not doing it well because she keeps getting tricked into responding to some of the questions.
Like a girl.
So the way it looks is that question about aligning with Nazis as a Jewish woman and her, like, deflecting on that one makes it look like she's weak on that point, rather than she's just going to deflect every question like a troll. It just makes her look like she was too scared to answer that.
Says she wants to be a boy, so she chops off her breasts.
I'm a big, you know, I believe in personal liberty and bodily autonomy personally.
So kids should be able to.
I love liberty. I love democracy.
I mean, I believe in gender ideology. I guess I personally, my feeling is that I believe in personal liberty. I grew up in a town where a lot of people, for their middle school graduation, women got nose jobs. I knew somebody that got a boob job at age 14.
I wouldn't argue with them on this point. I would just say, I just agree with what the scientific consensus is right now. Right now, it seems to be that sex and gender are not the same thing, that sex is not a binary, but instead a spectrum, and that being trans is a valid thing, and that gender transitioning care is valid. It's why it's legal in so many states, and why it's taken so much Republican overreach, in large part with your help, in order to ban it in hard red states with a nonpartisan push, or a partisan push, and yet overwhelmingly, scientific institutions across the board are calling this out as anti-scientific, including Florida's. I'm literally debating for her right now, but I mean, like, I feel like you just say, I believe in what the science says. How do you feel about Ron DeSantis banning the teaching of AP psychology in Florida because it doesn't align with the anti-trans ideology he wants? How do you feel about science classes being banned because the science doesn't agree with you politically? Basically, respond with play her game back. That's what I'd do.
And I guess I struggle to kind of understand the criticism when there's certainly no criticism of that sort of thing, right? But then there's criticism of this other sort of gender-affirming, stuff. So
you're comparing a boy being allowed to chop off his penis to a teen.
This isn't happening, by the way. Like, I think the most similar scenario where this could happen is potentially if you are 16 years old or 17 and you have A, got parental consent, B, have had a very long, like over a decade of psychological oversight by multiple medical professionals. I believe it takes a written doctor's note by 3 confirming gender dysphoria. At that point, you can get on hormone blockers. But as for getting bottom surgery, it's so not common. Like, I know that famously, I did not know a lot of trans people prior to becoming like a lefty YouTuber, but I met a few shortly before, and it was a big part of like my sort of like evolution into becoming a lot more knowledgeable about this stuff, is just meeting trans people and like becoming friends with them and learning about their experience. It's kind of where I learned a lot of the fundamental things I knew about trans stuff when debating people. Was just meeting trans people, learning about what their lives were like by being friends with them, and using that knowledge to debate. But since then, I've filled my brain with a lot more academic and scientific and psychological research knowledge, and I feel like that's very handy. The problem is, like I said, Taylor is good at it like 50% of the time in this debate, but you have to argue meta. You have to recognize that she is not honest. If she's going to be dishonest, be more dishonest than her, not on the topics, but in the debate style. Every single move needs to be with the goal of demoralizing and taking the words out of Libs of TikTok's mouth.
Teenage girl getting a nose job?
Well, just to be extra clear, I don't believe that 13-year-olds are able to make those sort of medical decisions.
That's absolutely true.
Minors are, yeah.
Oh, really? Where?
Yeah. Children's.
So she said 13-year-olds, and then she said 13-year-olds aren't able to make those decisions, and she said minors, yeah. Okay. Minors is anyone under 18. Do you think a 17-year-old getting gender transitioning care is the same as a 13-year-old doing it? I'd say those are very different.
National Hospital in D.C. gives 16-year-olds hysterectomies.
Oh, 16-year-olds.
They gave me that. They told me that directly. They said 16 girls and younger. That's what they said. So.
Reminder, by the way, I have a friend who has uterine cancer, like there's like a cancerous growth in her uterus, and due to the laws being passed in red states, she is having a really hard time finding a way to get that dealt with, due to the fact that legally, due to the fact that the procedure would have to render her reproductive system no longer functional, legally it is considered an abortion. And so doctors have said that up until she is literally dying of septic shock, she cannot be operated on to get the tumor or cancerous growth out. So we're talking about the potential for 16-year-old girls who have, like, obviously that's not the case for my friend, but she's referring to 16-year-old girls getting hysterectomies. And that is legally what the procedure my friend needs is considered. There's no law that says 16-year-olds aren't allowed to get fucking cancer. So if a 16-year-old girl gets some sort of uterine polyp or cancer or something awful with her reproductive system that requires a surgery that would render it no longer functional, in that case, Libs of TikTok's overwhelmingly no what's the word for it? No exceptions policy that she suggests, because this is overwhelmingly wrong no matter what, even if it's helping somebody, would ban that, as it already has been in many places. Oh yeah, of course, this is also a big problem with ectopic pregnancies as well. The problem is the female reproductive system is basically a death trap, and it's like a ticking time bomb of disasters. So the fact is that conservatives pushing for these laws that effectively make life-saving care that involves like the reproductive system illegal is basically just writing bills that will guarantee the deaths of millions of women. Just guaranteed. By the way, if you want to fight against this, please sign up with Progressive Victory. My link is down below in the description. Seriously, Progressive Victory, they're fighting against the Republicans in all of the big battleground states. It's going to be extra important with the election. Please go sign up with Progressive Victory. If you care about protecting your rights as much as these people want to destroy them, then you'll sign up. You don't even have to go out in person to do anything. If you want to stay home all day and still help, you can phone bank, all right? Seriously, get involved. Real politics is calling you. You have to protect liberty and democracy. The Republicans and Trump want to destroy democracy. We're like the hell divers. We have to fight to defend democracy, guys. We have to fight to defend America's liberty. All right? Join Progressive Victory and become a hell diver today.
So hysterectomies, there are definitely minors. I know for sure, I think it's 12 who are getting double mastectomies.
Anti-democracy Republicans.
They definitely allow vaginoplasties for minors and phalloplasties. I'm not aware of a specific case of a minor, but they allow 18-year-olds.
Yeah, which
I'm not aware of a specific case for a minor, but they allow 18-year-olds. Notice how she couldn't, while lying about this shit, she couldn't even keep it from slipping that she also takes issue with adults getting these procedures and thinks it should also be illegal. Because remember, the kids' point is just their, like, strong onboarding argument. Everyone wants to protect kids. Trick people into thinking kids are in danger, and you can get them to fight for any cause you can imagine. People are that impressionable. There's a reason why the meme from The Simpsons, "Oh, think of the children," made fun of that mindset and that ideology and thought process 40 years ago.
Okay, 18-year-olds, you're an
It's nothing new.
adult. But let's just get back to the Great Replacement stuff, because I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that whole ideology?
I mean, how many? There were times.
Oh, man. Is she going to say, yeah, I believe in the Great Replacement and just out herself as a white nationalist fully, like undisputedly? Or is she going to denounce the Great Replacement and like disown a bunch of her fans? Or is she just going to stumble and then ask like another question? What do you think it's going to be? A, B, or C? Is she just going to stumble and then ask another question? Or do you think she's going to ostracize her fans or try to defend the Great Replacement? Wait, she's Jewish, right? She claims to be Jewish. There's no mathematical way to determine whether or not she's Jewish, but she says she is. So, however much you trust her.
That there were some months over the past 3 years that there were more illegals coming into our border than children being born in the U.S. Does that not look like they're trying to replace us?
I guess.
Damn! Not even the does that not look like they are replacing us? But does that not look like they are trying to replace us, outright ascribing malice to immigration? Damn. The funny thing as well is the majority of illegal immigration is people overstaying work visas, and the majority of work visas are not immigrants coming from south of the border.
Sort of
They're
imagine
bringing in
America
a whole
as
new population.
a melting pot. Isn't that sort of what America was founded
No, but
on?
they're actually bringing in more people than are actually being born.
So I guess it sounds like you sort of do ascribe to this theory of the Great Replacement. How does that make
I just
you
look at the
feel?
facts and the numbers.
Well, so, I mean, just let's give a corollary, right? A lot of Jewish people fled, Europe, came over here also as immigrants. And there's a lot of criticism towards Jewish people in those movements, in those far-right movements. So I'm just wondering, as a Jewish woman, sort of how you feel about that and your role in cultivating this fan base that might think of you as a minority, an outsider.
Not all cultures are equal. Yeah.
So I know you have a lot of concerns about education.
My culture coming to America was okay via immigration because it's better than other cultures immigrating. I guess, like, good on Taylor Lorenz for just getting her to, like, be racist in public. I like that it's in public, too, because everyone's just going to hear this woman go on about, like, chopping kids' dicks off. And, like, Taylor Lorenz doesn't say any of that stuff. She just asks, like, very basic questions. So it's just Libs of TikTok projecting her voice, saying this weird conspiracy nonsense about vaccines killing you and, like, chopping kids' genitals off in the middle of a public square, Literally in the public square. While, like, even to ongoing, like, people walking by. Notice the people walking by that are looking don't look at Taylor. They're looking at Libs of TikTok because she's weird looking. Like, she's wearing, like, a hot pink shirt with a weird like sweater with a weird shirt on with someone else's face on it, and she's saying weird stuff that's like conspiracy nonsense. So she's both humiliating herself to the internet and to the public. It's hilarious.
Educational materials and books, library books and things, especially.
They're importing people who want to destroy America. And who come here and do not stand for what America stands.
My favorite thing about, like, when white nationalists talk about immigration is they like to use the term importing and exporting, which is a term used for cargo, objects, like property. They can't talk about the movement of immigrants in a way that does not indicate that they view said immigrants as either A, tools of the state that they are coming from to, like, destabilize America or whatever, insane, or B, less than human. Like, they dehumanize them into property when describing their travel.
Stands for. So, and I think, and we see it, there's time after time after time after time. They come in, they're destroying our cities, they bring crime with them, and they are bringing them in to replace us. And, yeah.
They, who's they? Ask who's they.
I think people from various countries, they're all different.
So, just back to the sort of education stuff, I know that you're interested in removing a bunch of books from libraries that you consider inappropriate. I was just wondering, out of all the books that you've sort of tried to get removed, how many have you read?
I've read a couple of them.
Which ones?
Genderqueer. I've read This Book is Gay. I've read Flamer. I've read, what were some of the other ones? My Shadow is Pink. It Feels Good to Be Yourself. There's so many more. Tons of them.
How do you kind of square, would you say, I feel like you are, or at least I feel like you've spoken about free speech before and the need for free speech and sort of supported Elon Musk's sentiments in that area. Would you say that you're a free speech supporter?
Yeah.
So how do you square the sort of being this free speech supporter with wanting to ban literature?
What kind of literature?
Any kind of literature. I mean, I would think
what
that
kind of literature am I trying to ban?
Oh, I thought you were just trying to say you've made an effort to get books removed from schools.
What kind of books?
Books dealing with LGBTQ people and sexual
education.
That's not what I said. Oh, so you're not trying to get any books banned from school?
That's not what I said either.
Okay, why don't you explain to me how you're thinking about this?
You just accused me of wanting to ban books. What kind of books am I trying to ban?
You tell me.
This is one of my favorite strategies of the conservative demagogue. They know they're hypocritical. You can't make that a point of debate whether or not they are hypocritical. You can only, like I said, argue with them on a meta level. Argue why are they hypocritical. Not why are you why are you so hypocritical on this topic? You love free speech, and yet you also want to ban these books. No, I don't. No, don't run away from from your point. You don't want your fans to get mad at you for disowning your positions. Come on, stick to what you believe in. You want these books banned. You believe they're pornography. You mentioned them earlier in our conversation, saying you want the pornography removed from schools. But what you think of as pornography, the things you listed here, are literally just LGBT coming-of-age books. Many of the books they're pushing to ban are literally not even mentioning of LGBT people, and it's like if there is a scene in which like a character mentions a sex act, they want the book banned. So like you're in high school, and there's like it was pretty much the Catcher in the Rye thing. Like, oh, the characters say fuck and they mention blowjobs or whatever. We need this banned. This pornographic material needs to be banned. High schoolers can't handle this. Like, it's literally just that. But remember, when it's inconvenient to be called hypocritical, they'll just pretend like they never did a thing that their entire brand was based on, and then put you on the spot and say, when did I say that? What books do I want to ban? When like every other tweet is about how it is bad that a book is available in a school, and all the comments are about how it should be banned, and then laws have been inspired banning those books with you being cited as the inspiration. Like, it's just dishonest. Don't let them play the dishonest game and get you into a trap.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
But you're not trying to ban any books?
Who said I'm trying to ban books?
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Okay. So how do you
banned.
square your sort of notion of free speech and free expression and allowing all of that stuff with wanting literature removed and wanting access to information removed?
What kind of literature?
You tell me.
Porn. Gay porn.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And what do you consider
Gay
gay
porn.
porn in these books?
So you want to see it?
Are you talking about the stuff that you've tweeted, basically?
You wanna see-
you can
Someone clip that. Someone clip that. Someone clip that, please. Please, please. That is the that was amazing. That her moving to get her phone and she says, "Do you want to see it?" in reference to the gay porn. Holy shit. Oh my god, that goes so hard. Someone's got to clip that.
removed and wanting access to information removed.
What kind of literature?
You tell me.
Porn. Gay porn.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And what do you consider gay porn in these books?
So you want to see it?
Are you talking about
That is the best response. That is amazing. That is the best response ever. You want to see it. And then reaching for her phone. Oh my god. That goes crazy.
the stuff that you've tweeted, basically? You consider
Yeah,
it
like there's
inappropriate.
pictures of like blowjobs and like how to have gay sex with like naked people and
Yeah,
people
gay porn's the
masturbating
only
and stuff, yeah.
porn she wants
Did you?
banned.
Like pictures of it.
Oh,
yeah.
totally. And
Yeah.
I went to public school.
There are pictures of sex acts in books available in libraries and schools, is what she is arguing. Now, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that realistically what actually happened was like, okay, so do you guys know how school libraries are filled? A lot of the time, there'll be like book donations, there'll be book fairs that are paid for to just buy like a bunch of the best-selling books on New York Times for the year and just fill them up in the library. They're screened for sure, but there is a level of mistakes that get made. I remember that famously, a very, very sussy hentai novel. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's the one that has like the 3,000-year-old dragon lolly in it, was literally available on the shelves of a library in a school, a public school. Like, this is a big drama, like, back in 2020 or something like that. It's called Dragon Maid. Okay. It was available on the shelves, like one copy at least, was available on the shelves of a public school library. And it was a big deal. People freaked out about it. And I feel like there's always been this level of like, okay, some things are going to slip by, especially in high school. So there's always the potential for that, especially when we're talking about millions of schools across the entire country. If you are a bad actor like Libs of TikTok and you want to surgically target specific stories to create a narrative while ignoring like data and trends and actual like, reality, then you're able to do that quite easily. Now more so than ever. And Libs of TikTok is going to enter a whole new echelon of content once AI video gets to be indistinguishable from real video. Every other post from Libs of TikTok is going to be an AI generated video of like kids wearing nothing walking down the street at a pride parade. Like, every other post on conservative Twitter is going to be borderline child porn of kids at pride parades that they generated and, like, make go viral for this. Like, it doesn't matter if it gets anything done for them. It just has to go viral and, you know, sort of rouse more hate. You know that's what's going to happen with those AI videos. Elon's not going to ban it, no matter how sussy and explicit it is. Elon's not going to fight against it or ban it or speak out against it. He is going to boost it, if anything. It is going to explode on Twitter in like a few months when that Sora AI, I think it's called, ends up being like broadly available to anyone just to generate a meme video. People are going to generate so much political propaganda. I mean, right now they're using videos from Arma. You guys have seen it, right? I've covered it a couple times on stream, but conservative, like, or in pro-Russia accounts post videos of like jets getting shot down in Arma 3, but like they make sure it's nighttime footage, so it's like fairly hard to tell for someone who doesn't recognize video game footage like that. And, you know, it's a pretty realistic war game, so people don't expect that to be from a video game when looking at a tiny little video. And so they've been using Arma footage for a while to fake stories like diversity, equity, inclusion, pilots crashing planes. Like, quite a few of those going viral have just been Arma 3 videos. A lot of Ukrainian jets and ships getting sunk by, you know, brave Russian fighters, all just Arma footage. And, like, yeah, it's really... Once these people don't have to use video games for their misinformation and they can, like, generate at the click of a button indistinguishable from real footage, like misinfo, we're going to be in for interesting times.
And we had a sex ed class in public school where we were shown, you know, information about sexual health and, you know, sex and masturbation and things like that. I'm curious about your own education. I mean, was that something did you ever...
Mind you, the thing they're actually fighting against, by the way, because if you actually push back on any of these topics, like every other one of them, she will eventually fall apart because none of these things that she said to start her argument of, I just want gay porn banned from schools. There is no gay porn in schools. It's not, kids aren't allowed to read gay porn in schools. I've been to school. I know it's allowed. It's not. It certainly is not allowed in schools. You are insane if you think that's the case. It's a big reason why I think a lot of, like, younger people don't fall for this as much is because they know what is going on in their schools and they know that, like, kids aren't being, like, turned into trans people by, like, gayification classes or whatever. It's like this propaganda just sounds like boomer hysteria to them. And so that's why a lot of Gen Z outside of, like, the Andrew Tate watching dudes are much more progressive. And on top of that, Gen Z has reversed the trend of the getting more conservative as you age. Every generation, even though it tends to be more progressive than the last, a small percentage of that generation tends to get more conservative as they get older. Gen Z, so far, has bucked that trend. Gen Z is getting more progressive as they get older, not less. More politically knowledgeable and caring about politics more as they get older, not less, like previous generations. It's the polar opposite.
Go to a sex ed class, or is this all sort of new to you, where you're sort of learning about how this works in public schools?
I don't live under a rock.
So you did have sex ed classes when you were growing up?
We had some kind of education, yeah.
So you do think it's important for children to have education, sex education?
Not the way they're doing it in public schools.
How are they doing it?
They're giving kids porn and telling third graders that they should masturbate. They're giving...
So that is definitely not the case. What I will tell you is the case is that overwhelmingly the vast majority of criminologists, like legal professionals, doctors, scientists, everything across the board have definitively proven with data that the rate of unreported child sexual abuse drops when you introduce child sex education at a young age. Teach them what their body parts are, that adults aren't to touch them there, and that if someone does, to go to an adult and tell someone, or go to the police. So many child abusers tell their abuse victim, you're going to be in so much trouble if you tell anybody, and they believe it because they don't know that what's happened to them is wrong, and an adult, usually, you know, child sex abusers are adults, usually they believe an adult authority figure, and they keep the abuser's secret. It happens all the fucking time. But if you give them proper education, hell, you might be able to prevent it in the first place a lot more often. But at the very least, when it does happen, these kids are going to know to go to an adult and what to do, and that what happened to them was not okay, not normal, and that it was a sexual thing, which is not okay to happen to them without their consent. Teaching consent is important, both between kids, because yes, consent is important to learn at a young age, just as a fundamental property of existing, even if it's like, hey, can I give you a hug? No, I don't want a hug right now. Don't touch me. Okay, I understand your boundaries. Like, it doesn't have to be sexual consent, just like understand people's boundaries. Teaching that is important. And then obviously, as you get older, you're going to need to know what masturbation is. You're going to need to know what, like, protection is. You're going to need to know some of the nitty-gritty aspects of sex ed. It's why it's always been a meme that when it comes to middle and high school sex education, all the guys are just sitting there just going... like, hold on. Let me, wait, hold on. Let me show you this, like, child grooming that happened back in, like, what, the fucking 90s or whatever? I really hope I can show this scene without getting copyrighted. Please. It's only 29 seconds.
We're gonna be
Please.
talking about the
Please let me get away with it. Okay. Look.
We're gonna be talking about the penis.
Look at this grooming.
We'll be talking about the vagina. Do you think that's funny, butthead? Do you find it amusing that we'll be talking about the testicles? Yes, we're also gonna be talking about venereal disease, sexual intercourse, the scrotum, the clitoris, and we will definitely be spending a lot of time talking about masturbation.
Look at that grooming, guys. Grooming. Look, they've been grooming the kids for years by educating them about sex so they don't literally know nothing when they're adults.
Middle school children guides to gay sex and anal sex, sex toys.
How would you describe the type of sex education that you would like to see in schools?
At this point, I want all sex education actually removed from schools because I don't trust the schools to do it.
Okay.
After what we've seen, I don't trust them at all. Zero. We need to completely eradicate it and then redo it in a normal way that's appropriate.
So I saw you said that you got banned from Stripe today. How much money did you have tied up in that platform?
Oh, yes. Oh, this is like, yeah, she basically got like her fucking funds frozen just that day. So this is her coming off of like, she's stressed already about the fact that her finances have just been frozen because that's what Stripe is what Twitter works with for payouts, and her job is to post on Twitter. Like really, Elon Musk pays these people to post conservative propaganda on Twitter for boosted engagement on the website for like keeping it relevant and getting people back on it. It's really funny. So yeah, that's an armor piercer. Let's rewind it. Let's rewind that armor piercer. Let's hear it all.
In a normal way that's appropriate.
So I saw you said that you got banned from Stripe today. How much money did you have tied up in that platform?
I'm not going to get into that. Mm-hmm. They already restored me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're back.
Yeah.
They didn't.
I noticed, you know,
they didn't.
I think it was around.
Guys, she's completely lying. Literally the next day, she was like literally melting down on Twitter, arguing with Stripe's customer service about how they hadn't reinstated her and trying to get her reinstated. She started a whole hellstorm the next day with Stripe's customer service on Twitter. She's lying right now. She's literally just like so upset about it that she tries to change the subject by lying. That's crazy. The code.
Last summer, you deleted a lot of your tweets and you kind of stopped posting. This is when Seth Dillon kind of tweeted, you know, asking if you fell off or, you know, saying that you weren't posting as you used to. What happened during that time, and did you think about quitting?
I have no idea, and no, I never thought about quitting.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you delete all your old posts?
It was just a one-time editorial decision. I stand by all my posts.
Yeah? Why'd you delete them?
You know, I guess speaking of deleting posts, you still have a post up accusing the Uvalde shooter of being trans. Obviously, that's been debunked.
Yeah, there's a community note on it.
So why not remove that post if you're so comfortable with removing posts?
Because there's a community note. I think it's clear. It's obviously it was unintentional. There was a watermark on it. It was from a meme, an account that was going around, and.
Ask her about the cat litter boxes in the kids' bathrooms next. Because, like, you have to remember, every insane conspiracy the right blew up over the last couple years has come from Libs of TikTok. The long-since-debunked litter box thing came from Libs of TikTok. She popularized that. Like, the conspiracy stuff about vaccines turning your blood black ooze, your blood into black ooze from taking the vaccine. She started that conspiracy. The idea that people are dying suddenly from the vaccine. She started the phrase "died suddenly" as like a meme, like referring to like people dying of anything and saying, oh, it was the vaccine. They say, oh, died suddenly, it must be the vaccine. And then that became their documentary name when they made like the anti-vax documentary. Like, she started so much of these things. She just posts a crazy conspiracy. People run with it. It hits the like Fox News. Laws are passed based on in red states based on her tweets. And she's like, well, they put a community note on it correcting my misinfo, so no harm, no foul.
I'm glad there's a community note so people know that.
Do you believe if, say, a journalist posts something factually incorrect or wrong, especially about someone else, if somebody was to say something factually wrong about you, do you believe they should remove that, or do you think they should be able to keep that content up?
Twitter is free speech.
Remember, guys, you're never going to see it. She doesn't even call it X. That's great. There's going to be a day when, like, she gets sued the same way Alex Jones did, and she does not have the know-how, the money, or the resources to, like, not be destroyed by it 1,000,000 times worse than Alex Jones will. She is going to get the Alex Jones treatment, and it is going to ruin her. Her Twitter account is the biggest flash in the pan you can imagine. Libs of TikTok is not going to be relevant in a few years. I swear to God, she will not be. This is not a person, fundamentally, who has staying power in the political space. Trust me, I've watched this shit happen for a long time, since like the inception of the Gamergate era. Libs of TikTok does not have what it takes to stick around. She doesn't even have the same amount of charisma and rhetorical skill as Sargon of Akkad. She will be a nobody, obscure nothing in 3 years. Max. These people never last. They are candles burning at both ends.
People lie about me all the time on there, and they don't get taken down. If you want, it has to go both ways.
So you believe that people should be allowed to keep up wrong information about you and have no recourse, be able to keep that up?
Free speech is free speech.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious how you square that with the letter that you sent this morning to vSphere, claiming that, you were going to try to sue her for slander. If free speech is free speech, then why are you threatening your critics with lawsuits?
Well, defamation is different.
So would you call misidentifying a shooter's sexuality defamation?
No, I wouldn't. Like I said, there's already a community note on it, so I'm glad that people now.
And you admit that it's wrong, right? Was the Uvalde
and I wasn't the creator of that image.
Sure, but you can imagine if somebody amplified wrong information.
The media, like Washington Post and other places, they lie all the time. They're never held accountable. They never remove it. They lie and lie and lie. So.
This is not even close to true. There are watchdog groups and nonprofits that actually track the reporting reliability of different journalistic outlets, as well as who they're being funded by. Many of them, surprisingly, even NPR, are being funded a shit ton by big oil, by the way. Like a lot of NPR's funding is big oil. I'm not even joking. Like, NPR is like 70% big oil funding. So that's something to consider. Fuck. But then also, these watchdog groups and nonprofits literally track the reliability and truthful reporting of all these different organizations and news outlets, and then they will rate the truthful reporting as well as the bias. There are tons of sites like this and tons of different organizations that do this, and they will also track how often these organizations recant their positions. New York Times and Washington Post are some of the most frequently recanting of their wrong. Every single news organization, period, gets stuff wrong. That is the nature of the job. There's just no way to avoid it. The right just lies and has the highest rate of false reporting there is, like unanimously. For example, like there were lots of groups that would fact check Donald Trump live during the presidential debates, and Donald Trump would tell roughly 153 lies per 10 minutes or something like that. Like there was literally a stat, like you can Google it, Donald Trump lie stat. Like, it wasn't like a matter of opinion or subjectivity. Like, Donald Trump would have his lies counted per debate, and they would count up how many lies he told in the debate compared to his competitors. And, like, there'd be, like, one or two sort of half-truths from, like, the Democrats he'd be arguing with, or the Democrat he'd be debating. But then it would be, like, 100 or 200 lies from Trump. Literally, Google it. Donald Trump lie stat. So yeah, Washington Post, New York Times, all of these organizations famously, like recant their misinfo when they tweet, like post it. They'll rewrite an article, or they'll outright like add an edit, or they will write a whole new one to fix and correct what they have said. Yeah, Trump's false or misleading claims total to 30,573 over 4 years. God damn, that's from 2021, by the way. 30,573 counted verifiable lies over the course of the 4 years that he did his campaign up to 2021. Damn. Yep. Like, it's literally been counted and tracked and, like, statistically broken down how many lies per minute Donald Trump tells, and it's insane.
I am not gonna, if you want to hold me to that level, then I get to hold you to that level as well, and all the other media. So I just don't think, you know, it's not accurate to compare it.
I so badly wish we had time to watch the rest of this, because she literally can't form a sentence without stumbling over herself. Taylor Lorenz isn't doing a perfect job, but I'd say she's doing a pretty, like, A- job at debating here, while Chaya Raichik, Libs of TikTok, is doing, like, a F- job. So she's Taylor Lorenz is definitely blowing Libs of TikTok the fuck out, especially with all of these stuttering and not being able to think of what she means to say. Simply Taylor Lorenz being more verbose and well-spoken than Libs of TikTok is a big one. Libs of TikTok has no speaking skills outside of tweets. That's another thing that's going to kill her entire flash-in-the-pan existence online. She cannot exist off of Twitter, and her entire success is tied to Twitter. She will be a nobody if somebody better replaces her, A, or B, Twitter stops being successful. Yeah. Man, I wish we had more time to watch this. It would be so goddamn funny, but sadly, we've only gotten 15 minutes in, and it's been a whole hour of my commentary, so, you know, what can I be? Or what can I say? I'm just too damn transformative. Ugh. Alrighty. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. What do you guys think? Great segment. That was pretty fun. Pretty good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice, nice. Game Master 19, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. The support is very appreciated. It says, as for your comment, I did build a PC with 16 gigabytes of RAM, a Ryzen 3600 6-core processor, and a 660X Radeon graphics card. Link is a pro ad block video. I am personally, like, I like ad block. It's good as a tool, but, like, I don't lose my mind over websites like YouTube axing ad blockers as much as they can, because at this point YouTube is literally not close to profitable. And if people are going to continue to be paid by YouTube for it to be their job, it's got to be a profitable website, or at least not as big of a loss as it has been. And so even with massive loss of users, YouTube sees making the non-premium viewer watching experience practically unwatchable with ads to push people into subbing to YouTube Premium is far more profitable than just keeping it a free platform totally, where you can just, like, relatively easily watch content for free without ads being intrusive. Like, YouTube existing as a subscription service is the future. It just is the future. There's no escaping it. It is what is going to happen. You will treat YouTube like a streaming service, or you will not watch YouTube. And I imagine most of you guys are not going to give up YouTube. But I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Really fast. I'm gonna go, go pee, and then I'm going to make myself a snack for my midstream, like, eating break, and I'm gonna eat some food while we watch just a chill video, and then we will get right back into topics. I'll do 3 more topics for today, I think, and then we're gonna wrap things up, and I'll see you all tomorrow after that, because I'm streaming again tomorrow as well, so get excited. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I will be back in 1 moment. We got 3 more topics to do. Don't go anywhere. Be patient. I'll be back in a moment. Dude, somebody drove by my house with like McDonald's or something. Because I could smell it through my window a second ago. Like I could smell that just like distinct McDonald's grease smell. And I haven't ordered like fast food or anything off of like a food delivery app in, God, months. Because I got my own place so I can cook and I can just have my own like cabinets and stuff. And it's nice, you know, just having a nice house of my own for the sake of my own like food prep. So I don't really order stuff anymore, but God, I smelled that McDonald's grease and it like awakened something in me, dude. I so badly wanted to order some McDonald's a second there, but I've got myself some better food that does not cost a literal arm and a leg for one greasy ass meal that's gonna pass right through you. McDonald's grease smell sometimes hits in a terrible, naughty way. Well, no, I love the smell of the grease. It awakens my inner fast food demon, but I have to fight the urge to order that shit, because it's just a waste of money. Ordering food, especially ordering McDonald's on DoorDash, it's such a waste of money, such a waste. Their McDonald's breakfast is so good, and maybe every once in a while I'll treat myself, but it's gotta be a special thing. It's just too greasy. You know what I'm saying? It's not good for you. If you can afford it and you're in a position like me, it's worth it. I mean, I don't like ordering food if I can help it, because it feels bad too when like every meal you eat is like DoorDash. It feels awful to like know that every meal you're eating is costing like 35 or 40 bucks, you know? Like a normal McDonald's meal for like a normal sized person plus tip and delivery fee, 30 to 45 bucks or 30 to 40 bucks on like Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever. It's really overpriced. Just cook for yourselves or buy like, you know, easily prepared food that just you throw in the microwave like what I got here, which is what we are about to, well, we're not about to eat it. I'm about to eat it while we watch a video. What are we gonna watch? You know what? We hightail. I genuinely feel like Hightail is imminent at this point. Like, I genuinely see it coming out next year. And because of that, I think we're going to start ramping up Hightail hype on the channel. Because you better believe I'm going to play the fuck out of that game on stream when it comes out. I'm going to play so goddamn much. And so, I'm curious. Here, actually, I think this video would be a good one. Whoa! I think this video is a good catch up on what's going on with Hightail. It's from a month ago, from Quebec Connor, good channel, good friend of mine. And it's the plan for Hightail in 2024. Basically going off of what the devs have said, what the plan for 2024 is for Hightail as we ramp up towards the launch. Orthos Dork, thank you so much for the additional $5. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. He says, donating to say not McDonald's. I didn't mean McDonald's. I meant YouTube Premium. Oh, my bad, Orthos Dork. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to misunderstand you. You don't need to donate in order for me to understand what you meant. Just like, you can like say my name in the chat and it will glow blue. And then just like say what I meant when I said this was for YouTube Premium, not McDonald's. Like, that would have worked, but I do appreciate the donation. That is unironically a preferable way to tell me things, is through donations. I won't say no to that. That is very cool and very appreciated. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you, seriously. Anyway, I'm going to eat, and we're going to watch this video by Quebec Corner updating us on Hightail. First, I'm going to update the dono goal really fast because you guys have been so goddamn kind. Remember, if you guys want to support the channel and help me out, obviously raising money for a brand new camera and the stuff for doing quail and stuff like that, I want to have a little extra funds set aside for it. I don't want to, like, you know, buy an $800 camera or whatever, or $600 camera. I don't know how much they go for yet. I don't know which one I'm going to get. Unless I can, like, you know, justify that purchase, you know? So, yeah, if you guys want to donate your little piece and you've got the money for it, then feel free. But if you don't want to or you can't do it, then you don't have to. Don't feel bad about it. You can just drop a like on the stream and my videos, and it goes a long way, and it means a whole lot to me, and it's totally free, and it just takes half a second. Thank you, guys. Just for being here, frankly. I like having you guys here. I signed up for the beta ever since the first trailer came out. I'm so hyped for Hightail. I've signed up for the beta on every Gmail account that I have since the trailer came out. Same, yeah. All right, here's the video. Let's go. Let's learn about Hytale in 2024. I've already seen this video.
Speak to the developers of Hytale live on stream, and they gave us a breakdown of what we can expect to see in 2024, starting with the team finally opening up about something called #AskHytale.
I officially have John's blessing to announce a fun thing that we're gonna start like very early next year, like starting January. I want you all to send your questions on Twitter and use that hashtag, and then I'm gonna chase down.
Oh yeah, they've been doing like Q&As on Twitter. And through the Q&A, they basically confirmed the game is... They said the game will have subtitles for dialogue. Think about that for a second. They said the game will have subtitles for dialogue. That means Hytale's going to have voice acting. That will need to have like subtitles. Which means cutscenes, potentially. Voiced characters. That's fucking big. That's just one thing that they let slip, quote-unquote, since they did these Q&As. It's big.
Team members to answer that stuff. So, you know, stuff like, was it Lynn who's always asking about the cosmetic mask? Yeah. Stuff like that, you know, weapons and magic and cool things, and I'll chase down various people on the team and I'll get it answered, and it'll be really fun.
This is their way of making more official statements about the game on social media, and that is significant because...
Wait a second. What the hell, Lights? I literally reset you to 6 hours. Okay. So now I know the lights turn off after 6 hours, whether I like it or not. There is no resetting them. Oh, shit. I only turned on one. God, I hate these things. One sec, chat. These lights, like, if I don't point the remote perfectly between them, only one turns on, and then when I hit the remote, it turns on, like, one, and then one off, and then one on, and then one off, and it's like, ugh. I have to unplug them both. I don't want the camera to get fucked up by the light change. Please don't be fucked up by the light change, camera. I don't want to fuck with settings. Yay! Okay. Alright, the light change didn't fuck up the camera. I was worried about that. Sometimes it does if I leave the scene open. If I, like, turn on a light with the camera scene open, like, go from dark to light or go from light to dark, sometimes it just lags my camera out. Like, I'm not talking about, like, I have to change settings. I'm talking, like... I have to change settings, end stream, and restart it, because the camera will literally make my hand, like, moving across the screen like this look like that. Like, it'll be ridiculous, okay? You don't want that. Anyway, we got the problem fixed. Let me set it to, 6 hours. I really wish these things weren't on a timer. It's really frustrating. Anyway, back to the video.
Because it means that they're actually opening up their doors to the players
when we get back to segments.
I mean, nothing says we want you to come and ask about the game more than a hashtag specifically dedicated to that very thing. So this is great news. Throughout the second half of 2023, game director John Hendricks and community manager Buttercat really ramped up community interaction with all sorts of tweets about the game features and development teasers, which we've been covering on this channel. They are going to be using hashtag AskHytale, however, to answer questions in much more detail, spotlighting them and bringing quotes forward from different departments and team members who are there today working on Hytale itself. The hashtag is already filling up with questions and was even trending at one point. Hytale's game director, John Hendricks, as I mentioned before, even joined in fueling the hype, announcing that the first minigame had been playtested in the new engine and that it was a parkour map. The test was internal and studio-wide with checkpoints and a leaderboard. I bet it's good to be able to play Hytale. I think that we're all hoping to test that too one day. During the stream, we also spoke to team member Chris Thurston.
Whenever they talk about the testing, man, must be nice to play Hytale. Is it coming to Steam? It's being published by Riot. Whenever they put out their trailer the first time, it got 60 million views in a year or something. Riot acquired them and funded them like billions of dollars. They've now inflated the studio and like multiplied the amount of people working on the game like 20 times over at this point. And now it is like a full-on AAA production in terms of budget, quality, and like the heart of an indie team on top of that. All putting their effort in after a lot of these people were the people that made the Hypixel Minecraft server. They're just straight up making a like in-house engine and a whole new spiritual successor to Minecraft, more like a 3D Terraria than Minecraft 2, with the AAA budget, it's going to be on the Riot launcher probably, and fully supported by Riot's servers, their money, their infrastructure. They've got everything. And they've been unaffected by Riot layoffs so far, so that's good. Riot clearly really wants this to succeed. They're not laying off anybody from Hypixel.
Who you may remember hosted the Hytale showcase at EGX back in 2019. He has now become narrative lead behind Hytale and master of the game's lore. Throughout our live chat, he revealed that the dagger pigeon, which has become a meme in the community over the years, began as him simply messing around with another team member. An example of how easily one can produce iconic moments in the game. Being the one person who probably knows more about the lore behind Hytale than anyone, Chris had a few things to reveal. For one, he stated that Hytale is, as we've said on this channel many times, not just a game, but more of a universe. The adventure mode, the world of Orbis that we've heard so much about, is just one example of what can be created within the engine. In fact, they've designed everything with the mindset that this world will be taken by the community and built upon. Entirely new worlds will be crafted within the universe or engine of Hytale itself. A year or so back, they actually defined Hytale as 3 doors: creative, online, and adventure. You have the creative tools and more customizable style of play. Then there's multiplayer servers and mini-games with other players. And thirdly, there's adventure mode, the story campaign or quote-unquote vanilla survival world that you can...
It is not called Orbis, it's called Orbis. O-R-B-I-S. Orbis, not Arbis.
Spawn in, which again is just one world, an example of what can be made using the creative tools we just mentioned, and then perhaps getting together with other players online to create your own
world
custom
paint
world,
built
your
into the
own
game.
Orbis adventure mode, using those other 2 styles of play, creative and online, to forge your own experience.
Yes, it's Orbis, like Periwinkle said.
Chris reminded us that a key point of that diagram that they presented was the moment where those 3...
This is their symbol for the story. Like, we've got, like, 2 heroes here and the villain, Varen. Like, there's like, a full-on big boss at the end of the game for the campaign, like, the story, the adventure mode. Like, there's a boss you've got to fight at the end. There's dungeons and raid-type boss fights. There's, like, a final boss and an ending, a story, voice acting has been clearly hinted at. We're going to be eating good with this game, guys. We're going to be eating so good with this game. You don't even know. Alrighty. Okay. Let's see. Let me get my next topic ready for you guys. Do 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 do. Man, this is a grim topic to talk about. Especially because I saw the video of what we're going to be discussing. It is, as he intended, quite disturbing. Alright, measles outbreak in Florida right now? Yep, I heard about it. Remember guys, the anti-vaxxers, we've been talking about it. I'm probably going to talk about the measles outbreak tomorrow. Thank you for telling me about that, actually. I almost totally forgot about it. I'm going to add that to my list of topics for tomorrow. Oh, God. I've got hiccups. 1 second, chat. We won't get to see MatPat do Hytale theories? Oh, man, you're right. Fuck. Arch no longer Warhammer tried to say Helldivers 2 is an apolitical game. Like, you know what we should do? Should I get Mogminer? Like, maybe we can get Mogminer to come on stream. Because Mogminer worked on Helldivers 2, for those of you guys who don't know. Like, Helldivers 2, I literally have 75 hours in it so far. I'm level 23, almost 24. I've been no-lifing the shit out of it, okay? I've had it for like a week now. I'm playing it a lot. Been playing it a whole goddamn lot. And about 5 days into my Helldivers 2, like, sweaty gaming spree of, like, grinding, Mogminer mentions when coming into stream and seeing me streaming it, oh, it's so crazy to see you playing a game I work on. And I'm like, what? But yeah, I'm doing my part. I did my first mission on Malevelon Creek fighting the bots. I'd never fought the bots before, and I decided, why not go straight to Space Vietnam? I get it now. I get it. I understand. I get the memes now. Zan, that's literally 42% of your weeks playing Helldivers. Now, to be fair, though, roughly 20 of those hours, maybe a little more, was spent AFK while sitting in a queue. I pretty much would, for a lot of that time, just have to be like, oh, please let me play the game today. Please let me play the game today. I'd turn the game on, and it'd be a black screen. I'd be like, fuck! And then I'd just, like, leave the game on and go upstairs and go, like, watch a show or clean up my dishes or something like that, whatever it may be. Because, like, there's nothing I'm doing until I get into those servers. I'm not going to open up a YouTube video or another game and risk the game crashing and losing my spot in whatever maybe queue there was. The server dropped, like, the initial launch was a disaster for the servers, but a miracle in every other fashion. I am so glad for all of the downsides it had and all of the, admittedly, even I was a little baby ragey about the server performance because I just wanted to play the game so bad. It's so good, you know? I am so glad the game's been such an overwhelming success because, like, in the games industry, jobs are not very stable. We've learned that a lot. And I am so glad that this overwhelming success, I really hope just solidifies that all the people who worked on that team get to continue with a stable, long-term project funded by a big publisher like Sony with little fear of layoffs because of, you know, the high praise for this studio and project. I really hope that it continues to have, like, that positive outcome, and I'm so glad that what it's suffering from is nothing but success. Although they fixed the servers since, so we're all good now. A Helldiver team of Zan and DM would be extinction to the insects and robots. Maybe. I'm pretty good at the game. I've gotten a lot better, for sure, since even last time I streamed it. I play it a fair amount. It's my go-to game right now. I haven't played anything else since it dropped. Anyway. I'm gonna take a sippy of water. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, this story is very complicated and very disturbing in many ways. There's a lot that we don't know, and since this story came out and went viral earlier today, a lot more has come out, which is why I'm willing to cover this so immediately. But the reaction to this is going to very quickly complicate this story and the reaction that's going to come from it. I guess I'll just straight up read the headline. Man dies after setting himself on fire outside Israeli embassy in Washington, Air Force says. Aaron Bushnell, an active-duty senior airman, repeatedly shouted "Free Palestine" as he filmed and live-streamed his protest against Israel's deadly military actions in Gaza. He had been taken to the hospital on Sunday with life-threatening injuries. Now, I am not even going to play the audio of the video, because whenever that guy beheaded his father and then went on a Nazi rant on YouTube, I found a version of the video that I could watch and just play the audio from, so I could like debunk his rant while it's just like his rant playing and it's just me on screen. And YouTube detected the moment in which in the video where he like plops his dad's head down on the table and says, "This is the head of my father." Even though I didn't show the video, the audio got auto-detected and like community rights or community takedown, not strike, but takedown on the video, and it's still gone. So I'm not going to play the video because I really worry that YouTube kind of like quickly updating their bots to axe any videos of this happening or of this getting uploaded might be a little bit on top of things, and they might, you know, I don't want them to accidentally get me, you know, so I'm not asking for it. That said, I did watch the video. I watched it uncensored this morning so I would know what it is that I'm talking about, and Aaron Bushnell, in his full uniform, walks out in front of the Israel embassy in Washington, and in the video, like the video starts, at least the copy of the video I saw starts, and it looks like he's already covered himself and the ground in maybe gasoline, something very flammable. He proceeds to reach down into either his pocket or his boot, I can't remember, pulls out a lighter, lights it, and then lights the ground on fire so that the light starts to climb up his legs. Then he starts to do a dance. Not like a "I'm in pain and I regret this" dance, but a "I know how to make fire spread across you as quickly as possible." Like you know, a soldier would know what to do when they're on fire is to stop, drop, and roll and snuff out the fire. He did the exact opposite. He started flailing around on purpose in order to get the fire to consume him instantly, which I guess is the better way to go, quicker all around, I guess. And while on fire, like fully on fire, like consumed in fire, there is nothing of him that is not on fire. He proceeds to yell in the street. Everyone's watching this, obviously. "Free Palestine, free Palestine." I think he might have said "stop the genocide," or "I can't stand by genocide anymore." And just a lot of "free Palestine." And he continues to like stomp and keep the fire, like make the fire burn hotter by like stomping the ground so that like the air will rush past his arms, legs, and the rest of his body. Like he wants to burn more. And he's not like screaming for help. He is angrily screaming "Free Palestine" as he burns, and eventually he collapses, and some police officers and I believe a security guard from the embassy comes out and proceeds to point the gun at him and to threaten him at gunpoint, stop, drop, and roll, or I'll shoot you." Like, what are you threatening? He's committing suicide by self-immolation. Threatening a gunshot is like, that's a mercy. Like, why would you... Yeah, it's very much wasn't the response that they should have had, I think. You know, it didn't really do anything. I don't think there was anything to do. Apparently he survived the burns. And made it to the hospital, but died at the hospital due to the serious burns. Like, really, there was no surviving it after like 10 seconds. It was bad. Like, he meant it, and he wanted to make a statement. Now, many of you may be thinking about the famous image of, I believe it was a monk who had lit themselves on fire for like, I forget what exactly it was. It was like Tibet, right? It had to do with Tibet and like the oppression and genocide, right? I may be completely off. Chat, you probably know better than me. This isn't really like an area of history that I'm super familiar with. Yeah, it's a historical photo. South Vietnam. Ah, thank you. My bad. All I know is monk, and I just think Tibet when I think monk, because mountains. And you know, mountains. I like climbing up mountains to go to, like, a monk temple and then learn to be a monk. Regardless, though, like, that famous image is, like, one of the most famous political demonstrations ever put on display. Somebody actively committing to publicly killing themselves in the most painful way possible. I don't know if any of you guys disagree, but I genuinely don't think there's a worse way to go out than just burning to death. Oh, certainly inspired. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Most certainly inspired. There's really no worse way I can think of to die than just straight burning to death. And that's kind of the point. No, freezing to death is not as unpleasant as burning to death. Burning to death is like a very snappy, bright, violent, and meaningful message. The fact that he was able to die such a painful death for his message, whether you agree with him or not, it means something, you know? Now, something I've noticed is that a lot of people who've criticized, like, the left in their support for Palestine has been, well, yeah, but that's not as flashy, you know what I mean? Ride the rails, just not as flashy. Regardless, though, the response from this is going to be interesting. You ever notice how, like, a lot of people talk about lefties who care about Palestine as if they're just, like, terminally online NPCs who've just been told this is the thing you've got to care about right now? A lot of conservatives like to talk about, or even, like, you know, Destiny, for example, says this a lot. Like, yeah, you just care about Palestine because it's the thing right now. No one in America actually cares about Palestine. It's just a fad, like that kind of talking point. You can't really claim that when a man in our armed forces burned himself to death while screaming Free Palestine because he can't stand, as he said, being complicit in a genocide anymore. And on top of that, the argument people could make that he hurt people or that he was dangerous or that, like, he's bad because he did this or that, he didn't hurt anybody else. The only person who died or was hurt was him, as he intended. No one else was really realistically in danger. He was on, like, a lot of concrete. And, like, the fire wasn't likely to spread to, like, anything and cause a big fire. He hurt only himself and no one else. No one can say that he was, like, a terrorist or, like, an evil, awful person, like a mass shooter or, like, any type of domestic terrorist who might have ideals that are, like, in line with anyone in the chat. Like, no one can say that what he did is a poor reflection. Honestly, no one can say what he did is a poor reflection on the Free Palestine movement, right? However, I have a feeling that the right is going to find a way. They always do. An airman who had set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington in protest of civilian deaths in Gaza died of his injuries on Sunday night, a spokeswoman for the U.S. Air Force, Rose M. Riley, said on Monday. The airman, Aaron Bushnell, 25, of Whitman, Mass., was a cyber defense operations specialist with the 531st Intelligence Support Squadron at Joint Base San Antonio Lackland in Texas, and had served on active duty since 2020. The Air Force said in a statement on Monday night. Mr. Bushnell appeared to have filmed the protest on Sunday and live-streamed it on the social media platform Twitch. Damn, he live-streamed it on Twitch! The New York Times could not confirm who was behind the account that posted the video, but the footage matched the details of the episode released by police. A man dressed in fatigues identifies himself in the video as Mr. Bushnell and calls himself an active-duty Air Force officer. Quote, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide," a man says in the video, echoing language that opponents of Israel's military offensive in Gaza have used to describe the war. Quote, "I am about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all." How much you want to bet, like, the conservative response to this is going to be, if you really cared about Palestine, you'd light yourself on fire like that guy. I have a feeling that's going to be the go-to conservative response. Standing in front of the gates of the Israeli embassy in Washington, he sets his phone down to douse himself in a clear liquid with a metal bottle. He then lights himself on fire while yelling "Free Palestine" until he falls to the ground. The video shows law enforcement officers approaching him seconds before the fire catches. One is heard off camera saying, "Can I help you, sir?" The officers scramble for more than a minute to put out the flames. Officers with the U.S. Secret Service were the first to respond at the embassy in northwestern Washington around 1 p.m., said Vito Maggiolo, a spokesman with the city's fire department. Mr. Bushnell was given to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. The New York Times viewed the video before Twitch removed it on Sunday afternoon. Nice. Replacing it with a message saying that the channel violated the platform's guidelines. It was the only video posted to the account which had a Palestinian flag as its header image. Quote, when a tragedy like this occurs, every member of the Air Force feels it. Colonel Selena Noyes, the commander of the 70th Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance Wing, to which Mr. Bushnell was assigned, said in a statement on Monday night, we extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Senior Airman Bushnell. No staff members of the Israeli embassy were injured, according to Tal Naim, a spokeswoman for the embassy. Officers with the Secret Service and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives were still working with Washington's Metropolitan Police Department to investigate the episode, the authorities said on Monday. Protests against Israel have become a near-daily occurrence across the country since Israel began its military offensive in Gaza after the October 7th Hamas attack that killed at least 1,200 people, according to Israeli officials. More than 29,000 people have been killed in the war in Gaza, according to Gaza's health ministry. As international calls for a ceasefire have grown and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has deepened, the Israeli embassy has been the site of protests that have sometimes resulted in arrests, but seldom in violence. In December, a protester self-immolated in front of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta in what the police said was likely an extreme act of political protest. It's not even the first time? Wait, this happened before? For the same reason? No shot. Wait, let me turn off my fucking ad block so New York Times chills its tits. New York Times, chill your tits. Do I have to make an account? Do I have to do this? Okay, continue. Fuck it. Wait, I have to subscribe to read the article? Never mind. Nope, it's not happening. Okay, I am going to have to eventually... Wait, I can continue without subscribing. Never mind. They hide that button. They hide that button. They hide it well. They make it a big black button that says subscribe with white text, and then it's like a little black text with like a little underline way at the bottom that says continue without subscribing. Just nice and hidden to the side. Tricky bastards. A protester self-immolates outside the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. A security guard tried to intervene but was unsuccessful, officials said. A protester self-immolated on Friday afternoon outside of the Israeli consulate building in Atlanta, and what the police described as likely an extreme act of political protest. This was back in December 2023. A security guard tried to intervene but was unsuccessful, officials said. The demonstrator sustained third-degree burns to the body, and the guard was burned on his wrist and leg. Both were taken to Grady Memorial Hospital, where the protester was in critical condition. Officials did not identify the demonstrator, but said in a news conference on Friday that the person appeared to be acting alone and that a Palestinian flag was, quote, recovered at the location and was part of the protester. A Palestinian flag was recovered at the location and was part of the protester. That means the Palestinian flag melted to him. Like the flag melted, because flags are made of plastic usually, like nowadays, melted onto him and was part of him. That's why they worded it that way. Oh no, was part of the protest, not protester. Yeah. Listen, I like to imagine that the flag literally melted to him, like some like raw ass fucking like artistic display of some sort. Okay, that's what I'm imagining in my mind. It's probably a lot prettier of an image than what really happened. But I feel like it's a more respectful one, you know? Just like imagine like the Palestinian flag melted onto them, and it's like when Wolverine gets like sealed in adamantium, like in the comics when he gets like covered in it while it's melted, and then it like seals shut, and he's just trapped in like a shell of adamantium forever. Kind of like that. Officials did not identify the demonstrator, but said in a news conference on Friday that a person appeared to be acting alone. Oh yeah, I already read that one. The authorities did not offer any other insights into the person's possible motive for self-immolating. The city's police chief, Darren Shirebaum, said that officials did not believe there was any nexus to terrorism. Anat Sultan Dadan, Consul General of Israel to the southeastern United States, described the act as an expression of hate and incitement toward Israel. Quote, "The sanctity of life is our highest value," she said in a statement on Friday. Quote, "Our prayers are with the security officer who was injured while trying to prevent this tragic act. The self-immolation occurred outside a building in the Midtown area of Atlanta that houses the consulate and several other offices. Quote, "It appears to have been focused outside the building. I'm not aware of an attempt to enter the building," Chief Sharbaum said, adding, "I have met with the Consul General. The staff is safe. All the residents of this building are safe." So it seems like both of these individuals put on a hell of a protest, and they didn't hurt anybody. Honestly, as much as I don't like suicide, I do think this is some of the most effective forms of protest for this that can be done. No one can argue insincerity. Like, who can say someone was insincere or grifting or just calling... Like who could say that when they literally burned themselves to death for the cause? No one can say their heart wasn't in it and they didn't mean it. They don't hurt anybody. Like, no one else. Not even property got destroyed in either of these stories because they were on concrete. So no one can argue they were destructive in their protest. They literally sacrificed themselves for the world to see, to show how much they want people to pay attention to this. And that's the point here. This story is going to make people go, a guy burned himself? Why did he burn himself? Well, to bring attention to the genocide happening in Palestine. There's a genocide happening, and he burned himself to bring attention. This must be serious. That is the effect he wanted it to have. Both these people wanted it to have. And I have a feeling it's only going to get more extreme. People's calls for a ceasefire and people's calls for the genocide to end. I mean, honestly, I can't think of much negative to say about the guy. I wish he hadn't done it, like, principally, because suicide is cringe and bad, but, like, what's done is done, and he didn't hurt anybody but himself, and he killed himself to make a message for a good cause, and I don't really feel the need to say anything negative about him, to be honest. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Oh, my eyes are burning. I gotta give them a second to rest. As grim as that topic is, I feel like the topic came out, or the segment came out pretty solid. Good segment, but sad. Yes, indeed. It is quite sad. God, I feel so tired. What the hell? Why does it hit me like that so quickly? I think I've got time for one more segment. I am streaming tomorrow, of course, so I've got plenty of topics to cover on tomorrow's stream. And keep in mind, guys, this is the exciting part. This Friday, on the 1st of March, we are going to be doing the first of the bi-weekly movie watch party or TV show watch party stream events in the Discord in Xander's Theater. Every other Friday, we'll be doing the call-ins, and the Fridays we don't do call-ins are the Fridays where we do the watch parties. And so I'm trying to decide what we're going to start with. I'm thinking Better Call Saul might be what we do. I think it's going to be Better Call Saul. It's going to be our first show that we do our you know, bi-weekly big watch party events for. If they end up being really popular, we could up the frequency. But for now, I feel like a Discord event every Friday of some kind, alternating between call-ins and watch parties, is a really good system. What do you guys think of that? Like, I feel like always having Friday to look forward to as some big event day in my Discord is like a really good way to keep the Discord like the community going, you know? Get the community involved, get involved with my community. Hopefully I see you guys there. Better Call Saul's pretty goated. I'm mostly unspoiled on it, so I'm excited to watch it. Is it gonna load the page? CBS News, UK? CBS News, come on. You're a big site, you got this. Oh, now it's loading the video. Come on. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, we got some news coming out of my home state of Florida, and as always, it's not good news. As usual, it's some awful, awful news. You see, the anti-vax movement probably has no stronger of a foothold in any other state than Florida. I shit you not, there is an entire large city-sized area of Florida that is a massive gated community. Now, when I say a gated community, you're probably thinking, like, you see the gate, and there's the walls, and then it's just, like, non-stop suburbs. It has those. But I'm talking, imagine a whole city with rural areas, with farms, and areas like outdoor shooting ranges, and, like, hiking trails. There are fucking large golf courses everywhere, and it is Boomerville. White Boomerville. Trump Country is actually the name that, the media has dubbed this place, and it is called The Villages. If you've heard of it, you already know what I'm talking about. The Villages is like the core of the Florida conservative right-wing pro-Trump anti-vax stronghold, you know? Like, the cities are not as far right as you would think. They are actually quite blue. Tampa, Miami, you could go on. But it's really the Villages that contains, like, the worst of the worst. The people who have basically made Florida the place that it is today. #1 place where STDs are spread, by the way. That is also surprisingly true, and it's awful to think about when you consider the average age of people there is, like, in their 80s. Yeah, it's really fucked. Anyway, Florida, of course, actively fought in every way, shape, or form against any form of medical guidelines to keep people from dying from COVID. And honestly, besides Trump himself, DeSantis and the way that Florida handled COVID is in large part to blame for why COVID is now endemic, a seasonal flu or virus that will never go away. We will continue to catch it, fight it off, catch it again, pretty much until it eventually kills us or something else does. And trust me, with the death rates already spiking as they have for COVID, seriously, look up how many people have died of COVID in America. It's really scary. That's only after, like, 5 years of COVID. Like, five years now it's been. So when you consider that, God, it's been 5 years. God, it's never ending. It's never going away. This is the world now. Like, the amount of people who have died since COVID started being a thing, that's just the beginning. COVID's not going anywhere. We've got an infinite amount of time into the future for COVID to burn its way through the population over and over and over again and continue to never go away. We have long since passed the point of no return. COVID is here to stay. Now, those policies don't just extend to COVID. Now, of course, the COVID stuff was all because Donald Trump handled it so poorly that the right has to continue to correct by saying COVID's still not a big deal, and that the vaccine is actually worse, even though Trump was the one who approved the vaccine in the first place. They all conveniently forgot that. Regardless, this is extended to other diseases as well. Measles, for the very first time in a very long time, has seen an outbreak, and it's in Florida. And despite this, Florida is refusing to comply with CDC guidelines. Florida is literally saying, nope, in response to the CDC saying, you've got to stop this measles outbreak. The Republican Party is now the party of inflicting biological warfare on the American people. It's not even a fluke anymore. It's not a coincidence. Now they've done it twice.
In tonight's Health Watch, Florida.
Oh, I gotta stop the music myself. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Surgeon General is defying more than 50 years of CDC guidelines in response to a measles outbreak at a local school. CBS.
Okay, I've got to volume boost this page or something. This is so quiet. What the hell? Let's see.
Manuel Bojorquez spoke with some frustrated parents.
The end of the school day at Manatee Bay Elementary in Weston, near Fort Lauderdale, comes with the hope of no new measles cases.
In tonight's
Okay, there we go. Gosh. Now we should be able to watch it. Why do they... What is that volume balancing? How did they pull that off?
Watch, Florida Surgeon General is defying more than 50 years of CDC guidelines in response to a measles outbreak at a local school. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez spoke with some frustrated parents.
The end of the school day at Manatee Bay Elementary in Weston, near Fort Lauderdale, comes with the hope of no new measles cases.
It's very disruptive. It's not really fair.
The Broward County School District says 33 out of nearly 1,100 students are not vaccinated for measles. So far, there are 6
The measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, MMR vaccine, is the most commonly taken recommended vaccine out there. Measles, mumps, rubella, MMR. If they haven't taken that, that means that the 33 out of 1,100 students in Florida have not gotten the MMR vaccine. The anti-vax movement has gotten to the point where we unironically have a statistically significant amount of children unvaxxed entirely, not just for COVID, but for measles, mumps, and rubella. And God knows what else they're not vaccinated for. And this is just the beginning. The anti-vax movement in Florida has fought for their quote-unquote rights to not get their kids vaccinated. There is no laws that can be leveraged to stop this. Florida has outright protected anti-vaxxer rights written into the law now.
confirmed cases of the highly contagious infection, which starts with cold-like symptoms 7 to 14 days after exposure, then a rash. For some, the disease can be deadly.
I have not seen any outbreak of measles in my 30 years as being an educator.
Peter Licata is the Broward County Schools superintendent.
There's been some questions about allowing unvaccinated students into the school during this time because it is so highly contagious.
That would be the determination of the health department and the state.
But Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo is leaving a...
Remember, guys, this role is not one that has any requirements to be a medical professional. This guy is literally just a DeSantis yes man who does not believe COVID is real and thinks the vaccine is deadly. Like, literally, Florida's Surgeon General is an anti-vaxxer.
Attendance decisions to parents, breaking with established medical guidelines, not recommending the vaccine nor requiring unvaccinated people to stay home. Dr. Randy Katz manages the emergency.
The Florida government is protecting anti-vaxxers. They have every legal protection possible to get you sick and your kids sick.
Emergency room at Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital where the cases were treated.
Would you recommend unvaccinated children stay home?
I think if you follow the CDC guidelines, they do recommend an unvaccinated child who's been exposed to somebody with measles should stay home for at least 21 days.
The CDC reports there have been 35 recent cases of measles across 15 states. Today, Michigan reported an additional case, bringing the number to 16. The disease was declared eliminated from the U.S. in 2000, but
we got 24 years of entirely eliminating a disease. And all it took was the conservative, like Republican, populist movement of being anti-vax to bring outbreaks of a disease that has been extinct here for 24 years back. American children who did not have to grow up with this problem for 24 years now have to deal with it again because Donald Trump and the Republicans have made it a political line that must be towed, that you must be against vaccines, you must not let your kids get vaccinated. You know what's next, right? Florida opening up laws for parents to sue like their partners who get their kids vaccinated behind their backs. Like opening up laws for there to be cases for parents to sue doctors who have vaccinated their kids. they're basically going to try to make it so that as far as Florida is concerned, doctors are too scared to administer vaccines. Much like with abortion and like contraception and any type of like procedure that might be categorized as an abortion legally since the overturning of Roe v. Wade in these red states, changing the definitions and the laws. If they can effectively scare every doctor from being too afraid to administer the vaccine in Florida, then they get what they wanted. They win. The war on medicine.
Vaccination rates have since fallen below the 95% needed to achieve herd immunity.
The measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is extremely safe. We've been giving it to kids for decades.
I had it. I had boosters for it. Literally every kid at my school that was capable of getting it, that didn't have an immune disorder, got it. Obviously, it's not harmful, but the MMR vaccine and the idea that it's dangerous started with the Jenny McCarthy documentary that she made about how it, like, I literally got false striked in my video, like, debunking anti-vaxxers for stating what her documentary says, so I'm going to not do that at risk of getting this video knocked down by YouTube, just like the other anti-vax debunk video, because YouTube does not distinguish, and I am too, like, YouTube only goes after small channels for this stuff, so you gotta be real careful. But yeah, really, what can I say about this? Like, there's really nothing I can say other than, as the right is hyper-fixating even, on these nothing culture war issues that they started themselves, meanwhile, the consequences are ravaging the country, and they're ignoring it, and the only time they will acknowledge these things is when eventually they come up with a way to blame this on the Democrats. You know that's how this ends, right, guys? That, like, in the end, this all gets blamed on the Democrats? Every single negative consequence of this? Like, the kids dying, the outbreaks, they're going to say they're happening in blue cities because those are higher population density areas where outbreaks tend to happen of any disease. So they're going to say it's a fault of Democrat leadership. It will always, they will find a way, somehow, after ignoring this and not talking about it, despite how many kids are going to die and get hurt and sick, they will acknowledge it once they've found a way to blame us for it. Then they'll start talking about this, and only then. Once they found a way to blame us for this. In the meantime, they're going to focus on their made-up culture war stuff. And they'll find a way to weaponize this against the left eventually. All right. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. What do you guys think? Man, this fucking sucks. It really does. It really, really does. But it is what it is. It is what it is. God, do I have enough energy? I don't think I've got enough energy for another segment, guys. I know I wanted to do 6 today, but I think 5 is going to have to cut it. Especially because I am streaming tomorrow, and I did do a 5-hour stream today. But, it's sleepy. It's sleepy time. It's 7 p.m. It's almost my bedtime. My eyes are getting tired, and I'm not going to be able to do the funny, entertaining voice for very long. So, I figure I might as well wrap things up, and see you all tomorrow, guys. I really want to say, thank you all so much for your support today. It has been so kind, helpful, and amazingly appreciated. Obviously, if you've dropped a like, it really does mean a lot, and it goes a really long way. On every video, upload, and stream that I do, the likes really mean a lot. If you've subscribed, gifted a sub, donated, or supported me financially in this stream through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon, it all really means a lot to me since, as I said before, your financial support is what's helping me to get stuff for, like, improving the channel, like the new camera for Quail content. Oh, and on top of that, I almost missed this. I should definitely not forget this. Eternal with the $5 donation over on Streamlabs said, "First donation, been watching you for years now. Love your content, especially since it drew me away from Blair White when I was a young trans man and made me more involved with politics/news." Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad I was able to pull you out of the Blair White rabbit hole. Well, I'm glad you now have better, like, influences than her. That's for damn sure. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the long time watching as well. Thank you to the loyal fans as well. Like, if you've been watching for years, I recognize you guys in chat. I want you to know that. And I appreciate you guys being regulars for so long. It means a whole bunch to me. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And with all that said, have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Doo-doo fart.